Ladies and gentlemen, here at Shawn Ryan Show, we are rapidly becoming known as the outlet that brings truth that nobody else will talk about. And this episode is no different. Today, I have a 24-year-old Marine who's had his arm blown off, his leg blown off, more surgeries than any of us can even count, all due to incompetent leadership all the way up to the President of the United States. It's one of the toughest interviews, probably the toughest interview I've ever sat through. It's enraging that the President of the United States is this incompetent. We're talking about the withdrawal in Afghanistan. And I'm going to tell you another thing. This story has been suppressed. The media won't cover it. They tried to suppress his congressional hearing, and the list goes on. We are one of the only outlets that will actually cover this topic. And on top of that, 2 of our previews have been slapped with demonetization and 18 plus, which means they're not going to get any views. Because you know why? They don't want how incompetent this administration is to get out. We had to edit this video, this entire episode. We pulled all the real footage. Tyler gave us more real footage that happened that day than anybody has ever seen. So what we did, once again, there's a link below. You can go to ShawnRyanShow.com and see the uncensored version there with all the footage you can handle. This is some of the most disgusting stuff I have ever had to cover, all because of the incompetence of our president in the leadership in the military. It's been a downward spiral for a long time, ladies and gents, and we're going to uncover it right now. I took this interview for 2 reasons. 1, somebody has got to get the truth out on what happened that day. 2, this man needs to build a new life. 24 years old, 1 arm, 1 leg. He's got a knife company started. These are his knives. I got some of the first ones that he's ever made. That link's also on the website. Go buy yourself a fixed blade knife from this guy. They're amazing knives. He's trying to make a new living. Let's help this guy build a new career, because nobody else is going to help him do it. Ladies and gents, I've seen a lot of you out there making content off of our episodes, and I really appreciate it. This one is more important than just about any of them. So below, there's another link that has hundreds of raw reels for you to take, build what you want, be creative, get them out on every social media outlet you can, make money, monetize it, do whatever you can. All we ask is just tag The Shawn Ryan Show or link the show so that other people can watch the full episode. Please go to Apple and Spotify, leave us a review on our audio platforms, like, comment, subscribe to the Shawn Ryan Show channel below. I love you all. Thank you. This is going to be a hard one to stomach. It enrages me just filming this intro. But ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome this hero, Tyler Vargas-Andrews, to the Shawn Ryan Show. Tyler Vargas-Andrews, welcome to the show, man.
Thanks for having me, Shawn. Very, very happy to be here.
I can't even believe you're sitting across from me right now. It's amazing.
I could say the same.
we had a little conversation at breakfast, but I got to give credit. My buddy Carter Gaddis we saw your testimony on the news. He's like, Shawn, you got to fucking get this guy on the show. And I was like, look, man, I'll try, but I know this guy's getting blown up by about 50 news agencies and every podcast on the planet right now. And I was like, but whatever, we'll give it a whirl. And we messaged you. I got a message right back about shit my pants. I was like, holy shit, he messaged back. So seriously, man, it's a real honor to be sitting here with you. And, you know, I've said it on the show many times before. Marines are just on another level, man. Especially infantry Marines like you. some of the most horrific stuff I've ever heard in my life come from Marines, and even the guys that were MARSOC that have been on the show.
Mm-hmm.
Man, the worst trauma happened before they got to MARSOC when they were in the infantry, and dude, just seriously, it's an honor. And to all the Marines out there, I don't think you guys get near the credit you deserve, and I want to give it to you.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for being here.
Yeah.
It's a real honor.
It's an honor for me as well. You've had a lot of great men in this chair before me, so very happy to be here.
Well, you're one of them.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
I appreciate it. But if you don't mind, I'd like to kick it off with a little introduction about you. So, Tyler Vargas-Andrews, you joined the Marines at age 19. You were a PIG radio operator, 1st Marines, Camp Pendleton, California, crisis response team in Saudi Arabia prior to Afghanistan. You had aspirations to become a MARSOC operator. You deferred sniper school 2 times to make that happen. You were blown up by a suicide bomber during the Afghan withdrawal. You lost your right arm and your left leg. 13 service members were killed, 11 Marines, 1 sailor, 1 Army soldier, 170 Afghans were killed, and 45 U.S. military personnel were wounded. Like I said, you lost your right arm, your left leg, missing parts of your organs, 43 surgeries. You were given 54 units of blood, and you still have 13 ball bearings and 2 pieces of shrapnel stuck in your body. Testified in front of Congress. We'll get to all that. But, wow, short but incredible career, man.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
So we have a lot to talk about.
Yeah, let's dive in.
All right. Well, before we dive in, as you know, everybody gets
Thank you very much.
a little something.
It's awesome. I will have to tell you that I had a friend of mine from back home send me some of your gummy bears when I was in the hospital.
No way.
Yeah, and I couldn't figure out who it was for the longest time. I just found out a couple weeks ago who it was. But yeah, she sent me some gummy bears, and man, I have to tell you, these are the best gummy bears I've ever had.
Oh, man.
To be honest, that's not me blowing smoke up your ass. These are the best gummy bears. Thank you very much. That's awesome.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I look forward to sharing those. I have a gift for you as well. Yeah, don't want to come in empty-handed. My kind of briefly talk to you about my 2 buddies who are wounded warriors. We started a knife business, so we each wanted to. They're big fans of the show as well. We wanted to give you something from us to you. If the knots were tied poorly, it wasn't me.
I'll tell you what, man. These damn Marines and 550 cord. You guys just. It's incredible.
Yeah, my buddy, the National Guardsman I was telling you about, he made that knife roll too. Used some parachute rigging and Cordura. So.
Oh damn, dude!
Yeah,
This
just
is cool.
started that. That's the first one.
Nice. How many you got? What's the name of the company?
Flatline Hard Goods.
Flatline Hard Goods.
Yeah.
We'll link that in the description.
Thank you very much.
Oof. Oh yeah, that's got an edge to it. Beautiful work. How long have you guys been doing this?
Man, since August of last year, and it's been very spotty. So kind of all working through getting out of the military, and or not all of us, but myself getting out of the military and other jobs and stuff. So it'll be a lot more time dedicated here soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's no doubt you're going to do very well. I'm not going to use these. I'm going to frame these, and they're going to go right on this wall.
Well, thank
over
you very
here.
much.
So for everybody that comes in to see, thank you.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that.
Of course.
We'll link this in the description, and
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
hopefully that'll get you guys started in business.
Thank you.
But, well, Tyler, the way I want to do this interview is, at first, I just wanted to make it about the Afghan withdrawal and what you experienced there. Then we kind of dove in a little bit deeper into your background, and, I want to start with your childhood.
Yeah.
So I know you were raised in Folsom, California, near Sacramento. raised by a single mother. Your mom is the top family law attorney in California. Your biological father, is it okay if I go here?
Yeah.
Is a child molester. You had a very traumatic event at age 12 that changed your life and gave you a new purpose to protect innocent. And you consider yourself a very spiritual person. So we bring a lot of hope to the hopeless in this podcast, whether that's military veterans, children. Now we're starting to dive into sex exploitation and sex trafficking. And in all of these realms, people that experience this amount of trauma, they feel hopeless. And so let's start with your childhood with your dad, and I'm unfamiliar with the event. So.
Yeah, no worries. So my mom got pregnant with me from my dad at 19, had me at 20. And to start kind of giving some background on him, he tried to force her to have an abortion, really tried to, get her to get rid of me, and treated her horribly, and left a picture. My mom was like, I'm going to fucking raise this kid. And she did, and had me. He came back around when I was about 6 or 7, I think 7, kind of trying to get to know me and be involved. And or I might have been 5, excuse me. They got married, I think, when I was 7. Got back together and stuff. He was around for about 4 or 5 years. And I mean, he was, now today, knowing what it is, domestic violence and domestic abuse. I mean, screaming, throwing Christmas trees across the room, breaking all the ornaments, putting holes and dents.
You remember all those?
Yeah.
And how old were you when you started? When
I started recognizing it, I mean, I was probably maybe 9 or so.
Shit.
8 or 9. Never saw him put hands on my mom. She never talked about that or anything. But I mean, he would fucking scream and scream and scream. Do it to me. Just, I mean, uncontrollable temper. And kind of just progressed from there. I want to say, my older brother was born in 2010. My little sister would have been born, 2008, I think, or something like that. 2000, I was 9, 2007, maybe 2008 or 2007, I think. So she was born first. And she was about 2 or 3. My older brother had just been born. He was a baby, newborn. And, I'm sitting, he had come to find now, I've got like 7 like half siblings out there from him.
Really?
Found out he's kind of, one of the things he gets off on is like impregnating women and things like that. And, he's got kids all over the place. And, so I knew about a half brother at the time, and so he would bring him around here and there into the family. When we were little, we were connected, and I don't know if close is the right word, but we were siblings. And he would get him on weekends or for a week or two at a time. We were sitting in my room in our house in Vacaville, California, and just like playing on a PlayStation 2 or PlayStation 1 or something, and that day, kind of I don't want to share too much of other people's stories, but, some things were said by one of my family members that day, that he was touching them, sticking things up them, anything you can imagine. It was from the mouth of a very young individual, and things that a child would have no idea of unless these things happened. And he comes in, and my mom confronts confronts him, and he's just like stark white, just like looks like a ghost. And she was like, "This is what they just said. What the fuck?" And along those lines, I can't remember the exact conversation, but I'll never forget the look on his face. He was just like "Oh fuck, they caught me" look. And he was like, "Holy like it just world came crashing down." And called the police. On top of that, he worked for CPS, for Child Protective Services.
He worked for Child Protective Services.
Worked for Child Protective Services. Worked at the police station, friends with all the local police and stuff. Obviously, my mom called the police, and they were his buddies coming to the door, pretty much, and separated him from the house. I think she went down to the police station that day, if I remember right. And I hung out at the house with a family member, and then from there, it just kind of kept spiraling. I went and was questioned. If he'd done anything to me, which he hadn't. But then, the stuff started coming up about me witnessing the domestic abuse and domestic violence and stuff. And I was like 12 or 13 at the time when that happened. And from there, it was like they kept them separated for quite a few months, trying to figure this out. My mom trying to protect us. She struggled financially. I mean, just suddenly being a single mom, taking care of 3 kids and a mortgage. And she made it work. I mean, I don't know how, honestly. I mean, I remember there was times she just struggling hard, but she made it work. She filed bankruptcy at one point. And I mean, today she has her own business. She's fucking kicking ass, runs her own law firm, multiple offices in different locations, things like that. But going into this more, they started, I was conflicted, obviously, because I was, old enough to be consciously aware of what was going on, but and the situation that was happening with going to court and things like that, and things started happening. He tried coming to the house one time when we had like the metal, like kind of grated door closed, like the screen door, but it was metal, had it closed and locked, and the main door was open, and my little sister's in the living room, my mom and I are in the kitchen. I was doing homework or something, and he came to the house after there was like a no contact order or restraining order at the time, trying to like coerce my little sister into opening the door and stuff to get into the house. And she called the police again, pulled him away, and just little things like that. We started really seeing who he was then, even more so. Started doing things like driving around, following us around. I caught him like following me around a few times because where he moved to, I mean, he was still in the area, but following me around when I'd like go to the park with friends or whatever. And they started forcing us because some of these, him molesting, raping, it was so far away that when they started taking physical evidence and going to court about it, there wasn't enough physical evidence to convict him and put him in jail. But there was enough evidence and like damning evidence psychologically and through the domestic abuse and domestic violence that the judge was able to, give full custody to my mom, but forced us to go to supervised visits for a while.
Are you serious?
Yeah, forced us to go to supervised visits. My sister included, my little brother included, myself, all the kids included, and I'm like, here I am, 13 years old, whatever. Just like, oh, I love my dad, but he's this horrible person. What the fuck's going on? I'm being forced to go to these visits. And then I started, as I was getting older and understanding like what he did was really understanding like what he did was fucking wrong and horrible. My mom was trying to do her best to protect us. And, my mom is a hell of a woman. She, was like, I'm trying to protect the kids, but if you want a relationship with your dad, I'm not going to stop you. He's your dad. And like, I love you. I want you to do what you want to do, pretty much. And she's always been like that to this day for all of my siblings and I. And, but trying to protect us at the same time. And so she's having to pay for these supervised visits, having to go through this while paying for an attorney to protect us from him at the same time. And she's fighting, custody battle and child molestation case. And here they are making us go to visits with him. And it got to the point where I was just like, I started catching him in lies over and over. And I was, 13. I was intentionally asking him questions that I knew the answer to. I knew he had other half siblings and stuff started reaching out when this was going on. And so I knew about these things. My mom knew about these things. And I was a nosy kid, like looking through my mom's stuff because it was a strange time in my life, going through that traumatic event and trying to make sense of everything that was happening. And so started finding out about these other kids. And so I started confronting him at the visits and stuff. And I was like, is there, do I have any other siblings, any other half siblings or anything? And he was like, no, just like to my face. And I was like, okay, so you're lying to me because I know I do. And then came back and then started trying to say, oh, well, yeah, you do, whatever. And just over a couple weeks or months, I was catching him in lies over and over and over. And that finally made me realize what a monster he was. And, everything kind of solidified in my own mind of what kind of person he was, the lack of humanity that he had. And I told him, I was like, I'm not going to go to these visits anymore. Like, I will not go. And they're like, you have to. It's court-ordered visits. And I'm pleading with my mom, and she's trying to do everything she can to take care of us. And she said, I can't. They won't let me not let you go, pretty much. And they're forcing us to go. And I remember one night I just broke down in tears in our house. And I was like, well, what would happen if I just fucking hit him in the visit, or if I tried to kill him or something? Because it was at that point where I was like, I want to fucking kill him for what he's done. And he deserves worse than that. And my mom's like, you don't know what he's gonna do. Like he might hurt you. Don't do this. Like, just trying to take care of me, be a mom. And I was like, if they send me in there, like, I'm gonna fucking kill him. And like I schemed to do that. I was like, if they make me go in there one more time with him, like, I'm going to fucking kill him.
How old are you at this time?
14, maybe 13. So 13 or 14. And just got to that point where I was set. I was like, I'm going to kill him if they put me in there. And so then they're forcing me into the visit. And I get into the building, and they have back rooms inside the building where they have the visitation at. And I told the supervisor or for the visit, I was like, if you make me go back there, I'm gonna fucking kill him. And she just laughed it off, thinking I'm just a little obnoxious kid. And I said, I hope you put me back there with him, because I'm going to kill him. I'm going to try and kill him if you put me back there, and I want you to. And then I really was like, go ahead, please put me back there, and I'll kill him. And she finally took me serious, and she's like, well, nope, go back out. I remember I sat in the waiting room out there. They brought my mom back, came back, and then from that point on, fucking the courts listened and cut visitation for me. Didn't have to go anymore. And they still made my siblings go. They were really, really little, and continued like that for many years. Just recently, maybe 2 to 3 years ago or something like that. Maybe about 3 years ago, I think they stopped visitation finally. My mom was my siblings are old enough now that they were like, I don't want to fucking go. Like, this guy's a monster. And my little brother, he's 12, about to be 13 now. He's a little asshole, but he's super intelligent for his age. And my little sister's the same way. She's 15, about to be 16, and they can think for themselves well enough to understand and recognize what a horrible human being he is. And
woman beater?
I don't think so. Not to my mom, maybe. She never said anything about that. But he's done a lot of things. He wrote anonymous letters, things that my mom tried to keep from me. I, being the kid that I was, started looking through things in the house and whatnot, wrote anonymous letters when the court like trials were going on, trying to frame her for what he had done, and wrote in all these different. Pretty much, she got these letters, these anonymous letters, and took them to the court, or took them to like a forensic analyst or something, and it showed that he had written in like multiple different personalities, but it was like enough to show that it was from him, but that he had like different versions of himself, like split personality disorder, things like that, came out in that letter, trying to frame her for it. And it was this absurd anonymous letter, trying to frame her for the things that he had done, and started kind of showing that he was like a real psychopath. And just kind of from there, things went on. They, my mom had her lawyer, and then she also hired a lawyer for my siblings and myself, and they were awesome. And they asked me, do you want to testify in front of him in the court? And I said yes.
Did you know that 1 in 5 Americans have learn a new language on their bucket list? It's true. If that's you, check it off your bucket list this year, because with Babbel, you can start speaking a new language, foreign language, in about 3 weeks. Why Babbel? Because it works. Instead of paying hundreds of dollars for a private tutor or fooling yourself with language apps that are a little more than games, Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons are designed by over 150 language experts to help you start speaking a new language, just like I said, in as little as 3 weeks. Here's a special limited time deal for our listeners. To get you started right now, get 55% off your Babbel subscription, but only for our listeners at babbel.com/SRS. With over 10 million subscriptions sold, Babbel is real language learning for real conversations. Get 55% off babbel.com/SRS. That's spelled BABBEL.com/SRS. Rules and restrictions apply. Visit babbel.com for terms and details.
With his piece of shit attorney fucking harassing a 13 or 14-year-old on the stand, like things like, oh, did your mom yell at you? Or, did she reprimand you? And oh, well, was it too many times to count? Is that how bad it was? And just stupid shit, how some lawyers are. I went out there and I testified and laid out. I mean, I did it through, tear-streaked face and cracked voice, but sat there and testified in front of him and told the courts what he did and what I had seen and witnessed as a kid. And he's still, my mom told me stories of, when he's tried to come back in her life at like very pivotal moments, like when she graduated from law school. And then when I came home for the first time in July, he knows. I mean, he knows, like, from other times when I was young, not to come around me. And he chose, when I came back home to California for the first time last July, he chose to show up at the airport. I had a really big welcome home with the police motorcade, and my city, my hometown showed out for me. They did a lot for myself and my family, and a couple hundred people or thousands at the airport and like welcomed me home and stuff. Really awesome. And I'm sitting there inundated with news and stuff coming up to me, and he chose that moment to show up and come and pat me on the shoulder. And my buddies, my friends know what happened, and my buddies chased him down and he ran away. And just things like that, little things like that to like show he's crazy enough, like, hey, I'm still here, just so you know. But yeah, that's kind of the story.
Did any of your half siblings, did they go through the same stuff?
I've stayed apart from them. I haven't had any interest to build relationships with them, especially as I grew up. Many of them reached out. I think maybe one or two of them had. I know the parents of my half siblings like came forward and testified about the things that he's done and the way, like the horrible ways that he's treated them and their family. I don't know specifics other than just I don't want to say just, but other than like domestic violence, domestic abuse, screaming, yelling, harassment, and things like that. I don't know much more past that because I've stayed apart from them.
Why do you stay apart from them, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, no. Honestly, I just wanted that part of my life I wanted to move on with my life. And, I told my mom, she was worried for a long time because I kept a lot of hate in my heart for him. And I told her, I remember one time I was like, Mom, I have enough room to hate him in my heart, but I don't let the things that he's done and how he's treated my family, and what he's done, negatively impact my life. I don't let it weigh on me. I don't let him have any control over me and what I do. I wouldn't hesitate to put him down in some pretty horrible ways, but I don't let him take any space up in my brain.
So this guy's still running around out there.
Yeah.
How? I mean, the court system
is, we have supposedly, the best justice system in the world right now, but it still has its flaws. And some good things that have come of that situation. And what he's done is my mom has worked, she's gotten legislation passed to protect kids, to do better background checks on CPS and their social workers and things like that, and used the worst moments of her life to help pass better laws in the U.S. and in California specifically. And she does a lot of work for child abuse and domestic violence and things like that.
Is this what drove her to become the top family attorney in California?
I would say so. I she's talked about and shared, what we went through has definitely pushed her to help others and to be damn good at what she does. She, like I said, she filed bankruptcy during paying for all of the attorney fees and going through what we did. And, now she's a successful businesswoman, more than successful.
What's your mom's name?
Tiffany Andrews.
Tiffany Andrews?
Yeah. Yeah.
So you've experienced a lot as a kid. A lot of kids, unfortunately, experience very similar situations as you did. What kind of advice do you have for somebody that's in that situation, whether it's a parent being abused by their spouse or kids?
First thing I would say is that it's okay to talk about it. A lot of people are scared, I think, when they experience those traumatic events, scared of backlash from the person, the abuser, scared of, all of the what ifs that come afterwards. And I think people need to understand that it's okay to talk about just as we talk about everyday things, the good, it's okay to talk about the bad. And people need to be aware of this because there are not ways to help individuals going through those things if they don't speak up about them. And coming personally speaking, it's a hard thing to fucking talk about, but the hard things need to be talked about.
Who would you recommend they talk to? I think maybe some of them will be willing to talk, but maybe they're scared and they don't know who exactly to talk to. Who can they safely talk to? Who would you recommend they talk to?
I would say if they feel they can't trust their local police, they don't want to listen to them. I would start there. I would start with going to the police, going to the hospital, because I think if I'm correct, doctors and providers are mandatory reporters as well. If I might be misspeaking, but
actually that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I think
call 911, report an injury,
Yeah.
get to the hospital, tell them what happened. Mm-hmm. They take care of the rest.
Yeah,
they
have
should
to.
take care of the rest.
They're not. I know hospitals aren't going to release individuals going through that back to the person unless there's police involved post that. So I would start with the police and the hospitals, honestly.
That's a damn good piece of advice. Marine Corps. What led you into the Marine Corps?
Yeah. So, funny enough, I had actually growing up started with aspirations to be an astronaut. I think as a lot of young kids do, but really wanted to be an astronaut, and then it went into wanted to serve my country and being a fighter pilot. And I was, for a while, I was dead set on joining the Air Force and becoming a fighter pilot. And before I moved to Folsom, California, I was down in Vacaville, Fairfield, going to middle school and high school, and the first half of high school. All my friends were down there around Travis Air Force Base, and so many of my friends came from military families, had family in the Air Force, and so I, from an early age, the only person in my family who's in the military is my great uncle, and he was in the Air Force, but it wasn't something that we talked about really. I mean, I knew it, and he'd mentioned it before, but the military was never in my face through my family or anything like that. It was friends at school, and I would have friends come and leave all the time, and make new friends all the time because they'd come for a year or two or whatever, and then change duty stations and whatnot. And my high school, it literally went high school, the street next to high school, Air Force Base. And so we had Air Force JROTC in high school. And my freshman and into half of my sophomore year, I did Air Force JROTC, kind of set on still becoming a fighter pilot. Prior to that, when I was in 8th grade, I did Civil Air Patrol, which is pretty similar to like JROTC, but they do it on Travis Air Force Base. And kind of trying to find my way through that while still navigating, what my family was going through, and really just, the traumatic events that I experienced made me want to help people and help the innocent, help those who couldn't help themselves, and that was very important to me. And I knew that I could do that through the military, and just seeing my friends and their parents serve and interacting with their parents and stuff, seeing the kind of people that they were, the men and women that they were, people to look up to, kind of set my sights on that. And when I was 5, I was in kindergarten. I found out I was color deficient, and so I'm not colorblind, but my reds and greens are pretty the same, and quite a few other colors, blues and blacks and things. And went to talk to recruiters about going to be a fighter pilot, and found out cannot be a fighter pilot with being color deficient, as how bad I was. And so I was like, well, that's that. And then moved up to halfway through my sophomore year. My mom took us and moved us up to Folsom, get away from my biological father, and put my kids into better schools, her kids into better schools than myself, and moved to new high school. And I mean, that was kind of the start for me of a lot of what I guess now would be depression and just anger. I was like, why did you take me away from my friends? Like, hated the move. It was horrible. Like, in my mind, it's the worst thing that could have happened to a 15-year-old kid. And I was just hated school, didn't want to make new friends. I was playing soccer and baseball at the time. My club soccer coach, actually from my first hometown, he reached out to some club coaches up there and got me some tryouts. He was like, if you want to stay on the team, you can. He's like, I know it's going to be hard for you to make practices, but if you want to keep playing, and you should, work to be at practices and be at all the games. He was like, I'll reach out to some club coaches up there and get you some tryouts, which he did, and tried out for a soccer club up there. They wanted me, and that was like one of my first weeks up there. And started making friends that way, and still really wanted to join the military. And I'm sure as the Marines are in your face all the time with advertisements and
Oh yeah.
crisp dress blues, the old ads of them fighting the dragon and turning around, wearing dress blues on the spot. But modern day war fighting shown on TV, and I'm like, man, that's fucking badass. And I'm 15 at the time, and the more I looked into it, I was just like, the Marines are on the front line. The Marines are first to the fight. That's what I want to be. That's who I am. And it grabbed at me in a way that being an Air Force fighter pilot and doing JRTC never did. And I just knew, I was like, I'm going to enlist in the Marine Corps. And I think I was like 16 when I told my mom that. And at this point now, I got to the point probably within a year of the move, where I told my mom, I was like, I'm sorry for the way I acted moving here. And I mean, I was just like that shitty, depressed kid, just didn't want to be there. And I was like, I'm glad we moved. I was like, I think this is the best thing that's happened to me. And made a lot of great friends, met a lot of people. It took some time, but I mean, the saying, those, if it was easy, everyone would have it, and started really understanding and becoming who I was more into my later teen years up there in Folsom, and just making great relationships, meeting awesome people. And I told her, I was like, I'm sorry for the way I acted, but this is, I think, the best thing that's happened to me, and I'm glad we moved. And I know that for her probably was just the best thing that she could have heard, because she knew how much I did not want to be there. And then I told her not too long after that, we moved. We were in an apartment. We moved up there, moved into a rental house, then moved into our house now, where my family still lives. And we were walking upstairs in my mom's room, and I was like, all right, today's the day I tell her I'm going to enlist in the Marine Corps. And like I had briefly like joked about it just to kind of see her reaction before that. And, I went up to her room and I was like, all right, Mom, I was like, I'm going to enlist in the Marine Corps when I'm out of high school. And she was like, what? And I was like, I'm going to enlist in the Marine Corps infantry. And I mean, she just bawled her eyes out. She knew, and she just bawled her eyes out. And she was never like, no, you're not. She was supportive. But I think that was or maybe junior year that I told her, my junior year of high school, that I told her that. And I was like, hey, this is where I'm going. And yeah, she took it pretty hard. But she was supportive. And then she was like, my mom is very academia oriented. And not so much now, but she was. And she was like, listen, she's like, go to try college for a year. You can still play it. You can still play soccer for college. I know her at the time trying to get me to like go to college. And I was like, Mom, I don't want to go to college. She's like, just give it a try. She was like, I'm not going to force you to do anything. I can't force you to do anything. She's like, but go give college a try. You can still play soccer. You love soccer. It's your passion. And give it a try. And I was like, all right, you raised me. I've been through a lot. I love you. I was like, I'll go give college a try. And I was like, as soon as I'm done, I'm still going to the Marine Corps. And whether that's a year or that's 4 or more, I was like, I'm still going to the Marine Corps. She's like, all right. She's like, I know in the back of her mind, she's hoping that I'm just going to latch on to college and not go to the military. But it's like, all right, I'll go play for the local junior college and start majoring in kinesiology. And
Kinesiology?
Yeah, kinesiology.
What is kinesiology?
Sports medicine.
Okay.
Yeah, so I had always, through the later years of high school, I was very interested in, kind of that young time frame where I feel like young men start getting into the gym and working out and stuff. And I had a buddy, Ryan Chafee, one of my best friends growing up. I'll never forget, I think it was my junior year of high school. He's like, come to the gym with me, man. I went to one high school in our hometown. He went to the other one, but we played on the same soccer team. And he's like, just come work out with me after school. And I'm like, dude, I do not want to go work out with you. Why would I go to the gym? I don't want to go to the fucking gym. And he's like, quit being a bitch, pretty much. And finally, he suckered me into going into the gym with him. And then I just spiraled, and I was like all about going to the gym all the time, getting on a routine, being healthy. And just being young and dumb and mixing Diet Coke and coffee, like old YouTube freaking bodybuilders and stuff, doing that kind of hyphy mud pre-workout stuff, and horrible for my heart. But yeah, things like that. And he is the one who really kind of started my my fitness journey at that age, and then it was just that it just took off. I mean, I was like, all right, I'm going to the military. I need to be as fit as I can be, and it helped with soccer as well. And so I'm in college now, and first semester is going by, and I'm like, this fucking sucks. And school was not for me. School, I never, like, I could always take tests really well, but I never had the diligence to just like sit down and do my homework or do anything like that. I just didn't want to do it. I didn't want to be in school. I wanted to be out. I mean, I remember I was 18 for quite a majority of my senior year of high school. And I would just I was old enough to call myself out of school and like go and do whatever. And, there'd be days I'd skip periods just to go play soccer at the park or like go work out and stuff. And I hated going to school. And, I'll never forget, I got a truancy letter in the mail. My mom was like, get your ass home right now. And I'm like, oh, fuck. And I mean, my mom was strict enough growing up, you know what I mean? Right. And she was hard on me, but in a good way. And she was like, you got to, bad grades, like soccer's gone. Like you're not playing. I mean, she came out onto my soccer field one time in the middle of practice because I had poor grades. And I'm like, Mom, what the fuck are you doing here? Because she told me, she's like, if you go to practice, I'm gonna walk out onto the field and pull your ass out in front of all your friends in the middle of practice. I'm a senior in high school, and I was like, I called her bluff. I was like, no, the fuck you're not. No, you're not, Mom. Go to practice, and here, Tyler Andrews. I'm like, oh, no way. And I turn around. I'm in goal at the time. I was a goalkeeper. I turn around and she was like, get your ass over here right now. And like, we're in the middle of like a scrimmage, and I'm like, Mom. And I'm like, Coach, I gotta go. I'm so sorry. And he like stops and he comes over, and I'm like, Mom, I'm sorry. And she was like, I told you I was gonna fucking take my ass out here if you came to practice. She's like, get your ass home right now. And my coach came over, and he's like, what's going on? He was like, he's got really bad grades. He's not doing his homework and stuff. Like, and my coach was cool. He's like, all right, well, we'll figure it out. We'll get him on track. And so he worked with me and my mom to get me to practice, but also make sure I was doing my homework and stuff. So good on them. But I hated school. And kind of another thing for the military and high school, the first half of my senior year of high school, my government teacher, I can't remember if he was a vet, but he was the old JV soccer coach, if I remember correctly. And he was always all about, he's very patriotic and letting the recruiters, when they'd come to the school, like come talk to us during government class. And it was always really cool. And I would pay the most attention to the Marines when they'd come in and listen to them. And he gave every government class the opportunity to, they would come and test, take the ASVAB at the school. And so he was like, all right, you guys are all going to go take the ASVAB. He's like, you don't got to do anything with it, but just so you have that in your back pocket, just another, tool for the toolbox. And so senior year, I had taken the ASVAB, I think the beginning of my senior year, and I got a 91 on it. And I was like, all right, well, this is cool. I don't got to take it when I go to the recruiter. And, I go to college, and I was like, all right, Mom, this semester is going to be over. I'm going to the Marine Corps. And she's just kind of same thing, sad, but all right, we'll get you on the right track. But your great uncle's coming out here. Your Uncle Cam, he's coming out here, and he's the only one who is in the military. And he's going to take you to every single recruiting station, and you're going to talk to every branch's recruiting station. And I was like, all right. I was like, we can do this, but I'm still going to go enlist in the Marine Corps. And she's like, well, we'll see about that, but he's going to take you to every branch's recruiting station first. So we started, I'm 19 or end of 18, going into 19 years old. And he he flies out from Long Beach, California, and we're going around the local Folsom recruiting stations. And the Army and the Air Force and the Navy's one were right next door to each other. And so we go in the Air Force one, and they're like, "So what do you want to do?" And I was like, "I want to be a Marine Raider." And like, "Oh, well, you can come be a PJ, and you can look into being a SEER specialist and stuff." And the SEER stuff was pretty like cool. When I was looking at it, I was like, "Oh wow, this is like my whole childhood was spent as soon as I got a license and I wasn't working or like working out or doing soccer. I was in the mountains in the Sierra Nevadas. I was hiking, taking my friends camping and hiking and backpacking and stuff, and I loved it. That was like my go-to, was doing that and doing all the survival stuff, making bug out bags, teaching myself how to start fires any way I could think of, just teaching myself how to survive. It was kind of my thing as a young kid. And I remember like anytime I would do chores when I was younger, I would go and or like try and like work for people around the neighborhood and make some change. I wouldn't be old enough to like buy a knife or an axe or something, so I'd go and scrounge up any change I could get, go to like Walmart or like the Ralph's down the street and buy like a Visa gift card, and then go on my mom's ancient laptop and order knives and like axes with a Visa debit card, because I wasn't old enough. Like I had to have like ID proof or whatever, and or if I went into stores, I had to like show them that I was 18, and so I would buy like knives and axes that way. And my mom would be like, "What the fuck is this? Like, where did you get this from?" Like an axe or something would show up on the doorstep or like whatever, and I'd be out throwing them at trees, throwing knives at trees, and just doing all that stuff. And then like I remember taking our old cabinet boards and like breaking down an old desk and using them to throw at in the backyard and stuff. And so the SEER stuff really, I was like, "Oh wow, this is pretty cool." I was like, "But you're not getting me yet." And it's like, "All right, let's go to the Navy." And my uncle was like, "All right, well, we'll go to the Navy." He's like, "Maybe you'll like that." And you think about it, and they're like, "All right, well, come back," And they really liked that my ASVAB score was as high as it was. And like, why are you gonna go? For me, I wanted to. I knew I wanted to go into the infantry and then be a Raider, and that was very important to me to kind of start where I knew Marines would be in the shit, at least in my mind. And so I went to the Navy in their recruiting office, and like, "Again, what do you want to do?" I was like, "I want to be a Marine Raider. I want to be in the infantry." And like, "Oh no, don't worry about that. You can come be a SEAL." And I never being a SEAL, like I had always seen it. I'd always seen it kind of like how the Marines are in your face. Like we know, like, oh, Navy SEALs, like they're hard. And but I was like, I don't want to be in the Navy. I don't want to be a seaman. And
I don't blame you.
Yeah. And I was like, no. I was like, it's pretty cool. And like, listen, you can come and we swim more than they do, and we're amphibious too, and all that stuff. And it's like, no. I was like, it's all right. Like I want to be a Marine. And then now we go to the Army's office. We go to the Army, and the Marine Corps are next to each other, their offices. And going there, first thing I see when I walk in is a bunch of out of shape, unfit dudes. And I was like, wow. And on top of that, I had been in a Marine recruiting office once before, or gone by it, that one that was there, and like saw how they had all the motivational stuff in there, and had the pull-up bars out front and inside and out back. And I go in that Army office and see a bunch of them out of shape, a bunch of these recruiters, and they have a pull-up bar in there. And I was like, "Why do you have a pull-up bar in here?" And because they don't do pull-ups. And they're like, "Well, the Marines do pull-ups, but we can do pull-ups." And I was like, okay. And he was like, "You think you can do pull-ups? Is that why you want to be a Marine?" I was like, "Yes, I can do pull-ups." And like, "Why don't you hop up there and do some pull-ups?" And I was like, "Why don't you hop up there and do some pull-ups?" And they like, "No, like we don't need to do that. You should hop up there and show us how many pull-ups you can do." I was like, "No." I was like, "I'll save that for the Marines." I was like, "If you hop up there and do pull-ups, I'll do pull-ups." Didn't want to hop up there and do pull-ups. And I was like, "All right, well, that's it." I was like, "I'm walking out." And the Army was the fastest one. I was in the door and out, and went to the Marine Corps. let my mom know, hey, I'm going to the Marines office right now and going to talk to them about enlisting. Sat down with my recruiter. Actually, he was the one who recruited me, but sat down with him at the time. Sergeant Wallace, sat down with him, and he's like, all right. He's like, so why are you here? And something along the lines of that. And I was like, I want to be an infantryman and I want to be a Marine Raider. I said, okay. He's like, well, have you thought about recon at all? And I was like, I hadn't even ever heard of recon at that point.
You have never heard of recon?
No, and I just had only heard of Raiders. And surprisingly now, I mean, the reconnaissance community is way more in your face than the Raiders are. And I don't even know how I first heard about Raiders. I think I just, being a Marine it just seemed special to me. And I was like, well, does a Marine have special operations? And I looked that up online and they're like, yep, MARSOC, Marine Special Operations Command. And I was like, looked at what they did, and it really appealed to me that they did a mix of kind of everything, FID, counterinsurgency, like just a little bit of every branch's stuff. And I was like, well, I feel like that's who I am. I'm a try and be as versatile as I can be, and that seems really appealing, and that's where I want to go. And so I told him that, and he's like, all right. And he's like, we can get you scheduled for an ASVAB if you really want to move forward with this. And I was like, I do. This is what I want to do. So he pulled out these cards, these like plastic cards, and they all have different things on them. And it's like the whole like honor, courage, commitment, but it's also like physical fitness and like heroism, bravery, courage, like intellectual stuff, all these different adjectives of like what makes a person, what appeals to them. And they're like, first he asked me, like, what are the 10 most important to you? And so I'm picking them out, and I don't even remember all of them. It was so long ago, but picking them out, and he was like, all right. He's like, now pick 3, and strength was one of those, or strength and mental fortitude was one of them. I can't remember how it was worded, but one of those, and picked out the 3. I don't remember the other 2, but that one stuck out to me. And he's like, all right, and like, what does that mean to you? And obviously at that point, my background had been going through the traumatic experience I did when I was a kid. I was still a kid, but going through that with my dad and stuff, and what he had done. And he was like, this is the right place to be. Brought in my ASVAB scores, or he pulled them or something. And the day that he did, it was a week or 2 later, he was like, you're not going to be a grunt. And I was like, what do you mean?
I was waiting for this.
Yeah, he's like, you're not going to be a grunt. And I was like, yes, I am. What do you mean? And he's like, you got a 90 or 91 on your ASVAB. He's like, you could do anything else. You could do literally anything else. He's like, let's look at some other options. And I was like, no. I was like, this is what I want to do. And he's like, dude, he's like, you could do anything else in the Marine Corps, like anything at all. And I was like, this is the only thing I want to do. I want to be an infantryman and I want to be a Raider. And those are the only things that I want to do, and that's where I'm going to go. And he was like, you serious? He's like, and he like pulled up the list of everything. And he's like explaining stuff, and he's like, you could do literally anything, any one of these jobs. I was like, I don't want to do anything else. And he was like, all right. He was like, I'll leave it alone. He was like, this is what you want to do? He's like, well, let's get you on a good path. And he briefly brought up again, like how you can kind of do, I think at that time there was still, there's always like weird contracts in the Marine Corps where you can like bullshit contracts to kind of, in any branch, to suck dudes into something. But there was like, oh, you can be a team leader, like a team leader contract or something like that. And I was like, all right, well, I'll do that. And it was just like it was like a bullshit name just for the same exact thing of like 03XX. So I'm an 0311, 0311 rifleman. And it was just like 03XX, like team leader. And that's not how the fucking infantry works. Like you start at the shit and you push through the shit to get to be a team leader and things like that. That never, nothing else ever came of that, doing that contract. But I kind of got on a path where I became a poolee with them. and then started working out all the time with them. I was still going to work. I was working at Target, actually, and working at Target and working out and just preparing to leave.
Real quick, I want to backtrack.
Yeah.
And this doesn't have anything to do with your story. But what I'd like to do is call out, look, back to the recruiting stuff, especially the Army. Mm-hmm. You know, just think about how many people went in there and were unimpressed with that first impression of these guys who can't lead from the front.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And think of how many people that thought about joining the U.S. Army, that walked into that office and saw those slobs representing the United States Army there and walked right the fuck back out.
Yeah.
And we have a major problem with military recruiting right now. And if they don't unfuck that, they're never going to get anybody in there.
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean,
That's ridiculous.
it is ridiculous.
To put some shit like that to represent the United States Army to these kids that want to serve the fucking country.
Yeah.
And that's their first impression they have to look up to.
Yep.
Whoever fucking made that decision, good job.
Yeah.
Good fucking job.
No, I agree. And it's definitely I mean, I've got buddies who are Marine recruiters, and I mean fit, strong leaders of men. And
That's good.
that's who they were in the infantry, and that's who they were as recruiters. And the recruiting life, any branch, I'm sure it's not easy, but I know Marine Corps recruiting specifically because I know the Marine recruiters, and it's a tough life. And I've never seen any of my buddies who are Marine recruiters or the Marine recruiters that I worked under as a poolee going into the Marine Corps. I've never seen one that I was just like, you're disgusting. You know, it's like, man, I want to be like you. And it's always been that way, at least for the Marine Corps.
Good.
Yeah.
Continuing on.
Yeah. So I started going to the poolee events and stuff. I had my senior year of high school, or junior year, I had taken. So I was a goalkeeper, and I had taken a block off my wrist weirdly, my right arm, and it had sprained my wrist pretty badly. And I was just like, well, wrap it up, keep playing, and just did that for years. Every game I would wrap my wrist and just play and just keep beating on it. And finally got to the point where I could barely move my wrist, and I was like, man, this is bad, and it hurts a lot. And I could feel like it was always swollen. It was like permanently swollen on my wrist. And so I was like, all right, Mom, I need to go to the doctor. Like, I'm about to leave for the Marine Corps. I need to see if I need surgery or something before I go. And I go to get an MRI, and they're like, well, you've torn some tendons in your wrist, and you have a ganglion cyst. And so I had a cyst in my wrist. I don't remember how big it was, but it was like pushing all my joints apart, and it was fluid filled up all inside my wrist. And they're like, yeah, like, this is really bad. You know, how long has it been this way? And I was like, like 2 years or something like that. And like, why didn't you come in sooner? And I was like, oh, I mean, just young kid playing sports. And went and got surgery on that while I was already in the delayed enlistment program. So I was a poolee already, and I told my recruiter, I was like, hey, I got to go get surgery. And he's like, what the fuck? Like, that is the last thing the recruiter wants to hear. I'm like, I got to go get surgery on my wrist. Like, it'll be all right. They've assured me it's going to be okay. And sure enough, they went in. It's a short procedure. They went in, repaired some of the soft tissue and tendon damage, and removed the ganglion cyst. They because the options were is they could leave it and like put me in a brace and stick a needle straight through my wrist into the cyst and drain it. But if you drain it, there's about a 90% chance that it's just going to come back. And or I could get it cut open, and it would be a longer recovery process, but it would be like a 99% success rate. I was like, I mean, I know if you guys drain it, I knew in my mind, I was like, if I just let them drain the cyst in my wrist, that I'm not going to take the recovery seriously, because I never had with any other injuries. Like, I'm just going to go back to injuring it again probably pretty soon after. And if I get the surgery, I've got a higher chance of it being successful. and I'm going to be forced to not move it and in a cast. And so I chose to go that route, and went in, cut it out, did the repairs, and had me in a cast for like 2 weeks. And it wasn't that long, but had me in a cast for like 2 weeks, and then put me in like a hard brace. I could like take it off, but they put me in a brace and had stitches in for another like 3 weeks. And I couldn't push. I couldn't like really twist my hand much, but pushing was just painful. And I still wanted to be around the pulleys and go to PT and stuff. And the one thing I could do is I could pull, and so I could just crank out pull-ups, and that's the only exercise I could really do with my wrist. And fortunately for me, that's what we need to do for PT, so for the physical fitness test. And so I was just cranking out pull-ups with my brace on, and didn't damage it anymore, fortunately, but cranking out pull-ups. And then did a few events, and my now best friend, I'm the godfather to both of his daughters, Christian Ritter. We're both in the pool together, or the DEP, and his recruiter and my recruiter brought us in. They're like, or we might have the same recruiter, but they brought us in and they're like, hey, you guys are leaving on the same day to boot camp in a couple months. Do you want to do the buddy program? And like, we had just kind of said what's up in passing, didn't know anything about each other. And I looked at him and I was like, sure. And he's like, sure. And so the buddy program kind of sets you on the track to where we had the same 03XX contract. So we'd go to boot camp together, go to infantry school together, and then hopefully have a pretty good chance of going to the same unit. And we both wanted to be riflemen, so that was a plus too. And so from that point on, we just got to know each other. Dude became my best friend through boot camp. Went to boot camp on...
Hold on, let's backtrack.
Yeah.
Before you go to boot camp. Extremely traumatic childhood. How old are your brother and sister when you left?
I think 2017. My little sister would have been 10, I think. My little brother would have been 6.
6?
Yeah.
Was that hard? Was that a hard decision for you to make, to leave your mom and your siblings, knowing everything they'd been through, what they could possibly go through again, to go serve your country?
It definitely was. And for me, I had this conversation with my mom a few times. I was worried about me not being there in case my dad showed up or something, and not being able to be there to protect them. And I mean, as I grew up and got older from that and away from the traumatic events of my life, I took like being the man of the house very seriously.
I could imagine.
More so just like protecting my family. That was all that mattered to me. And I made sure my mom knew like the firearms that we had in the house, like that she knew how to use them properly and stuff. And, my siblings, I remember my older brother was, cried a little bit. And I definitely worried. But I was very excited about going. And I was like, if I go be a Marine and I get all this training and stuff, I'll be able to protect my family even more, and that's how I viewed it. And, I think definitely nervous about leaving, for them, but I knew it was the right decision. Yeah.
Were they nervous about you leaving?
My mom definitely was. I don't know if, my siblings fully understood what was going on. They knew I was leaving for a few months, but, actually, I take that back. My little brother, I remember talking to him about leaving. He's 6 or whatever, and he was like, "Well, Ty," he's like, "You want to go to the military, but what if you die?" And I was like, "I'm not gonna die." I was like, "I'm not gonna die, buddy. Like, I'm gonna be okay. I'll be all right." He's like, "Yeah, but what if you die?" And I didn't really know what else to say other than like, I'm going to be all right. And obviously I know that today. I'm here now. But, yeah, that hit me pretty hard. I was like, damn, this definitely is weighing heavy on them. And yeah, I mean, I have a close relationship with my siblings, and I'd die for them today if I had to.
Yeah. Did you have a plan on how you would protect them?
I definitely did. So when we moved into our house, I remember even talking to my buddies about leaving. You know, just kind of look after my family and stuff. And all my friends were close with my mom and my siblings. Our house is like the house all my buddies and I would go to hang out. My mom was very much about like, oh, if you wanna hang out and stuff, like, I don't want you being idiots elsewhere. So all the boys can come over and be idiots here. So that was definitely the place. And I know for me, I was the only bedroom downstairs in our house, and I begged my mom for that room. And she was like, "Yep." She's like, "I wouldn't want anyone else downstairs. Like, I trust you to protect the family," and that meant a lot to me. And I would have done it if I had to. But yeah.
That's awesome, man. That's growing up fast, and you handled it perfectly, from what I can tell. But on that note, let's take a quick break before we get into your Marine Corps career.
I want to tell you a little bit about my morning routine. So it used to be I'd wake up and it was pills galore. Had my multivitamin, had my probiotic, had my greens replacement, had a bunch of other stuff that my multivitamin didn't cover. And then I found out about these guys, AG1. This is one of their travel packs. AG1 has 75 vitamins and minerals packed in here, and they're all whole food sourced ingredients. The good stuff, right? So basically, dump this travel pack or this other stuff right here, the home pack, I guess you would call it. You just take a scoop, dump it into some water. Guys, it helps you with gut health, helps you with energy. It's a total greens replacement. There's tons of good stuff in here. I recommend taking it every morning, and it actually tastes pretty good too. If you want to take ownership in your health, try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/SRS. That's drinkag1.com/SRS. Check it out.
Shocking scenes of desperation and chaos in Afghanistan are being seen around the world. Can't believe my eyes, says the man who shot this video of people clinging to an American cargo jet as it takes off. Machine gun fire could be heard as thousands of panic-stricken Afghans storm the airport.
For Special Forces, or Green Berets as our nickname calls them, our specialty is irregular warfare, unconventional warfare, where we work with indigenous people to help them stand up on their own and fight against oppression.
When that pullout started, I had friends sending me videos of what they were doing to our commandos. There must have been 20 commandos lined up.
Yeah.
You know, hands behind their back, and they were just putting one round in the back of every one of their heads, just going down the line. It looked like fucking World War II.
The call that I knew was coming from Nizam, and he said, "Sir, they're looking in my window right now." I said to him something to the effect of, "Look, you're not going to die alone. You're not going to die at all. We're going to get you out, man. You're going to get across that city. You're going to get through the crowd. You're going to get past the Taliban. You're going to get past the Marines." Why does this kid have to die? Like, it's just not right. And everything in my life in that war came down to him. If we don't get him in on the inside of that Taliban ring, they're going to check his credentials and he's dead.
All right, Tyler, we're back from the break.
picking right up at the very beginning of your Marine Corps career.
Yeah. So, so I left August 27th, I believe it was, of 2017 for boot camp, and did the whole went to MEPS, doing the naked crab walk and stuff. Things went well. They took my paperwork for my surgery, and went smoothly, surprisingly. And leave for boot camp with Ritter, my buddy, and I think it was just the two of us leaving together from our recruiting station that day. Got put up in like a DoubleTree Inn in Sacramento the night prior. Do like one last final check-in at MEPS, and do like pull-ups, crunches, just to make sure that like the guys who are about to leave are like fit enough to go. Leading up to that, I mean, while you're in the pool, you do like ISTs. It's like individual strength test or something like that. Just like a kind of slimmed down version of the physical fitness test that you do for the Marine Corps to prepare you. And do that last test before you leave. They put us on a plane flight to. I know my mom was funny. She was like, "Oh, we'll get you a bunch of all these extra things to take with you to boot camp." And I was like, "I'm just gonna have to fucking throw it away. Like I don't want to get in trouble or like more attention brought on me than necessary." It's like, "We'll get you all these like toothbrushes and basic bullshit," and you get a small. I don't even think there's really a big list of stuff you take to boot camp for the Marine Corps. It's like your ID, like your shoes, like the clothes you're wearing, and almost nothing, like stuff you carry in your pockets, if I remember correctly. And you get to boot camp, and we flew into San Diego, and then we got bused to. I think we flew in, drove from the USO. We waited at the USO for a couple hours in San Diego. And MCRD, Marine Corps Recruit Depot San Diego, is like, here's the airport, here's the recruit depot. And so the whole time you're at boot camp, you're just, whatever you're doing, no matter if you're having a bad day, you're just watching those planes take people wherever they're going all day long. And definitely a tease. But yeah, Ritter and I, we actually had another buddy, Kevin Cago, I think was his name, who went with us that day, but get shipped driven to MCRD and do the whole drill instructors run on the bus and start fucking screaming at you to get off the bus and grab your stuff. I mean, I know for me, even the plane flight there, I was just like, man, what the fuck is this? Like, what am I doing? I wasn't like regretting it or anything. I was just like, man, I'm really fucking doing this. Like, this is
Here we go.
Yeah, and I mean, when you're at the recruiting station prior to that, I mean, they show you all the motivational videos, and you see Marines in like 29 Palms blowing stuff up and shooting and running, gunning on ranges. And so I'm just like, all right, like that's just where I got to get. I just got to get to that. And
At this point in time, there's been 17 years
yeah,
of two different wars. You guys took Fallujah. You guys took Helmand Province. I mean, the infantry Marines did a lot of shit, took a lot of casualties. I've heard a lot about it on this show. Mm-hmm. I've seen a lot of it. What is it like, you know, what are you, 20 at this time frame? What's it like being a 20-year-old drinking from the fire hose from somebody with that much experience? I mean, I would hope that they're utilizing that experience.
Yeah, no, they definitely are. Our combat instructors who had been overseas and been in hostile environments would share things with us, and they'd get on guys, not the way that drill instructors do, but like, you're fucking dead. Your buddy's fucking dead because of what you just did. Like they definitely instill from the get-go, the day you step foot in SOI, like, and pick up with an infantry school, like, these are lessons that have been learned and paid in blood. and don't waste that. I mean, we've had to figure out a lot of shit to get to where we are, but it's like, why do we clear rooms the way we do? Why do we throw grenades the way we do? Why do we say the same things that we say, on ranges, preparing for combat the way we do? Because these things have been learned and earned in blood, and definitely some big shoes to fill. And for me, I know I couldn't wait to get to it. I took everything I could as seriously as I could, and the first 4 weeks are teaching you how to be a basic rifleman, and doing basic room clearing, working together as a fire team and as a squad, just very basic stuff, fire maneuver, and then learning you already in boot camp, like you learn how to take apart an M16 and you lay it out on a little map that has like a piece and a name where everything goes and stuff, and you do that, and you do like weapons classes and stuff. So you get taught. So if you're not in the field, you're not doing ranges and stuff, you're in classes and they're teaching you stuff, and they're teaching you like max effective ranges, and how a weapon system works, why the infantry is the way it is today. They're showing you videos of combat and stuff, and here and there you'll get a speaker or two that comes in, and they'll talk to you about their time in and their time in combat. And so I think the School of Infantry does it well, breeding young war fighters. They definitely get the point across that you do have big shoes to fill, but you can have the feet to fill those shoes, and that they're giving us the tools to be successful and get prepared for the fleet. You definitely learn the most like coming out of infantry school. Infantry school gives you a good foundation of being a grunt. The first 4 weeks are everyone learning the same thing, being a basic 03 XX, like 0311, and then it's the split. And so if you want to go be a mortarman, they basically ask you one day, like, hey, this is a split. You're done at this phase of infantry school. Now we're going to ask who wants to be a mortarman, who wants to be a machine gunner, who wants to go to recon. Because at that point, at the 4 weeks, you can go to like go the reconnaissance pipeline. You can try at least, and or you can stay a grunt, or be an assaultman or an anti-tank gunner. And so at this point now, I was just like, I want to be a fucking door kicker. Like Ritter and I were both on the same page. Like we want to be in the shit, and try and get there as fast as we can. And obviously we know, like at this point now, the war has died down a lot. It's not what it was in the early 2010s and before that. And we're not really thinking like, oh, we're not going to deploy to a combat zone. We're kind of thinking that's how it's going to be the whole way through. And so they needed like one more machine gunner. So we stayed, like they ask who wants to go where, and they have you out in front of the big, in the building. It's called the H, like just on the concrete slab. And they're like, mortars over here, anti-tank gunners like come upstairs, assaultmen over here. Or actually, assaultman wasn't a thing. I had thought about wanting to be an assaultman as well, because you'd still be like a rifleman, but you'd be using like SMAWs and stuff, and doing demolitions and like as your job. But they were starting to phase them out, so they didn't have that available our cycle. So all right, well, like I still want to be a rifleman, so I'm staying here. And then they go, all right, we need one more anti-tank gunner, and like one more cat guy, and one more machine gunner. And to be either of those things, you had to have passed all the tests and have really high scores or whatever it was. And myself and like two other guys were the only 3 out of like 100 people left that had passed all of the tests. And but none of us wanted to be a machine gunner or an anti-tank gunner. and they called the three of us out to the middle in front of everyone. And so we've got like multiple platoons, like a couple hundred people, just like we're in the middle of them. And they're like, all right, well, one of you is going to be a machine gunner, and one of you is going to be an anti-tank gunner. And one of the guys like caved and went. I think there was 4 actually. One of the guys caved and he went to go be an anti-tank gunner. There was 3 of us now, and they're like, all right, well, one of you is going to be a machine gunner. And I was like, I told my combat instructor, like, I'm not going to be a machine gunner. Like, I want to be a grunt. And so they sat there. They made us sit there and come up with a speech on why we wanted to be an 0311 rifleman, why we wanted to be a door kicker. And I don't remember everything that I said, but it was convincing enough that they're like, all right, go back. Like, you're going to be a rifleman. And they took the other guy, and he went to go be a machine gunner. And it was funny because I was like, oh, fuck. I was like, I'm really having to do this in front of everyone right now. And so we had to, like, say our piece in front of everyone. And convinced them. So here I am today. But being a young junior Marine, I had been out in town with like a bunch of guys, intoxicated, and one of my buddies let him kind of scratch off part of my ID and to get in to like the club and stuff, and not really like thinking appropriately.
Marines trying to drink to sneak into the club to get drunk.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Never would have put that together.
But so that happened, and nothing. I never even used that ID to do anything with it. But about 9 or 10 other guys did it too, and one dude wrote with like Sharpie on the back of his cat card, and went in. This is like month 1 that we're with the unit maybe, and went in to IPAC to get a new ID. And they're like, you fucking altered your ID and wrote on it with Sharpie. Like, nope, you're not getting your ID back or a new one. We're calling your unit and you're paying for it. And so then they called the unit, let them know what happened. And it's like a Sunday. And at the time, like my first team leader, they hit us up and they're like, hey, like this just happened. The whole platoon was like, does anyone else have alter IDs or anything like that? And I was like, well, fuck. I was like, it's a little bit, like it's almost not even noticeable, but I'm going to like be honest about it. And I told him, I was like, hey, I do. This is what happened. I told him the truth, told him what happened. He's like, all right, it doesn't look that bad. Like, just tell him you had your keys in your pocket or something. And you like had your ID in your pocket and it got scraped up. And I was like, you sure? And not really knowing any better. And he's like, yeah. He's like, you're fine. He's like, they're not going to take your ID. He's like, I wouldn't even have noticed it if you hadn't said anything. And so the next day, it's like a Monday, they bring us all in into formation, and they told us what was going on, that they had, someone had an altered ID, and they're like, all right, all the fucking new joins, all the boots, get the fuck over here. And they're like, all right, you're going to hand over all of your IDs. And there was, I don't know, like 30 of us or something. And everyone handed over their IDs. The staff sergeant at the time, Staff Sergeant Seifert, he was definitely looking out for the boys. He looked through all the IDs, and he didn't. They had already like pulled out that gunny at the time, who also was kind of on a power trip. He had already had like the IDs that were like Sharpied and like really bad, and he just hated everyone anyway before that, and just because we're new, and that's just how it goes. It's how the Marine Corps is. And so I didn't see him pull out any more IDs. And so I'm like, oh, thank God. Like, I'm okay. Like, I'm good. Thank God. And that gunny comes up. He's like, let me see the IDs. And that staff sergeant's like, I already checked them. Like, trying to just, like, be a good dude. He's like, I already checked them. They're good. And he's like, no. He's like, let me check them. And he's like, I already checked them, gunny. Like, they're good. And he was like, no. He's like, let me check them. And so he handed over the stack of IDs, pulled out, like, 3 more. And then they start calling names, handing IDs back. And I'm standing there with like 2 other guys, and our IDs have not been handed back. And I'm like, oh, fuck. I was like, my career's over. Like, my career's over. And call us into the company office. And I mean, just start laying into us. I think I had every first sergeant and like the sergeant major, every single senior enlisted, and they're yelling at me at one point. Just I was going from room to room, getting screamed at, just like upstairs, downstairs, down the hall. Like I was just like, oh man, and I didn't know any better. I was like, my fucking career's over. But I always remembered my mom telling me, if you ever get in legal trouble, request a lawyer. Don't say anything. Don't do anything. No matter what happens, whether you're in the military or you're a civilian, like request a lawyer and talk to a lawyer. And so I'm there, and they're like, you're gonna get fucking court-martialed. You're gonna get blah blah blah. And they're like, all right, you're gonna get NJP'd. Like and you have to like come in and accept. You can accept or deny the NJP. Like they read you your rights or whatnot. You can come and accept or deny the NJP, and everyone accepted it. Like on the spot accepted it. And I'm like, Jesus, here's this big old like all these papers with all this legal stuff. And I was like, all right, well, I was like, they told us like, yeah, you can also request a lawyer, but like no one did that, and like none of the other guys. And so now there's like 8 Marines who were like accepted NJP and like in trouble on the spot. And I was like, I want to request a lawyer. I want to go speak to a JAG. And they were like, what? And I was like, I want to request a lawyer and I want to speak to a JAG. And they're like, are you sure you want to do that? Like, if you do that, you're going to get in more trouble pretty much. And I was like, yes. I was like, I want to make sure I make a good choice, a good decision here. This is like, you know, legal punishment. I want to make sure I know what's going on fully. And so I get taken over to the, it's like the 51 area on Camp Pendleton where all the JAGs are. And I've got this like fresh lieutenant as a JAG. And I told him the whole story, told him exactly what happened, told him the truth, word for word. And he's like, well, look at this. He's like, right here on the NJP, it says you altered your ID. He's like, you didn't alter your ID. He was like, your buddy did. Deny the NJP, and you won't get in trouble. He's like, you can't get in trouble. Like, they can't NJP you for this because the NJP says you altered it and you did not. And I'm like, are you sure about that? And he's like, yeah. He's like, legal terms. He's like, this is why you come talk to us. He's like, it says you altered the ID, you know, but you didn't. And, you know, deny the NJP. I was like, fuck. I was like, okay. I was like, are you sure? He's like, yeah. And I just texted my mom. I was like, hey, just want to let you know, like, I'm getting in some trouble for some things. And she's like, oh my gosh. Just like, of course. And, you know, same thing. She's like, go talk to a lawyer. And I was like, already talking to a JAG. And so I go back to the unit and I go and I deny the NJP. And they told us, like, yeah, if you deny NJP, it could like come back on you harder. But I'm like, all right, here I am trusting this JAG who's been afforded to me. And I go back and deny the NJP, and then they ask me, and they're like, no, you're not getting out of this. Like, why are you denying NJP? And like my JAG, I think my JAG was there, or he had talked to them, and I was like, you're trying to NJP me pretty much. Like, I had to explain like why I denied NJP, like that it wasn't me that altered it. And they just like tore up the NJP, typed up a new one. This Marine altered his ID, or this Marine let another individual like knowingly alter his ID. Just like tore up the first NJP, and I was like, fuck. I was like, all right, well, it's like so much for that. And now these dudes who are already like, this happened over like a week or two, and so these dudes had already been NJP'd, and you know, they're on like 2 weeks restriction or something. And just like stuck to the base, cleaning the command post. And I go upstairs, and like the sergeant major's talking to me, and this is right before they tore up the NJP. And he just like calls me in his office. I'm like, fuck. I was like, I'm going to the sergeant major's office. Like, oh man, like what is this? I go in there, and he's like, close the fucking door. And I close the door, and there's like another Marine in there. And he just like pulls out my ID and he slams it on the table. And he like pulls out a razor blade out of his desk, and he's just like running it over the one little like scratch in the ID. He had like a super heavy accent. He's like, you think me, a stupid fucking sergeant major, if I can figure this out? He's like, you think NCIS won't fucking figure this out? He's like, what the fuck? And he's like, tell me what happened. And I'm just like sitting there. I'm like, I'm done. I was like, I'm getting kicked out of the military, like not knowing that, you know, I can receive punishment, but not getting kicked out. And I told him what happened. He's like, all right. He's like, I appreciate your integrity, Marine. I'm going to push for this NJP to. He's like, I'm going to, you know, push for it to be like a 6105. You know, not an NJP. And so I go down there, and that company gunny was like dead set on NJPing me. He's like, nope, all these other guys get NJP'd. Like, he's like, no. He's like, it's not up to the sergeant major, it's up to the company commander. And he's there whispering in the company commander's ear, like, nope, NJP this dude. And so I had to get a bunch of character witnesses from these guys who barely know me.
Damn.
You know? Yeah. And get a bunch of character witnesses from these guys who barely know me, who now think I'm like, these dudes think I'm like the biggest scumbag in the world.
Yeah.
And I remember going to my...
Just a young Marine trying to get a beer.
Yeah.
What the hell happened?
And I'm trying to...
Jeez.
Yeah. I remember going to my...
I hate you.
Yeah.
You want to drink a beer under 21?
Yeah.
I'm going to fuck you up.
Yep.
Jeez, man.
Yeah. And I go to... he was my squad leader at the time, later platoon sergeant, Staff Sergeant Adamopoulos. I hope he watches this. I'm telling him, just like, I'm fucked, like I'm screwed, and he's like, yeah. And I'm sitting there. I remember like tears in my eyes, like my career's over. Like I just got here and I'm fucking done. Like, and he's like, he remember telling me, he's like, listen, he's like, you can only do good from here, you know. He's like, just don't fuck up anymore, pretty much something along those lines. And he's like, you just have to eat it. You just have to take this punishment. And so then they gave me like a month of restriction and like. I think like restricted, like a little bit of restricted pay for a couple weeks. But I didn't, it was just a company NGP. It wasn't a battalion. So I didn't lose rank, fortunately, but I was on promotion restriction. So I'm a PFC at this time. And it was like 6 months promotion restriction or like a year or something. I can't remember, to where I couldn't get promoted to E3. And from that day, like I took that NJP and it was probably like the best thing that happened to me in my Marine Corps career, because I like sat that night and I was just like, man, like this really happened. I can't change it. It's like, but I have to be like, and it's what I plan to do, but I really just like hammered down on myself. I was like, I can't fuck up from here. Like I had this stupid page 11 that they don't really care about, but in the Marine Corps' eyes, above you, it's like paperwork's paperwork, you know? And, I've got this page 11, I've got this NJP. I was like, but that's not who I am. I have to, you know, be on my P's and Q's. Like I need to dot all my I's and cross all my T's from here on out and be the best version of myself that I can be. And I was like, that's who I am. And I have to show them that that's who I am, that I care. And I'm here to do work. And I did that. I took every training, every bit of knowledge they gave me as seriously as I could. Tried to be as physically fit as I could. I remember that was like a big thing is you get to a new unit and like your seniors, your senior Marines, senior Lance Corporals and stuff, you know, they're training you hard, training you very hard, and a majority of it's because you're not as fit, you know what I mean? They've been doing this for a few years and know how to run around with weight and had some experience. But I was already a fit dude and going to the gym all the time, working on myself. And I was like, I can start with, I can control a couple things. I can control how strong and how fast I am, and I can control how I think. You know, I can control my attitude. And, you know, the whole positive mental attitude crap, I took it seriously. I was like, I am gonna be, you know, be the best grunt that I can be. And, you know, I had some really good leaders see that. You know, my one of my best friends, Dalton Hannigan, he was my squad leader. After that, they kind of moved around squads and like finally solidified them for training and through the deployment and stuff. And throughout training, him and my team leaders really saw like how much good I was trying to do, and how hard I was working to be like a stellar Marine, a stellar infantryman specifically. And it really, I had in the back of my mind every day. I was like, I already got in trouble. I can't fuck up. And every bit of knowledge I got, I mean, I would sit at night and just read it over and over and really try and understand it and look things up on my own, know all my max effective ranges, know all, you know, these different tactics and strategies, and read. And I love to read, which was great because all of these older guys who were getting out were like, here's, this MCDP 1 on like war fighting and like all these Marine Corps doctrines like that they, that they have. And all these guys were getting out in our platoon, like just handing out books left and right. And I'd be like, please, like, I'll take them. I want to be, be the best. And I definitely shined in my platoon, I think. And my guys saw that. And fortunately, my promotion restriction, it lined up to the day almost. It was like the same exact month that I was supposed to get promoted to E3 was the day, or was like the month or day that my promotion restriction ended. So it didn't set me back really.
Nice.
I got promoted to E3 on time. I was like one of the first like junior Marine like boot squad or boot team leaders, and then and that was pretty awesome. That was like all right, like they see that I care and they see that I know what I'm doing, and I'm taking everything that they gave me. If I didn't know something, it was because I wasn't taught it, and that's something that I learned early on. You can't, especially being a young leader after that, I can't get mad at dudes if they don't know something. If they don't know something, there's one of two reasons. It's because they don't care to keep working on their own, or I haven't taught it to them. And I noticed that early on, and so every time like Dalton, he would see like, all right, this guy can handle this, and so he'd go to like advanced schools, or my team leader would go to an advanced school, and they'd like feed me a little more, like, hey, we'll just prepare you for advanced school and stuff. So like teaching me call for fire and stuff like that as a really junior Marine, like picked it up like that. And they're like, okay, now we'll teach you like close air support, and like picked it up like that, and just worked at everything that I could as hard as I could.
They really took you under the wing.
Very much so. And a lot of guys don't have phenomenal leaders in their careers, I think, but I definitely had some solid leadership and guys that I'm thankful for today, for molding me into more of the man that I am now, and the Marine that I am today. And saw some good leadership at a young age, a young time in my career.
That's good.
I got to see the good and the bad. I got to see the kind of leader that I wanted to be and the kind of leader I did not want to be. So
good for you.
Yeah.
Well, Tyler, let's take a break, and when we come back, I want to push towards August 26th.
Yeah, let's do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a minute since I've done a Bubs Naturals commercial, but it has not been a minute since I've taken the best shit of my entire life. Actually, just knocked one out this morning. It was amazing. And I'm going to give you the secret. You ready? Here's the secret. You want the secret for the best shit of your entire life that you could do, I don't know, every day, maybe multiple times a day? Here's the secret. Bubs Naturals Collagen Peptide says it's good for joints, hair, skin, and nails. I'm surprised they don't put on there, it'll give you the best shit of your entire life, but hey, I get it, right? And you mix that with the Halo Creamer, that's MCT oil. Put these two together, you're gonna have a explosive hell of a day. These things are both Whole30 approved, NSF certified, and USDA approved. So there's that. On top of that, hold on, wait, there's more. If that doesn't get you going, which I guarantee you it will, you've got Bub's new coffee. So this is the first ever coffee bean Whole30 approved, if you can believe that. And we all know coffee can, speed things up a little bit in the morning. But hold on, wait, there's more. Apple cider vinegar gummies. Guys, I'm going to be honest, I don't know exactly what these things do for you, but here it says, promotes energy, immune support, promotes healthy digestion, and supports healthy metabolism. I can tell you one thing, good luck just eating one of these things, because at the end of the night, I will crush an entire bottle of these. That will not give you the best shit of your life. I wouldn't recommend it. It will speed things up, but you may not like the final outcome. And hold on, wait, there's more. There's more. Bubs came out with a lot of new products. They have these hydrate or die hydration packets, great for post-workout. All this stuff is great for post-workout, especially the collagen protein. Guys, here's another thing about Bubs. Bubs is a tribute company. It's named after Glenn Bubs Doherty, who was a Navy SEAL and a CIA contractor. He died defending our freedom in Benghazi, and Bubs donates a portion of every order to the Glenn Doherty Foundation, and they donate 100% of the proceeds from their products on Veterans Day every year. I love this company. They are just solid people with a solid product, and they just want everybody to experience the best shit of your life. Go to bubsnaturals.com, use the promo code Shawn for 20% off, and let's get it going.
We just pumped Nick full of like 6 units of the wrong blood type. There's no way he survives the flight. So just be prepared to receive his body. We would be getting dudes that were coming in from these other elements for us to work with.
Did that bother you? That can get tricky.
One of the individuals that was inside that Ford Ranger jumped up on the back of the truck and engaged into the group with that PKM. I see what's happening. All right, gunner 15 or so feet away from the group, ripping into the crowd. Guys are dropping, guys are scrambling, things are blowing up kind of all around. And I just feel the impact. I have to cauterize your face back together, taking an AK-47 round to the side of my face. Young kid, first deployment, fresh out of basic. And he's 15 feet in front of a guy who's shooting a machine gun in his general direction. I know everyone in the truck is dead, and my right leg is just fucking mangled. It's just like hammered meat and tissue and exposed bone, and there's just a river flowing. It's the ultimate mass cowl scenario. To this day, considered the most catastrophic insider attack since the global war on terrorism began.
All right, Tyler, we're back from the break. You just finished infantry school. You're getting ready to go on your first deployment.
Yeah. So, so my squad leader at the time, I was a team leader with being a junior Marine with majority. I had maybe 1 or 2 other guys who were my peers in the platoon in different squads who were junior Marine team leaders as well. The rest of them were senior guys per se. And so my squad leader actually went to ISOLC Infantry Small Unit Leaders course, and that was like couple weeks before, or a couple months before deployment, like right before deployment, just enough time to get back and deploy with us. And so I was his assistant squad leader over my seniors. He appointed me, and
Over your senior?
yeah, over my seniors. And right when he was leaving, it was like the day before he was leaving for that course, he said, listen, he's like, no more answering to your seniors. Like, you're below them. Not that I was ever that way, but you're the same rank as them. You're holding billets over them. He's like, take this shit and run with it. He's like, you're going to be acting squad leader until I get back. And I was like, take this shit and run with it. Got it. So I got it. So I did what probably any Lance Corporal would do in that position. I grew out a nice big old mustache. None of my peers had mustaches. Grew out a nice big mustache, and just did my best to run the show from that point on. And we did our MCRE, so Marine Corps Combat Readiness Evaluation. It's what each unit goes through right before. They might not do them anymore, but up until that point, they did them for deployment to pretty much see if the entire battalion was ready, if they could use air and sea assets. if they could maneuver troops appropriately, and all the way down to the team level, operate in a hostile environment. And so you go all over Pendleton, and like we got helo inserted into different places in Pendleton. You hike, go on a mission. It was like 4 or 5 days long. Much more difficult than the Crucible, but hiking up the fire breaks on mountains and stuff, breaking brush that you need machetes to break, like really testing the abilities of Marine Infantry Battalion. And so I was like, this is fucking awesome. I can show, what I'm capable of and what my squad's capable of. And I just took it and ran with it. I mean, even all the way down to, making a fire, like a fire sketch pretty much, of the area. I mean, I put as much detail as you could in it. And I got acknowledged for the way I performed during that McCree.
I was just going to ask, how do you think your peers received you as a leader?
Definitely challenging, but they knew that I was about my shit, and my guys and my team, who are all my peers. I mean, I was leading all of my peers when I was a team leader, and I'd get into it with them, but at the end of the day, they knew like they had to respect what I needed to say and needed them to do, and they did. And it's a two-way street for that relationship, but it was good. And
generally, it goes like this.
Yeah.
Until you do something to prove yourself. Did you do something to prove yourself?
I think just being thrown those tasks, being thrown the McCree really, really kind of helped me shine and show that I knew what I was doing and that I was just as capable as dudes who deployed 1, 2, or 3 times before me. The challenge was definitely like my seniors, the Lance Corporals who had been Lance Corporals, had been in my shoes, but now I'm in their shoes, and I'm a lot farther behind them as far as military careers go in the infantry. And they were probably the challenge. Over that first deployment, definitely grew closer with them. Just being kind of that guy. I was always in on the meetings. I was always in on the briefs and stuff, because that's what my role was as a leader of a fire team. And
so did you fall over them? Were you over them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was over them. So we went on that first deployment, 31st MU. It was we went to Okinawa first, Camp Hansen, and then got on ship for a couple months. Went to South Korea, spent some time near the DMZ.
Where were you guys? Was
primarily
it a presence in South Korea?
Big show of force, because at that time, right when we got there, they started launching the ICBMs into the ocean, and so then Warthogs and started doing gun runs on the DMZ, like mock gun runs, and all the tanks there started doing live fire ranges. So we went to I think Camp Rodriguez is what it's called. And it's like specifically a live fire like training facility, and it's up in the mountains in South Korea. And so you go there, and it's all live fire stuff, shoot houses, things like that. So we did a lot of that out there. I had been told earlier in that deployment that I was getting put up for Meritorious Corporal Board, and so took like a picture on ship in my Chucks, my Charlies, and didn't really think much of it. And then it was just kind of like a paper board. So I didn't, other than like speaking to my direct leadership, I didn't have to go in front of anyone. So I didn't really think much of it, because I'm like, well, I got this page 11, I've got this NJP in my past on the board. I mean, my physical fitness scores are phenomenal. I've done a lot. And so they did like character statements from leadership and stuff. And there's one thing in the Marine Corps, there's always people watching. No matter what you're doing, the good and the bad, there's always people watching. And come to have learned that after this. But we're on a live fire range, just finished running it. Dalton, he let me take the squad on a run for the range, and did that live fire run. and they call us in. They call in our platoon to formation, and you hear stories of guys who get like NJP'd in front of like the company and stuff. Who like they'll bring them in and NJP them in front of everyone and whatnot. And they were acting really serious, like really, really serious. Our platoon sergeant was, and so he's like, all right, he's like, everyone get the fuck over here, get in formation. And I was like, oh shit. And then they said my name, and I'm standing in formation, and I'm like, my heart's just racing. I'm like, oh fuck, like what did I do? Just thinking, I'm like, all right, I didn't do anything stupid or drunk in Okinawa. I didn't do anything like this. I've been good. Like, what the fuck's going on? Come out of formation, go to the front, and read off my meritorious corporal promotion in front of all my buddies and our platoon. I think the entire company might have been there, but read it off in front of everyone, promoted me, and I was just like starstruck, just like stunned at what happened, and it didn't really process in my brain. I was like, oh my god, I thought I was getting in trouble again, and everyone came in, gave me a hug, and that was a cool moment because I was the first person out of my entire peer group to get promoted to corporal in our battalion, in our entire unit. And I got promoted to corporal before and above a lot of my senior leadership.
Yeah, that's a hell of a redemption.
Yeah, it was an awesome moment. I mean, there's definitely the majority who were like 1 year above me, pretty much, like one cycle above me in the Marine Corps, that I had surpassed, and it was like a moment where I was like, man, like this is, you know, what I've earned from what I've put in. And I mean, I was still hungry. It didn't satisfy me, but in a positive way. I was extremely thankful, and still, I mean, I couldn't believe it. It probably took like a year to settle in, and so we went on that deployment, came back, and then I went to advanced infantry course, just another follow-on school. They typically send like squad leaders to, so I took over. Dalton went to platoon sergeant. I took over as the squad leader. They sent me to the advanced infantry course. It's pretty much like the squad leaders course. And fortunately, him and my other team leaders when I was younger had kind of pimped me out with their knowledge and stuff. So everything at advanced infantry school was stuff I already knew, and it was stuff that I was very good at. So that was a lot of just kind of going through the suck, you know, carrying heavy packs, carrying a lot of weapons, a lot of ammo, and still learning a lot, but kind of getting to see, you know, some older combat instructors, some older combat vets really share their stories with us from Ramadi and Helmand Province and stuff, and really talk to us about, you know, the reality of the Marine Corps, because a lot of our direct leadership wasn't there was only so many combat vets at that time, you know, and it was very, very much the minority of them in the unit.
Really?
Yeah. And like
That's surprising.
In my platoon of like 35, 40 people, coming back from that deployment, not a single person had been to combat.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Not a single person. It was typically, there was like onesies and twosies here and there, like in the mortar section, I think. And then like more senior like staff NCOs who had been, like a couple of the platoon sergeants. Our platoon sergeant at the time, Adamopoulos, he was a younger guy too, and had to fill some big shoes. But like the platoon sergeant before him or two, like he was a combat vet. But yeah, there was not many. I don't know if few and far between is the right phrase, but yeah, it was a small amount. And so obviously we're doing our own thing, training how we know how to train and what we're taught. And fortunately, those like...
Where did they go? Had they advanced up into the higher ranks, or they separated?
Yeah, so some of them had advanced into the higher ranks, or, you know, been cut orders, got sent to the like advanced infantry training battalion, or like to be combat instructors and stuff. A lot of them had gotten out, but most of more of the combat vets were like an advanced infantry training battalion, which is like where I went to advanced infantry course at, and there's like all the follow-on more advanced infantry courses. Like all those guys are seasoned veterans.
That's interesting. I would have thought that some of that knowledge would be in the platoons.
Yeah, it was more in definitely in the staff NCOs. I think there's it's like that for the majority of the platoons. Like maybe the platoon sergeant had been to combat, but everyone else pretty much now. And so then I got my first wave of fresh Marines, straight out of infantry school, and I was like, all right, well, now it's my turn to really step up and be a leader, because I've been leading my peers, but really my turn to see if I know what I'm doing and mold some great men, some great young men. And those guys are all squad leaders now on another deployment, which is cool. And I was still at this time of that deployment, I was preparing for assessment selection for MARSOC. I was set on going, very excited and well prepared physically and mentally, I felt like.
Speaking of MARSOC, at what point in your career did you turn sniper school down?
Yeah. 2
different times.
Yeah.
Why did you turn that down?
Because there's a big so I was a rifle squad leader for about a little under a year, and then Dalton said, "Hey, I'm going to the sniper platoon." They're running an indoc, and I'm like, "Well, fuck, they're about to make me try and re-enlist because I want to go to ANS, but I need to have like a backup for them. Like they wanted something just like another contract ready in case that fell through."
What's ANS?
Assessment selection.
Okay.
For MARSOC, and so I was like, damn, dude. He told me we were just on a field op, and he told me on a Thursday, he's like, hey, you're the only other person that knows this besides our LT. Like, I'm going to sniper indoc on Monday, like the screener. And I was like, fuck. I was like, damn, dude. I was like, I should have fucking done it. I was like, it's too late. And because one of the backup to my plan that I was gonna do would be the squad leader development program. And you'd spend another at least 2 years in an infantry battalion, and then I would go, if I didn't go to MARSOC, I would go on to like another unit or to be a combat instructor or something and get a pretty good bonus. But they canked them. Like they only grandfathered in people who had already had them signed, and then they didn't do them anymore. And I was like, okay, that's fine. Like I'm gonna gonna get selected. That just solidifies it even more for me. I cannot not get selected. And I was cool with that, and then he told me that, and I was like, damn, dude. I was like, I would really like to go with you, but it's too late. There's deadlines and stuff for filling out packages for snipers. And he's like, well, Chaz is the chief scout sniper, my former team leader. He's the chief scout sniper of the platoon. I'm buddies with him. Like, let me hit him up and see if if he can like squeeze you in, because I had a bunch of buddies in the platoon, and they had wanted me to come for a while. Guys I've been to advanced infantry course with, and guys in the platoon were like, you need to fucking get over here. And when I was a fresh Marine, got NJP'd, I had tried to go actually run a sniper indoc, and they're like, nope, you just got NJP'd, you have to wait a year. And so I never got to do it. And so he hit up Chaz. Friday came around. He's like, all right, you can, if you can fill out a packet in the entirety of Friday, which is normally takes like a week to get done, and like get all the signatures and stuff for it. He's like, and you can get him this packet by the end of like close of business today. Like you can like show up Sunday or Monday morning, whatever it was, for the screener. I was like, fuck. I was like, great. I need new boots too. And so got the packet filled out, turned it in. They're like, all right, show up Monday at like 02 or whatever it was. And it's kind of how I fast tracked into that. Showed up, 2 a.m. with the packing list. Started doing the all the I mean, it's all physical and mental stuff, but it's they definitely try and break you off with the physical stuff. And so let me ask you, what was the question you asked me? I was trying to lead up to it with that.
I asked you why you turned down sniper school 2 different times.
Okay, so
MARSOC.
So passed the screener. We started with, I think, like mid to late 30s of guys or something like that on day one, and then by the end of it, there was like maybe 8 of us of that week, and there's eight of us or 7 of us, and then like 4 or 5 of us got selected, Dalton and myself being one of them, or 2 of them. And so I told them we had to go where our Charlies, go in front of them, and they interviewed us, right, like to figure out if they wanted to select us for the platoon. And they're like, you're coming from a position of being a squad leader, kind of being at one of the top spots in your platoon. Do you think you could handle having someone above you and not being necessarily the leader of the team again or the leader of the squad? Having a team leader above you. I was like, yeah, like I'm here to work. I want to be with more proficient individuals and guys who really do give a fuck. Because you get those guys in the infantry. It's like 70% of them, 65% of them like really care, but there's a good chunk who are just kind of getting by. And you're not going to go put yourself through the suck if you don't want to be there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I told them that, and I was like, and then they told me after that they came back and told me that they wanted me. And I told them, I was like, listen, my intent is to go to assessment selection from RSOC. I want you to know if I come to the platoon, I'm going to go there. That doesn't mean I'm going to work any less in any capacity being here because I'm going to go there. It's like, honestly, I'm probably going to work harder because that's where I want to go. I want to go to a better place. And being around better individuals is going to help push me to be a better version of myself. And so they're like, all right, we understand. Like, you can come to the platoon and we'll let you go. That's not going to be a problem. We want guys like you. And I was like, awesome, cool. And then right away, they offered Dalton nice spots to sniper school. And I had orders already, like in hand to go in like 2 months to go to assessment selection. And or maybe it was like a month and a half. And so they were like, hey, sniper school's like during selection, like we want you to go. Do you want to, like, asking me if I want to go pretty much. And I was like, no, I want to go to assessment selection. I want to be a Raider. And it was more important to me. I mean, you see it, and I've saw it even more as my time went on in the sniper platoon, but respect to all my hogs out there, hunter of gunmen, scout snipers, but it's definitely more of a pride thing. Wearing that hawk's tooth, that 7.62 bullet around your neck, a necklace and a title for me is not gonna make me a better man. Me, my actions, and how the Marine I choose to be is what matters. And so that title wasn't as important to me as becoming a Raider. So I turned it down, and then I had around the 4th of July. The selection was the month after. I just was way overtraining. Like, I was running really hard, rucking really hard, and still lifting weights. And I gave myself a hemorrhoid like the size of a quarter, almost, right on my asshole. And I could barely walk. Like, I was waddling around. I couldn't sit down. I always had to lay down. And I remember so our platoon corpsman at that time, our head platoon corpsman, he was a SARC. So he had gone through like the basic reconnaissance course pipeline, and I'm like, hey, like, I might not be able to go to selection. Like, something's wrong. I've got like something wrong with my ass. He's like, what the fuck did you just say to me? And I was like, I need you to look at my asshole. And he was like, oh my God. He's just like, what the fuck? And so he's like, are you serious? I'm like, yeah. And he's like, all right, drop your pants and like spread your cheeks. And I did that, and I'm bent over, cheek spread, and he's staring at me, and all that comes out of his mouth, oh my fucking God. And I stand up and I put my pants up. I was like, are you serious, dude? That's your response? I was like, you're my doc, man.
You could have taken volunteers, Tyler.
Oh man. And so that was his response. I was like, that's your response, is oh my fucking God. I was like, yeah, that's bad, man. And he's like, all right, you need to go to medical right now. And then got like sent to the actual hospital because it was a pretty bad one, and got some antibiotics and some medicine and stuff. And it was like, for it to even go away, to the point where I could like, I wasn't allowed to work out. Like, it hurt really bad, but even if I wanted to push through the pain, I could have like burst it or made it worse, gave myself a hernia and stuff. And so they're like, you can't do anything for like 5 weeks. And that was like a week into selection. And so I could have pushed it. I talked with my MARSOC recruiter about it, and he was like, you could do it, but it might just fuck your chances up of everything. And I was like, fuck, man. And at that point, I mean, I was a capable infantryman, and being in a cyber platoon, I mean, I was fit and capable to go. I was ready for selection, but it was just like, I don't want this to be my one shot and then not happen because I'm hurt. And so I had to get my orders, drop my orders, and then we were in the middle of doing our pre-sniper course too, and so I would go and do like stock lanes with them as I was still healing up, and I would like start halfway and like set up like FFPs, like final firing positions, because I couldn't actually like crawl around. So I would like start halfway and set up my positions and stuff, and still do training and stuff, because like, I still want to be involved. Unfortunately, I could still go and shoot. I just could only stand, kneel, or like prone. I couldn't sit, so I was still able to like participate in training and stuff, and I wanted to. And then we went to 29 Palms for training leading up to that deployment. And they were like, hey, you guys are going on the SP-MAGTF CENTCOM, like you're going to the Middle East. And this is end of 2020, like October, November of 2020. And like excited as shit. We're like, wow, we're actually, like they solely kept the Middle East rotations to 7th Marines for a while. And then I think 5th Marines as well, maybe for a little bit. But they moved them back to the rest of the Marine Corps so that everyone would get a chance to like go to the Middle East, go to Okinawa, and go to everywhere we deploy. So they told us that, and then at the end of that training cycle in 29 Palms, I had another date to go to selection again, and also to go to sniper school. And they were like, all right, you like, do you want to go to selection or do you want to go to sniper school? Like, we want you to go to sniper school still. And it's like, I want to go to selection. Like, I'm good. Like, I can outperform a lot of the scout snipers in this platoon. Like, I'm good. I'm good where I'm at, and this is what I want to do. So I turned down sniper school again, and we had a training event to come up, and I was like, hey, I need to go to this eye appointment for some depth perception issues. If I don't go, kind of telling my command, if you guys don't let me go and miss this like one day of training, I'm going to miss my opportunity to go to selection again. And they're like, no, you'll be fine. You have time to get it when you get back. Naturally, I didn't have time to go get this appointment done and get these like depth perception glasses. When we got back, my timeline overlapped by like 2 weeks, so I missed that selection date again because it didn't let me go get that appointment that I needed while we were in training. And then I missed school as well because I turned that down too. So then we deployed, and then I was like, all right, well, there's another course that's after deployment, and I'll go to sniper school this time, and then I'll go to selection.
Yeah.
That was kind of the plan after that. And so jumping into this deployment, we were told we were going to Kuwait. So the SP-MAGTF is Special Purpose Marine Air Ground Task Force, and we were the CR, so crisis response. Sent us to Kuwait and Al Jaber, Kuwait originally. I guess I should jump back real quick. So that February, we deployed in April 1, I think, of that year. In February, I was at a non-lethal weapons instructor course, and we were the guys in my platoon were telling me we had already been told we were awaiting a brief on Syria, and going there and kind of pulling out of Syria, which obviously didn't happen. And they're like, hey, the battalion commander and the sergeant major are going to come talk to us about it, and like one of the colonels or something. And so I'm like, okay. And I'm at this course, and they're like, hey, you need to show up to like the range. Our guys are on the range, and I was at this course, and they're like, hey, show up to this course this afternoon. So I had them contact my instructors at this course, and they're like, told them something. He kind of like made a weird face looking at me, and they're like, all right, yeah, we'll send them over there this afternoon. And go to the range, and I pull up to the table, like the range table one of my buddies was sitting at, and everyone's on the firing line behind the long guns. And my buddy Adam, he's like, comes up to me, he's like, hey brother, congratulations on the promotion. I was like, what? And I just see like a rock come flying out of nowhere and like, Adam, you stupid bitch. Like, he doesn't fucking know that he's getting promoted. And then I was like, oh shit, like what the fuck? And so I had actually, when we were in 29 Palms that prior year, I had been put up for a meritorious sergeant board, and I won. And like I remember my platoon commander asking me like, I want to put you up for, I and everyone else wants to put you up for a meritorious sergeant board. Do you think you deserve that? And I was like, I think I can handle it. And so he's like, all right, roger that. And so they put me up for that. Not much more came of it. And then, they come over to me like, all right, well, when the BC and like Sergeant Major get here, like you got to act surprised because like it's supposed to be a surprise. And so got meritoriously promoted to sergeant. And that was pretty cool. I was with all my boys again. At this point it's funny because I told Dalton when I was a young guy, like a PFC or a Lance Corporal, I was like giving him shit as much as I could, him being above me. He was pinning me to Lance Corporal, I think. And I was like, you're going to be pinning me to sergeant one day when you're a sergeant still, I promise. And then it came and he's like, you motherfucker. But that was a cool moment. So he promoted me to sergeant as well. And then we deployed shortly thereafter, went to Kuwait. And obviously now this is almost, it's like the end of the first quarter of 2021. And we see things in Afghanistan wrapping up and with the Taliban. And, everyone, the entire world, if you got two eyes and you're not blind, you can see what's going on in Afghanistan at that time. And we push out to Kuwait. We're getting all these briefs on Syria and stuff. And we end up getting prepped to go to Syria. And then like, all right, nope, you guys are going to Saudi Arabia now. We were in Kuwait for like a month or so. Get sent to Saudi Arabia as a show of force for Iran. And started getting told about like briefs on Afghanistan. And this is now March, April, May, like May and June. It was like 2 months before we ever left to Afghan. Maybe like 2 or 3 months before we ever left, that we were like really getting briefs like, hey, like the government's collapsing, and our colonel of the SP MAGTF, we had a good working relationship with him, us being like sniper platoons, sniper teams, they're battalion level assets, so they're not controlled by the companies, the infantry companies. We answer directly to like the battalion commander, and at that time where we were in Saudi Arabia was with the flagpole, so the colonel and everyone was there of the SP MAGTF, and so he was always letting us know what was going on. We were getting briefs on Afghanistan, and they were pushing for us to go. Like the Marine Corps was pushing for us to go.
So you guys went to withdraw Syria, then you go, that doesn't happen. Then you go to show force to Iran.
Yeah.
And then you get pulled from that to go to Afghanistan.
Yeah.
So this leads us into you guys going to Afghanistan.
Yep.
For the withdrawal and the incident on the 26th.
Yeah. About two to 3 months prior to us going, our colonel told us, he's like, I'm pushing for us to get over there. We were told the Marine Corps was pushing for us to get over to Afghanistan as well. And they, instead, us being the closest to Afghanistan, that was one of the reasons too for us, being in, not just being a show of force for Iran, but we were the closest to that action and closest to Afghanistan. And then we started getting told, hey, you guys aren't going right now. They're spinning guys up in the States who have no preparation or anything going on right now to go to Afghanistan. Like, why the fuck are you not sending us? Like, this is what we're here for.
Did you guys know you were going to Afghanistan to do the withdrawal at this point?
No, we knew that our colonel and the Marine Corps was trying to get us to go, but we didn't have any dates set, didn't have like, okay, you guys are going.
What I mean was, did you know the administration was going to withdraw all forces? Or was it just because of the civil unrest?
So the civil unrest, and then we were getting briefed on how the president, and the administration talked about pulling out by like September 11th, pretty much. And so we were told about that, and so we knew that was like, hey, that's when he wants to withdraw. Why are we going now? Why are we not going now when we can prepare before everything collapses even further than it already is? And so other units, other troops are getting spun up in the States. We're waiting to go. And we start, getting told, hey, this is going to be like a non-combatant evacuation operation, which is essentially pulling refugees out, clearing them, vetting them, looking at special immigrant visas, passports, citizenships. And no one really knew what that was other than a passport.
Non-combatant pullout, huh?
Yeah.
What were you guys' intel briefs that were being reported?
Collapse of the government, Taliban fighting, heavy fighting with the National Resistance Front.
So how would this have been a non-combatant withdrawal?
I think we all wonder that to this day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Doing what the Taliban does best, raping and murdering, tyranny. And that's what it was. But we did small scale on the little LSA air base that we were at in Saudi Arabia with like the soldiers and airmen that were at that base. They would come through our lanes pretty much. They'd set up like very nice, neat, organized lanes, and like Marines would have to search them for like potential threats, search for citizenships and stuff, passports primarily. None of us knew what a special immigrant visa was even until we got to Afghanistan. And even then it was 3 days before the bomb went off, before the suicide bomber detonated, that I even knew what a like special immigrant visa looked like for the first time. I knew what passports looked like. We all did, but that was about it, not anything else. And so those months pass. Afghanistan further collapses in on itself with the Taliban closing in on Kabul. And we're still waiting. We're still just sitting around waiting and just trying to get the president to let us go, pretty much. And finally, when it's at the point where the Taliban are surrounding the entirety of Hamid Karzai International Airport, they've taken the rest of Afghanistan, and they're, in the capital. The decision to close Bagram Air Force Base was made. Not sure why, because that's where we should have pulled out from, what we were told we were going to pull out from. And we got sent in.
You were told you were going to withdraw from Bagram?
Yeah, that was a better place to withdraw from. And that was the weeks leading up to it. And then a couple weeks prior, said that we're going to Kabul to pull out from there.
Why do you think that decision got changed?
Poor planning, honestly. I think just a lack of preparation, a lack of planning. The State Department way in over their heads. And I'll dive into that when it gets to it. But yeah, just everyone in way over their heads with that. We start prepping, getting combat loadouts ready, and this is now we're in Kuwait, and we were in Kuwait for training using some of the Army sniper ranges there, and they tell us, we're going to like, hey, you're going to Afghanistan in 2 weeks, and they only told our team, and I'm like, well, you guys are fucking crazy if I'm not going to talk to my buddies. So the unit that we got the company that we got attached back to, our team, was the company that I came from to go to snipers. So it was all my buddies who were platoon sergeants and squad leaders, and I was like, you guys are fucking crazy if you think I'm not going to help these guys prepare to go in 2 weeks, because they were going to wait another week to tell them. And so we started letting the guys know what was up. And so obviously my team, we were stoked. We were fucking stoked. We're like, all right, finally, like we get to do our jobs, hopefully. And it really hit us when maybe a couple days prior to us, like our date set to leave, that our team corpsman, Jorge Mayo, he came in and he was like, all right, guys, it's real. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, got my med pack, and he's got everything in it. He's got all of his drugs, all his ketamine, everything. And we're like, oh shit, like it is real. Like you're not, they haven't let you touch that shit unless you're in a hospital. Like we're going. And so they made us send a rep from our team with one of the platoons to Afghanistan. So Dalton went a day before the rest of our team. And Chaz and I went into the command center to watch the drone feeds of them getting in safely and flying in. And I mean, Chaz and I spent hours and hours and hours watching those drone feeds and in the days leading up to it as well. And I mean, all you saw was the Taliban outside the gates, just bam, 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 just civilian after civilian after civilian.
How many civilians do you think you saw executed by Taliban from drone feed?
From the drone feed, probably like 20 or 30 at least. And that was just in the short moments that I was in there. Saw a lot more in person. And
What did that feel like, seeing that on drone?
What's the right word? I would say,
Those are our allies.
yeah. I mean, it was saddening to watch. It was horrible to watch.
What is the leadership saying? Were they disgusted?
They wanted us to get the fuck over there to do something about it. I mean, everyone in our unit, in our kind of echelon of command, and that SP MAGTF and that side of it, like, we were ready to go, like, or what we thought would be ready anyway, like ready to go help is what I mean. I mean, we were all disgusted by what we saw. And then that day, them coming in, so they flew in on that plane, and that's the day that, I mean, we were watching the feed, and there's just tens of hundreds of thousands of people just collapsing in on the airport. And you can see it from every angle. There's just crowds as far as the eye can see, and just going to the airport because they know that that's the only way out. And Dalton gets there with that platoon. I think it was 4th platoon, and they get there. We watch them get in safely. I think they might have taken a couple of the birds were taking rocket fire and machine gun fire in as they were coming, and they touched down. We made sure they did, and we were supposed to leave the next night. And so that day was when you see all those videos of the guys holding on to the landing gear and the wheels and them falling out of the sky and crushing. I mean, my guys were on the ground there watching those people firsthand drop out of the planes. I mean, I know Dalton and my buddy Jake, like they watched those bodies hit the pavement. They watched them hit the runway. They were there and had to control that crowd of thousands of people that broke into the gates, and just all of these unknown individuals rushed them. They spent, I think, like 30 something hours like clearing the airfield of all those people, and we have no idea who they are. Some are allies, some are not, you know. And so they got that under wraps right when we went to touchdown. And so we loaded up at the runway.
What day did you get in?
We got in August 15th, I think. I think we flew out the 14th and got in on the 15th. So August 15th, 2021 is when we touched down, give or take 12 hours. But touchdown, and they're like, hey, it's going to be the fucking Alamo. You guys are going to get off the bird. The last bird of you guys that got here, I mean, they were fighting the crowds coming out of the plane, throwing tear gas, and which they were. And you guys are going to, fight them coming out of the plane and stuff. And a funny moment was we come off the bird, and it's the middle of the night, and everyone's running out and immediately setting up a 360. And I'm just looking around, and there's like, just calm as can be, like right there on the airfield. And just in that immediate area where we landed, and this like army soldier or this airman walks up with her Kevlar like strapped to her pack or her plate carrier, walking up to us with a clipboard. Hi guys, welcome to Afghanistan. I'm like, what the fuck? And remember Cooper, one of the guys in our team at the time, our only junior Marine in the team. He was posted up on security. I'm like, Cooper, get the fuck up. Like, I don't know what the fuck this is, but it's not what we thought it was going to be when we landed. And so they come to find out now our guys had already secured the airfield, and we just hadn't been past that intel. And so we get up, we immediately push with that platoon to this abandoned gym in HKIA, and we're just anxious to get to work. We go back, grab our rucks, because a few of our rucks were palletized, and our main rucks were palletized. And I mean, I came in, I was carrying, we like Chaz carried in, I think like a Mark 13, it's like 300 Win Mag, and then I carried, like I was primarying a SAS and then had my M4A1 as well. So we took a couple long guns with us on the bird and palletized a couple other ones, and had a can or two of ammo as well. But got there, got off the bird, grabbed our stuff, went to the gym, ran into another sniper team from 1-8, and they were trying to talk to us, but the other guys were trying to usher us into our little area in the gym. And so we get there, and we're like, all right, well, let's get to work. Like, let's find a job. That's what we do best. So another sniper team of ours from our platoon just gotten there like that morning or something. So they were there with our platoon commander. And so like, all right, let's go find LT. And we got there. We go over to where they're staged by like the Joint Operations Command and the rest of our weapons company. So like snipers are organic to like the weapons company pretty much. And then it's like Echo Company, Fox Company, Golf Company, and then like weapons company. And so weapons is like heavy machine guns, cat, snipers, like heavy mortars or medium mortars. And then so we got met up with the rest of our guys, said what's up, and we're like, hey, like let's get to work. And everyone was still kind of trying to figure out what was going on the ground. And they're like, all right, well, we're going to send you out in the morning, early morning, for to observe the Taliban on the civilian side of the terminals on the airfield. And so we go out there that next morning. Didn't have any rides or anything, so we're trying to guys are stealing cars and literally guys were driving around with like the luggage vehicles that like put the belts onto the plane because they needed rides around the airport and stuff. We didn't have any UTVs to rely on or anything like that. And it was quite a ways away, so we were like, fuck, we got a lot of shit. We'll hump it if we have to, but let's try and source some vehicles. So we had someone with a Gator pick us up, got taken out there to this radar site with a satellite, and 1-8 had a sniper team up there already in like a small hide. And so we went up there, swapped out with them, and they were kind of updating us, just saying they were seeing people firing off rounds, like Taliban firing off rounds in the terminal, and talking on phones and stuff. But I mean, everyone out there now has phones, so you know, it is what it is. But we got up there, ripped out with them, and then guys started setting up more of a perimeter around the airport, literally just like almost entrenching along the airfield. And we observed the Taliban for that whole day, maybe a little bit into the next day. And
what were they doing?
Some of them were executing people in the civilian terminals on the far side. A couple of our guys had not our team, but a couple of the guys from Echo Company had gotten shot at. And at the time, it was like, if you get shot at, shoot back. Like that's what the ROEs, what we were told. And then those ROEs just started dropping or going to the wayside. They were like, all right, don't do anything.
Don't do anything?
Unless you're like getting shot at or you see someone's life threatened, like don't shoot. And like specifically for us, because we're like,
so hold on.
Yeah.
ROEs are
rules of
don't
engagement.
shoot unless you get shot at.
Yeah.
You're literally, you showed me videos of this.
Yeah.
You're literally witnessing people get executed from all angles.
Yep.
And then they make the ROEs even more strict on you.
Yeah. They
Who's
go,
telling you this? Where's this shit coming from?
It was a mix.
What is the leadership saying
But
as they tell you this?
Yeah, so it's like battalion and higher. And for us, we were like, okay, well, so obviously we're in a more unique situation being in a sniper team. You know, what are we doing if we perceive a threat? And so now we have to request permission to engage. If we see someone getting shot or executed, we have to make sure that they are like an American citizen or an ally. And like, how the fuck are we supposed to know that when they've got someone on their knees with a gun to their head? And so we're there. And I'll jump more into the ROEs when we get to the Abbey Gate, but
How many people do you think you saw executed in person?
myself, probably at least 50.
50 people.
Yeah. Yeah. And it was all primarily at Abbey Gate, about 98% of it. Myself and Jorge, we went to,
Women,
yeah,
children.
I didn't see any children, but I did see dead children because of the Taliban forcing these civilians to be so scared that they'd throw their babies over the wall or they would get trampled to death. Yeah,
You have a lot of video of this. I'm going to put the video
yeah,
in the episode.
definitely. So myself and Jorge at this satellite tower, we go to find a place to use the bathroom, and we do that. We find this ship. There's a bunch of shipping containers next to this where our hide's at, and so we start breaking them open. And he's like, "Hey, there's one over here with a bunch of tools in it." And I'm like power tools or what? And he's like, "Everything." And so we go in there, and he's like, "Oh," he pulls out this 3.5, 4 foot tall pair of bolt cutters out, and he's like, "Oh, we need these." I was like, "Oh, we can toss them in this Bobcat." And we had just found a Bobcat with a forklift and a bed on the back that we hot wired, and maybe an hour or two prior, I was like, "We'll toss them in the back of the Vic." And then he's like, "Oh, here's this 2 foot tall pair of bolt cutters. What about this?" I was like, "Oh, hell yeah! I'll keep those on me." So I put them on my kit. We pull off of that position that day, and they're like, "Hey, you guys are going to Abbey Gate." Abbey Gate forward, and they're going to open the gate and start letting people through.
Is this the 26th?
This is now the 18th, I think, of
Okay.
August, because we were maybe the 17th. We were there at Abbey for almost 10 days leading up to the suicide bomber, and we get there, and pretty much Dalton and Chaz went up in the tower, our sniper tower that was there, and there were some Brits up there. The gate was still closed, and there was a Gulf company, I think, of their Marines that were there at the gate because they were going to be the ones with us to push the gate open and start working on the crowd. And Dalton and Chaz go up in the tower to scope it out. I'm waiting down on the ground with the rest of the team, and they're like, "Hey, come up. We'll set up a position in here. This is a good spot. We can see the entire neighborhood to our left. We can there's windows on all sides, and they're bulletproof windows, at least rated for 7.62 because when we got shot at, it didn't break. It just cracked. And so we have windows on all 4 sides, and the middle of them slides open. And so we go up there, and it's maybe the bottom of the tower is 12 by 12 feet maybe or so. And then same with the second story is 12 by 12 feet, and just the ladder well on the right side. And so we can see the neighborhood. The canal is next to us this way. And then in front of us is the big part of Kabul city right there. And the right side is the gate entrance, and then the airfield and the wall to the airport. And we go, we set up the position. They're like, "Okay, we're going to open up the gate here in a minute." And at this point, there's a couple thousand people outside the gate, and more still coming.
Why are you... Hold on. Let's backtrack just a second. So you're about ready to open this gate. Are people being executed right outside of the gate?
So the Taliban had a checkpoint. So from our gate, the Taliban had a checkpoint right past the Baron Hotel where the British were at. And they had gotten blocked by the crowds. They couldn't get through the crowds from the Baron Hotel. The Taliban were about 165 yards in front of us. So that's where they were killing people and doing stuff. And those killings and beatings were happening more before we got there, and then died down a little bit because we could see them. And then shipping containers were moved out to set up a blocking position for VBIDs to not be able to come through. Once those shipping containers were set up, it put a great wall in front of the Taliban that they couldn't be seen, at least by the guys on the ground. We were in an elevated position, so we could see everything that they were doing. And it was probably about 3 days or 2 or 3 days into that being at the gate that they put those shipping containers out there. So we're getting ready to open up this gate, and I told Chaz and Dalton, I'm like, hey, I'm gonna go down on the ground because they pushed out a platoon in riot gear out through the crowd, just like sent out a platoon just through this crowd of hundreds of people. I mean, any one of them could have fucking detonated a bomb. And I mean, I've got video of this too. And so they pushed the platoon out to cordon off like a couple hundred of the people in the crowd. And we started opening the gate a little bit, and they just collapsed. And I mean, dudes were coming out. The funny thing is it's like, it sucks about the allies that we left behind, but what sucked even more, and seeing the women and children suffer through that, is seeing the military-age males just running, not trying to stand up and fight for their country. And that was a big majority of who was coming through the gate.
Yeah.
And 90% of them, they just didn't have the opportunities to get, passports or citizenships or visas and stuff. And so those people were coming through. And I mean, pretty much the military age males, those ones would come through and they would just be throwing haymakers and fighting us. Physically fighting us all day, trying to like get past us into the airport. And so finally, Cooper and Adam are like down at the entrance of the gate, and they get sucked into the crowd, and they're like pulling them into, like, all this crowd's pulling them into them, and they're like holding on to the gate. And so I go down there because we were looking for him, and I help pull Cooper out, find Adam, and then they kind of close up the gate a little bit, and then bring up two SUVs and like an outward V to funnel people through those SUVs so they can't just start mauling us pretty much, or trample us. And so when that gate was first open, I mean, I pulled out one lady who, like, the crowd just broke over the top of her and just trampled her to death. And like, we tried pulling her out, and I was there and pulled this lady out, and she was gone. She got trampled to death. And that happened a lot. I witnessed it probably 4 or 5 times just myself at that gate. Quite a lot with babies too, because they'd get suffocated in the crowd.
Damn.
Yeah.
What were you guys doing with the people when they got in?
Started searching them. We didn't have a safe way to search yet. As safe as can be in that situation, but they'd come through in onesies and twosies, and we'd search them, and then try and link them up with the State Department, and get them processed. And a lot of the time it would just be the State Department saying, nope, they can't come through, send them back. And we'd send them back straight out to the Taliban. And a lot of them who get sent back, on the spot, I remember we watched this lady who walked around one of the shipping containers, metal pipe just comes and just bam, straight into the forehead and just out, gone, just like that. And they'd, like, at night it was the worst. They'd they knew there weren't as many eyes on them at night, and they'd line people up along the wall and just fucking execute them. There was like flashbangs that had to be used and stuff to try and crowd control, and we got the first couple hundred people set in place, and then we're slowly pushing into like the main part of the canal. Off of like the left edge of our tower, there was a chain link fence that ran out about 100 yards. And so then the canal was on the left side of that. And, I don't remember what day it was, but they brought those shipping containers out, and then they brought the ground force commander out to speak with the Taliban. I don't remember who specifically did it, but we were told that they paid the Taliban off to stop fighting us, pretty much, to stop like getting in our way. And what we were told is the rules in place were, leave us alone, we'll leave you alone if you let us take these people out. But there was nothing like, hey, to the Taliban, that, hey, stop, like, if you fucking kill these people or execute them, we're going to do the same to you. And there was none of that in these agreements. So they had free will to do whatever they wanted out there. Yeah.
I'm fucking speechless right now.
Yeah, it was a lot. It was heavy. I mean,
Of people spent a lot of time over there, and a lot of those Afghans had our fucking back.
yeah.
And for the president of the United States to allow this shit to happen is fucking absurd.
Yeah,
And it gets worse.
Yeah, it does.
And it fucking gets worse.
Yeah. We,
You know, I'm gonna try to. Never mind.
so
This is what happens when you fucking vote for somebody that cannot put a sentence together. This is what fucking happens.
yeah, we, I mean, you know it. We like,
And it was right in front of everybody's fucking face on that first debate. It was right there in the open. You voted in an incompetent fucking moron to run this country, and this is the shit that happens.
I think you
You
know.
should be fucking ashamed of yourself.
I think you know firsthand too. Like, a lot of us have bled for a lot of those allies over there, but it's the same on their end. A lot of them have bled for us too, and I mean, we, yeah, those shipping containers were put up. I typically would stay up on nights because, you know, I thought, all right, if they're going to do something, they're going to try something at night. If they're going to try and shoot us, attack us, blow us up, like they're going to do it at night. That's when I would do it. And so I stayed up almost every night from sundown to almost sunup. And at one point I got so fed up. I was counting bodies over the net. Like, the Taliban have killed 2 people. The Taliban have murdered 3 people. They've executed 4, 5, 6. Like, I got fed up and kept requesting engagement authority, letting them know, like, what are we doing about this? And just like, you know, go about your job. That was what was passed down from the battalion or above the battalion. And I took 4 of our guys up to the Baron Hotel, like right next to the Taliban checkpoint, to get some footage of, like, up close of, like, the bodies and what they were doing over there. And so we walked up to the Baron Hotel, and there's just like this British version of a PFC or a private, and he's just like standing guard out front, and he's like, "What's your business here?" And I was just like, I mean, we got like a bunch of cameras and shit in our bags, and I was like, "It's classified." He's like, "Okay." Just like opens the door, and it's like, all right, well, that worked. And so we go in there, and it's like all of the British command, and I'm like, fuck, all right, just gotta look like I know what I'm doing. Just like turned right, walked up on top of their Connex boxes there, and set up the guys on security, and started taking pictures from this tower. And I have pictures of this too, of me doing this, and started taking pictures of the piles of bodies that were on the ground, the guys lined up on their knees against the wall, the women lined up against on their knees against the wall and stuff, with guns pointed at their head. And
still, the Biden administration would not allow you to save these fucking people. They're literally on their knees facing the wall, getting shot in the back of the fucking head, one after another, and our president is not going to allow you to fucking engage.
And we turned that footage over to the Joint Operations Command and to our intel assets that night, and got given a new SD card. And we're like, all right, go back out to the gate. And that was that. So went back out. Nothing came of it. No one made any decisions on dealing with the Taliban executing people. And I mean, that was just finally the pinnacle of it. I mean, it had been going on for days prior, many, many days prior. And, you know, I mean, one memory of these, how desperate these people were to escape the Taliban, is this lady. We had to send her back out of the gate, and I don't remember who did it, but some individuals were taking her back out of the gate and go back into the crowd, and she jumps, like leaps at the razor wire and starts trying to cut her throat with the razor wire. She was like, if you send me back, they're going to rape me. They're going to fucking torture me. Like, kill me. And like a couple Marines grabbed her and prevented her from killing herself. But I mean, that's how fucking bad it is there. Like, she was willing to just slit her fucking throat on razor wire. Can you imagine that? It's not shit I ever could have made up. You know, I couldn't have dreamed about this shit. And I mean, it was unreal. Like I said, the crowd just continued to build up next to our tower. Finally, I want to say 2 days before the suicide bomber and the gunfight, and on the morning of, we took 2 impacts from the neighborhood on our window. Like, got shot at, like impact, and then crack, and shut the door. I climbed up the tower. Cooper was up there, and like right where his head was, there was 2 7.62 bullets that had impacted right next to him. Fortunately, the glass was bulletproof. I have pictures of that as well. And you know, we told command what was going on. Nothing came of it. You know, guys said keep operating, keep pulling people out, keep doing what we're doing. So we continued to search for a shooter. Couldn't find one. I mean, that neighborhood was 2- and 3-story buildings, just able to see everything that we were doing. And I mean, you could have hidden in 100 different rooms. The morning of the 26th.
What are the discussions between you and your team? Are you guys wondering why you're not engaging?
Yeah.
I mean, how much chatter?
I mean, it's a lot. I mean, we're just like, honestly, disbelief of what the situation is, and disbelief at the lack of leadership, the lack of decision making on what was going on. I mean, this is shit we're gonna have to live with for the rest of our lives. You know, every single person out there saw the things that we did. That's shit we're gonna have to live with for the rest of our lives. And in combat anywhere, there's hard decisions to be made, and outside of combat, but it's the lack of decisions that cause these things to happen. It
was absent leadership.
Yeah.
Nobody's there.
No.
Not one fucking person is stepping up to the plate.
Yeah.
All the way from the President of the United States down. Not one fucking decision was made.
Yeah, it's so we get close to, it's the 26th now, and at this point we'd had a few ID probes, so guys had come into the crowd with the same kind of make and model backpack and dropped them in the crowd, and we called it up to EOD, halted operations and stuff. And we're witnessing this firsthand. I mean, we're letting them know, like, hey, there's guys in the crowd, and there's so many people that they'd come in, drop a backpack, and just duck into the crowd because there's thousands and thousands and thousands of people. And they'd go out and they'd pull out the same backpacks, and all right, well, there's nothing in it, it's clear. And then be like, all right, well, go back to operating. And so that we had gotten confirmation on a couple of VBIDs, like a gold Corolla, or like 2 or 3 different vehicles, and like a green Mazda. And fortunately, we had those shipping containers set in front of us, so we were good on that end. The car couldn't drive through the fucking crowd on the canal, and so waiting for that. And as the days are going on, the Taliban's building up more and more in front of us at that position. First, it was like a couple vehicles and like guys with guns and their own kit. Excuse me, their kit and our guns. The
guns that we left.
Yeah, M27s.
That we abandoned.
Yeah, like HK
416s.
and M4, M4s, M16s, PMags. I mean, I saw a lot of guys out there with the same fucking gear that I was using, other than my plate carrier. I mean, they had plate carriers too, but same
Helmets,
RCO,
guns,
helmets,
vehicles,
Yep.
armored LCs.
Yep, bringing over. They drove over fucking MRAP at one point, like a MATV or whatever it was. And they were slowly just building up with gun trucks in front of us as well, with PKMs and Dishkas on the back and stuff. And I think it was the 25th or the morning of the 26th. I can give you the dates after this because I have the timestamp on my phone. They brought the Taliban up to our gate, and they brought a few of them up to our gate to crowd control. The ground force commander out there, the leadership out there allowed them.
I'm sorry, what?
They allowed the Taliban to come up to our gate.
U.S. leadership invited Taliban to come to the fucking gate to do crowd control.
Yep.
Who is this? Do you have names?
The only commander that I know of out there was General Sullivan at the time.
So, General Sullivan?
Yeah. I don't know.
He sounds like a fucking genius.
I don't know who gave that okay, but he was the ground force commander out there.
Well, then he gave the okay.
Yeah. And we got,
That was the plan.
I've got footage and video, and I've spread it around to ensure that something doesn't happen to it, of Taliban. I mean, from me to my leg, that close to Marines, hitting civilians with sticks next to them, just beating civilians right next to them. We were told not to do anything. Right outside our tower. And that, for some of the senior guys who had been to combat, not even just the senior guys, but the senior guys who had been there and done that, who had watched their brothers get killed by the fucking Taliban and them brutalize and terrorize these people for the entirety of this war and since their inception. I mean, I saw grown men break down because of, it's like, what the fuck are we doing? Literally grown men, staff sergeants, gunnies, break into tears, and in a private space. And the bottom of our tower became like the go-to spot to fucking let your fucking tears out. I mean, I saw countless Marines come to the bottom of our tower and just fucking bawl their eyes out because of what they were seeing, because of the dead fucking children, because of the dead women, the dead men, because of the Taliban coming up. The guy who just killed this fucking this senior NCO's buddy back in the day, now allowed to be working and beating civilians next to Marines.
So now we're allies with the Taliban, who are killing our previous allies for 20 years.
Yep. And
this is America. This is the fucking United States of America now.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, Shawn, it's shit I couldn't have even fucking have ever made up, other than having experienced it. And I mean, yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot to unpack there, and I mean, everyone who is out there has stories like that, like similar to mine, in regards to the terror, like the terror and the brutalization of the populace out there and the Taliban's actions. A big thing is the State Department. So we would process civilians throughout the whole day. We'd be stuck all night. So for us, our team slept in our tower. We slept there and we operated. For us, obviously, sniper, like, operations are 24/7. They're continuous operations. So we were always up then nonstop. And obviously cycling guys out through the team. There were 7 of us there. And cycling guys out, and the guys like the grunts on the ground. So for us, if we weren't like observing or weren't reporting, we'd go down and we ourselves, like my team, the guys not doing anything, we'd be pulling out civilians. We'd be helping everyone on the ground. We'd be day in and day out doing down there in the shit with the guys because we wanted to help. And our corpsman, I mean, I don't think he fucking slept. He was just rendering aid all day and all night long to civilians who were dying from heat stroke, suffocation, malnourishment, stomped to death. I mean, beaten and bloodied and bruised. The people who'd come to the Taliban checkpoint, the ones that they let through, they'd be fucking bloody and have cuts and bruises all over them from the Taliban having beat them 20 minutes prior. I mean, and so he was down there doing that the whole time. Dude, he would come up and conduct observation to take a break from fucking seeing all of that shit, and then go right back to it. And I mean, there was countless orphaned children out there, getting ripped away from their families, or their families would get fucking killed. Yeah, that. So
What do you think happened to those kids?
some of them, I know, like a lot of the State Department would tell us, like, send them back out. And finally, like, I don't remember which commander at the company level did it, but it might have been the Echo Company commander, but someone did at the lower level, like, of leadership above me, but was like, put their foot down and fucking like it was like, we're not sending these fucking children out. Like, we're going to create a spot for them. And a lot of them were the orphan children. There was finally like something set up for them to where, like, even the ones I've pulled out, orphan children, like, they would wait by the bottom of our tower and like the extra vehicles that we had there, and they'd sleep until we could process them in, and then they'd get they got sent out to other allied countries and processed, but it wasn't all of them.
You want to know what happened to the kids that got sent back out there? You know what happened.
Yeah.
They got raped.
Yep.
And then they got killed.
Yep. That's exactly what happened. Yeah. Or they got taken under the wing of an extremist and were looking to kill Americans. So 26 rolls around.
Let me refresh the audience with some facts on the 26th. So, suicide bomber detonates near Abbey Gate. 13 service members killed, 11 Marines, 1 sailor, 1 Army soldier, 170 Afghans killed just in the blast. 45 U.S. military personnel wounded. You lost your right arm, your left leg, missing parts of multiple organs, 43 surgeries, 54 units of blood, and you still have 13 ball bearings and 2 pieces of shrapnel stuck in your body.
Oh, that is correct.
So let's roll into the 26th.
Yeah. So the night, like early morning of the 26th, about 1:30, we had gotten intel from the Joint Operations Command and our assets coming from the JSOG assets that were out there that there was a confirmed suicide bomber in the area traveling with another individual. And they had given us they told us that they had the exact description of it. And so I'm getting this word from our intel assets, so me and a couple guys on the team, Chaz being one of them, and it might have been our whole team actually, because at one point we didn't want to leave the tower because we were just trying to help as much as we could, and our leadership was like, hey, like come off the tower for like an hour or two, like go back to the packs, fucking like chill out for a second, and then like go back. They had extra guys on the team. They had over TO team like 8 guys or something, just like 9 guys, so some extra dudes to go up to the tower and like hold our position for an hour. And we're like, no, we're good, but they're like, just fucking go back for an hour and like decompress. And we're like, all right, so we did that, went and really just fucking grabbed some more MREs and intel. And so they're like, he's a younger individual, probably clean shaven, wearing a brown man dress with some like black outer garb of some sort and a black bag, and traveling with an older individual who is probably the guy kind of guiding him to do this. And my first reaction, I was like, how the fuck do we have an exact description of this guy? I was like, if we have an exact description of this guy and we know that he's coming to Abbey Gate, that means you have a motherfucker watching him. You have someone watching him, someone operating in the AO, or who knows where he's going to be. Why are we not stopping him before he gets to us? And we were just told the intel asset couldn't be compromised. And
Unfortunately, that's the only fucking thing I agree with so far.
yeah,
That's the only decision I agree with, because you know why? Because the intel never stops. He's an insider.
yeah, and
That's why.
yeah,
It's our job to eliminate the bomber.
those hard decisions have to be made.
Yeah.
But like, that's a great way to put it. Is we're told these things so we can stop what's happening.
But our leadership denied it.
Yeah. And so we go back out to the gate. And obviously at the time, we're all kind of thinking like, for us, it's like, why the fuck wouldn't we do something? Wouldn't they do something earlier? But that's a great way to explain it. And so we go back out to the gate, and I mean, we're not that we weren't hyper vigilant before, but I mean, even more so now, and as much as we could be looking for this dude. And we let all the ground forces know, like, hey, this guy's out here. This is what he looks like. This is who he's probably going to be with. Keep an eye out. And obviously we're up in an elevated position, scanning this crowd of thousands and thousands of people. And the morning of the 26th, they sent back, what was it? Yeah, they sent like some of us back to prep our packs to bounce out of Afghanistan. They're like, hey, you guys are probably going to you need to either prep to like thermite your packs and stuff if things like get really bad and it's a hot exfil, or just make sure everything's tight, all the extra weapons and ammo and whatnot are in a good spot so someone can throw it on a bird for you if we gotta fucking get out of here quickly. So myself and one or two of the guys went back, and then early that morning, and then around, like 12 in the afternoon, around there, 12 to 1, we see this guy who fits the exact description, probably about 300 yards back in the crowd. And he's traveling with an older gentleman. This guy's the only guy that's clean shaven and is not that dirty. He's sweating a lot, but he's definitely the anomaly in the baseline. And he's wearing a brown man dress, black outer garb, like a vest or something, and a backpack or duffel bag. And we're like, man, this looks like this guy. And he was quite a ways back. And I mean, to get through that crowd, it takes all day unless you start really pushing people out of the way and fucking hurting people and stuff. Takes a few hours to get from where he was at to the base of our tower. And like, okay, fuck. We get some of the PSYOPs, the psychological operations guys, individuals, the Army guys. They come up to our tower, and we show them the pictures that we have and who he is. And I mean, this whole time he's working closer towards us, and we pass over the net like that. We've got this, this possible threat, and that we're linking up with the PSYOPs guys to get another set of eyes on him. And for us, we're like, this is the fucking guy. The PSYOPs guys are like, yeah, that's him. That's the exact fucking description that we have. Like, that's who we think it is too. And we're like, okay, cool. And so we pass over the net. That too, we're requesting engagement authority. I was spotting. Chaz was on the gun, and then someone else took over for spotting, and I was on the net. I was just on the radio, requesting engagement authority for this individual, giving them the description, getting denied, and then the counter intel guys, some counter intel individuals, they came up to our tower and we showed them the photos as well. So now this is the third group of individuals. This is like 12 sets of eyes now on these pictures.
12 PIDs.
Yeah. And they're like, yep, that he fucking fits the description, and so does the older guys traveling with. Like, that's who we think he is too. And we're like, all right, well, that's fucking 3 separate fucking entities that think the same exact thing. Fucking Dalton, he's always got a saying like, if it walks like a duck, it acts like a duck, it's probably a fucking duck. And I passed it over the net again. Like, hey, we have confirmation for 3 separate entities. I'm requesting engagement authority on this individual. American lives are going to be at stake if he continues to fucking come up here. And we had watched him. I didn't get to portray it fully in front of Congress, but we were watching him for a couple hours, like quite a few hours, still continuously requesting engagement authority. And finally, it's like, no, engagement authority is denied. And I was like, who has it? Or we don't have the, they're like, we don't have the engagement authority to give you. And I was like, well, send the battalion commander up here, because we're going to shoot this guy if you don't. And obviously in our eyes, right? And I said this to Congress too. I said, even if this was a potential, if this was possible, if it wasn't the guy, the fucking bomber in the crowd is going to think twice about fucking doing what he's about to do, because he watched some dude's fucking chest get caved in, because he watched this dude just get taken out. He's going to know that we're watching. He's going to know that when he does come into view, we're going to fucking deal with him. We're going to put him down, because bad people need to be put down. That's what our job is. And not what our job is, but that's what we're supposed to do in that situation with those individuals. And 300-yard shot is an easy shot to take from a stable platform with high-powered optics and fucking long guns.
Not to mention with everything else that's going on around it.
Yeah.
All the executions, dead babies, women trying to cut their own throats on razor wire.
Yeah.
That's how bad it is. And they're denying you permission to take this guy out.
On top of allowing the Taliban to come up and work next to Marines.
Yeah.
And so they say, all right, the battalion commander's on his way. At this point, I mean, this dude's closer. He's within like 200 yards, 150 yards now, or maybe even closer than that. And the battalion commander comes up, Lieutenant Colonel Brad Whited, and he comes up to the tower. We show him the photos, and he's just kind of sitting on, the heels of his feet, like, well, and we're like, well, sir, do we have your permission to engage? Like, we've had counter intel, psychological operations, and ourselves positive ID on this guy. This is the description. And he was like, well, yeah, it does look like it, but I don't have that authority.
What's this guy's name?
Lieutenant Colonel Brad Whited. It's like, I don't have that authority to give. We're like, what the fuck?
What the fuck is he doing there then?
Yeah. We're like, what the fuck? Then who?
What rank is this guy?
At the time, he was a lieutenant colonel. And I say, myself and Chaz both have intense conversation. We're like, who the fuck does have the authority, sir? And he goes, well, I don't know. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean you don't know?
He doesn't know his chain of command?
No. And
this guy has to live with this for the rest of his life. And I'm fucking glad you do, Lieutenant Colonel. You fucking piece of shit.
the thing is, too, is we got, so he said, I don't know. And Chaz and I both reiterate, well, you need to find out, because American lives are at stake. And if this is the bomber, a lot of people are going to die. And he leaves the tower, leaving us with the sense that he's going to go get us an answer. And now at this point, it's later in the afternoon. It's like 2-3 p.m. And this guy disappears into the fucking crowd. We don't get an answer back. It's like I said, the like I said in front of Congress, I didn't just throw his rank and name out there to destroy this guy's career, but he's who it started with, and it ended with General Sullivan. And we were told, and this is me quoting him, he said, that request never got to me. So somewhere between here and here, someone didn't give a fuck.
You know what you're doing, Tyler, is you are exposing how weak United States leadership is in the U.S. military. It's that fucking weak now. And you know when it got that weak? Right after this last election. Everybody that was worth a shit either got fired or pulled out or fucking left because they knew this shit was going to happen. That's what you're doing. You're exposing how weak military leadership is now because of who's in office. And it's good you're doing that.
I appreciate that, Shawn. It's definitely, like I said, in between the battalion commander and the General Sullivan, someone didn't give a fuck enough. We get taught it's our job to push down as leaders, as Marine leaders, as leaders in any sense of the word. It's our job to push down on our subordinates, but it's also our job to push up. You mind if we take a break for a second?
Let's take a break.
All right.
I want to give a big thank you out right now to all the Vigilance Elite patrons out there that are watching the show right now. Just want to say thank you guys. You are our top supporters and you're what makes this show actually happen. If you're not on Vigilance Elite Patreon, I want to tell you a little bit about what's going on in there. So, we do a little bit of everything. There's plenty of behind the scenes content from the actual Shawn Ryan show. On top of that, basically what I do is I take a lot of the questions that I get from you guys or the patrons, and then I turn them into videos. So right now, there's a lot of concern about self-defense, home defense, crimes on the rise all throughout the country, actually all throughout the world. And so we talk about everything from how to prep your home, how to clear your home, how to get familiar with a firearm, both rifle and pistol, for beginners and advanced. We talk about mindset. We talk about defensive driving. We have an end of the month live chat that I'm on at the end of every month where we can talk about whatever topics you guys have. It's actually done on Zoom. You might enjoy it. Check it out. And if Zoom's not your thing or you don't like live chats, like I said, there's a library of well over 100 videos on where to start with prepping, all the firearm stuff, pretty much anything you can think of. It's on there. So anyways, go to www.patreon.com/vigilanceelite or just go in the link in the description. It'll take you right there. And if you don't want to, and you just want to continue to watch the show, that's fine too. I appreciate it either way. Love you all. Let's get back to the show. Thank you.
All right, Tyler, we're back from the break. I'm sorry, it's getting pretty heavy, and I'm having trouble controlling my thoughts, my words, and my feelings, and I'm sorry.
No,
you got a lot more self-control than I do.
No need to apologize. I've had a few opportunities to talk about it, so it's have to. We talked a little bit earlier, but I think I have to be myself, but portray things appropriately so people will listen. So
You're a wise man.
I appreciate that.
So we left off. Sullivan was promoted for the superb job that he did, being the ground force commander over there or something? Whatever. He was in charge, and he got a promotion. So let's continue.
Yeah. So our battalion commander left us with that without an answer as to shooting this PID, and about 30 minutes after that, after him leaving, this individual, and for a little bit they were sitting. They at one point they were doing everything differently than everyone else in the crowd. They were handing out small white cards to everyone throughout the crowd. The the older gentleman who was seemingly coaching the bomber, trying to keep him calm. And I remember at one point they sat on the edge of the canal for a little bit and then continued moving around. And after our battalion commander left, I want to say within 30 minutes of that, they disappeared, like just completely disappeared into the crowd. And we were like, well, fuck. And we were updating everyone on the ground right at our tower, like, hey, this individual's disappeared. And when we initially called in, these individuals, like, we halted operations for a little bit. Like, they halted operations on the ground. The guys on the ground fucking took it seriously. And then they were told to fucking continue. And after we told them that these individuals had disappeared into the crowd, they were told to continue pulling people out, putting themselves in harm's way. And now the other half of our team went back to our packs. Again, how I was talking about making sure the gear was tight and ready to punch out if we needed to. And so myself and Andrew Valencia, our joint fires observer, we stayed back. We were the two senior pigs in the platoon, guys with a little bit of experience and very competent individuals. So they trusted us to stay at the tower by ourselves, and he and I continued conducting observation. And the other guys went back, taking 2 vehicles, and half of our team came back, or Jorge and Adam, they came back first from the packs. And Adam came up to the tower, Jorge went down and continued helping people and triaging people. Chaz, Dalton, and Cooper were still over at the packs and getting ready to punch back. And so they were creating a plan to demo everything if that became necessary, because they're like, it's going to be the fucking Alamo getting out of here. Like, we're going to be taking rocket fire and fucking machine gun fire, and like the Taliban's going to try and fucking blow us up as we come out of here and shit. And so we were prepping for that. I'm at the tower, and Adam's up there, Andrew's up there, and at this point, we had been waiting for an interpreter from it was a group guy. I don't remember what group, but they reached out to us about pulling out an interpreter for them that they had worked with, and we're like, and that's what a lot of it had been. It was like, hey, these guys helped us back in the day, like Raiders, old fucking SF guy, like buddies of ours, other people just reaching out through Instagram because they knew we were out there, and other social media platforms, and texting and stuff. They're like, hey, can you pull this dude out and his family? Like, he's got documentation. They've fucking bled for us, and sweat, tears, blood for us, and just like likewise for them. And they're going to be here on this day. And we're like, yeah. And so a lot of that, what we were doing is processing those guys who would reach out to us. We would pull out their interpreters and allies of ours who helped us in the past 20 years. And Dalton had specifically had contact with those individuals, and said that he asked one of us. He said, "Hey, I'm going to go back to the packs and make sure shit's good. If we got to demo it or just stage it, can one of you guys go down and get this interpreter when he comes out, because he might be here when I'm gone?" And I was like, "Yeah, dude, I got you. Don't worry. Like, I'll go down." And so we had told him to hold up a sign that said like Dalton 2/1 STA on it, like surveillance and target acquisition platoons. That's what our sniper platoons are. And so, about 5 p.m., 5:20 p.m. or so, Staff Sergeant Darren Hoover, a friend and mentor of mine, a guy I looked up to for sure, and one of the few guys in the battalion and in the company who had been to Afghanistan before and who had combat experience. So definitely someone a lot of people loved and looked up to because of that, and passing on his knowledge to everyone. He came up to the base of the tower, and I'm on the gun at the time, and he goes, "Hey, snipes," and he's like yelling up from the bottom, And I'm like, yeah, what's up, man? And he's like, hey, there's a guy down here. I think he's an interpreter. He's got a sign that says Dalton 2/1 STA on it. He's like, oh yeah, that's exactly who we're looking for. And I was like, give me a sec, I'll come down with you. And he's like, all right, roger that. So I pull Adam, he gets on the gun, or Andrew gets on the gun, and Adam's on observation behind the spotting scope. And same thing, we're still just fucking scanning the crowd for these dudes. And so throw on my Kevlar and grab my my rifle and go down. And so we walk out, and Hoover and I are just kind of talking like, you know, these, like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, what is this? And Hoover's like, man, this is not like anything I've ever experienced before overseas. And he said, I can't fucking believe this shit. And obviously I started talking about how they brought the fucking Taliban up to our gate next to the Marines and stuff, and how that was affecting the guys. And so we're walking out, and that 100-yard chain link fence that I was talking about, they cut a hole in it about 70 yards down, and there's like a Jersey barrier there. And so we walked through the hole to get into the canal faster. And at this point, so at one point, there was dispersion in the crowd for about 300 meters all the way down the crowd. There was a Marine for dispersion on this side of the canal. And it was like that due to our recommendation of, hey, if there's a bomber in the crowd, and this was 4 or 5 days prior to the 26th, you know, we need to, the only thing that's going to fucking protect us is dispersion. I mean, that's one of the first things you're fucking taught is standoff distance from IEDs. And so they had that dispersion for about 300 meters. And someone that morning, someone on the ground, I don't know what leader, but someone on the ground decided to okay the collapse of all of that dispersion. And so now that 300 meters of dispersion collapsed down to the base of our tower, right underneath our tower.
Are you...
Yeah.
So there's a suicide bomber threat. You guys PID the suicide bomber. He gets lost in the crowd. And they collapse the standoff?
Yeah.
From the ID.
Yep. Yeah, so they collapse the standoff. Like I said, they're at the base of our tower. If we looked out the left window across from the neighborhood, there's like another 2 Jersey barriers, and then this now bunched up group of a platoon of Marines almost. Like, and I'll share the pictures and the videos, but I mean, fucking 20, 30 Marines in one fucking spot. And it sucks. There's a lot of bad that comes, a lot of bad that has occurred in this, but it's shit like that. It's just like that fucking eats at you. It's like, why? And we brought it up multiple times, like, hey, who fucking okayed this? Like, why is there not dispersion? It's down here still. Why did you guys fucking collapse your dispersion? The guys, like Echo Company guys, had worked for fucking days to get hours fighting this crowd back just to get this fucking dispersion. They just were like, nope, fuck it, on the morning of the bomb. And so it was majority golf company down there.
It was that morning.
Yeah. And it was
so immediate feedback.
Yeah, because
why you do not do that.
I woke up.
Happened.
I went to sleep at like 6 a.m. maybe that morning, and I woke up at like fucking 8, and because it was the first time, and it was like 7 days of just constant like rah, 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 like from the crowd, just really fucking loud, just nonstop screaming, people crying, babies fucking sobbing. And there was like a couple days where it wasn't as loud at the base of our tower, and then I woke up because it was fucking loud again, like really fucking loud right next to our tower. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I looked down, and the whole fucking crowd was collapsed. And just hundreds, thousands of people in this small fucking area. And so I'm walking out there with Hoover. I walked through the hole in the fence. At this point, I'm kind of like coming back. We're coming back down this way in the canal. So it's like chain link fence, about a 12-foot, 15-foot gap, little 2-foot high canal wall, like maybe knee-high canal wall, and then like the actual canal drop off like 7 feet in the shit water and sewage water, and then the wall 2 feet high, dirt 12, 15 feet, and then like chain link fence and neighborhood. And the chain link fence ran all the way across the neighborhood, and there was holes all over it, and you could see there were buildings above it, looking through the top of it. And another way to show how desperate these people were to escape the fucking tyranny of the Taliban is, at first people weren't. There was like onesies and twosies coming through this shit water, because that's what it was. It was a sewage canal, and there was like 1 or 2 people coming through, and then by the 26th, I mean, there was fucking thousands of people in the sewage water, like coming across to escape and try and get processed through. And I mean, literally just wading through shit and blood and piss, and like fucking families, everything. And I went down there, and I look across the canal, and I see this dude hold up the sign and I like point to get in the canal and like come across, because at this point it's the only way they can get across is through the water. So for us it was a good thing, because it was like, okay, they have to cross this canal now to get to us, as long as like that crowd that's on the left side is kept at bay. And he came through. He like came beneath me and checked. He had American passport, and he had his brother with him and had American passport. And I guess he had been an interpreter with group or something for quite a while. And so he was legit. Pulled him out, just did a search on him, search on his brother. I'm like, all right, hey, I'm gonna take you guys over to the main search area, which is right at the base of the tower almost. We can get you guys processed through to the State Department. And this dude, he spoke pretty decent English, and he was like wait, he's like, my family. And I was like, yeah, like, what's up, man? Your brother's right here. Like, you got your family. And he's like, no, my wife and 4 kids. He's like, there's 7 of us. And I was like, what? And Hoover's standing next to me. He's like, what the fuck? He's like, no, there's 2 of you. He's like, no, my wife and 4 kids, they're still back in the canal. They're still back in the crowd. I was like, dude, you were given very specific instructions, like, come with your whole family at one time, because in our eyes, like, we know the gate's already supposed to be shut at this point. It was supposed to be shut that morning or something, and it's still open. We're still processing people. We were told that it was going to be shut by the 26th, or like the morning of the 26th, and it still hadn't been. And now it's like 5:30 p.m. or almost 5:30 p.m. And I pull, I'm like, all right, well, do you have fucking paperwork for them? And he fucking has paperwork for all of them. They're good. And I'm like, fuck. I'm like, okay. I was like, listen, man, do you have a phone? Like, can you call your wife? Does she have a phone? He's like, yes. Like, I can get a hold of her. And, okay, like, call her and see where she's at. And so he calls her, and he's like saying she's at like the bend in the canal or the corner, which is like where he was describing her at was like 6,000 people away, like so far away. And I'm like, fuck. So, all right, dude, tell her she needs to get her and the kids and get into the sewage water and start working their way up, because if not, there's not a great chance of you guys fucking getting through together. And so he relays that to her, and he's just like, thank you. And I sit them down on the chain link fence. I'm like, listen, I'll stay down here for like 20 or 30 minutes and help you guys out and wait to see if your family can make it up here. If not, I'll make sure another Marine helps you guys out and knows your situation. And he's just like, thank you so much. And so I'm like waiting on the side of the canal wall, like standing against it, facing across the canal. And I'm like, fuck, I don't know what these people look like. Like, they look like everyone else out there. And so I'm like, hey, man, like, come here. And I don't remember if it was him or his brother. And I'm like, hey, come here and help me spot them. If you see them, like, we can pick them. You can help me pick them out easier. And he's like, yeah, of course. And I like stand him up on the canal wall, and like 10 minutes goes by and just flash and just get hit with this massive wave of pressure, just like straight on. And then I'm like, my eyes are closed, my vision's black, and I'm like slowly coming to. My right ear is just like super high pitched ringing. My left ear is muffled, and I can just hear people screaming in the distance. And I knew right away, as soon as I like was coming to, I was like, holy fuck. Like, I just got fucking blown up. And my brain knew instantly. And my immediate thought was just like disbelief. I was like, there's no fucking way this just happened. And I can't see yet. And I'm just like struggling to open my eyes. And I later come to find out, I mean, on top of a fucking, 20, 30-pound bomb detonating like 5 meters away from me, someone's CS gas canisters had exploded on all of us. And so on top of the bomb, there's all the CS gas cloud that we're engulfed in. And so none of us can fucking see or we're struggling to see. And so I was just like, holy fuck, like I actually just got blown up. And I finally can open my eyes, and I'm just like laying on the ground in the dirt looking to my left and like really close to the fence. Like I had almost gotten thrown to the fence. And I'm like looking to my left, and I mean, there's just where this crowd of hundreds of people was is just flattened, like nothing at all. And I can still hear people just fucking screaming in the distance and yelling. And I look to my left, and I mean, one of the first things I see is just fucking Marines laid out, just fucking Desert Marpat fucking next to me. And I was just like, oh, fuck. Like, this really just fucking happened. And before I fully, like, my brain fully registered everything when I woke up in the hospital, like, my mom said I talked for like 9 hours straight, but I thought I was crawling away from my leg, and it was someone else's fucking body part just like laying in front of me. I mean, there was fucking body parts and dead bodies everywhere. And the people on the other side of the canal just immediately in front of me just got fucking evaporated, or eviscerated, just gone, just in an instant, gone. And then outside of that, just bodies, body parts, fucking guts and pieces of people and human beings. And I was laying on the ground, and I mean, I felt like I was on the ground for like a fucking hour. I felt like forever. And almost immediately after the bomb, I was trying to stand up, and I couldn't stand up. I could like move my head forward and like move my arm a little bit, and I kept trying to stand up, and like, fuck, like, why can't I stand up? And I was like, I'm fucking hurt. And then it just like crack, 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 fucking right across from us. So I'm now facing like kind of like the tower, like the way I'm looking, like the tower's kind of to the left, the canal's like right here, and then the neighborhood's right here. And we start taking fucking shots from the neighborhood, and like almost immediately after the blast. And my first thought, I mean, I always say like, we all want to be the hero in our own story, but my first thought in my brain was like, fuck, I'm hurt. And I look down, and I'm hearing us getting shot at and hearing fucking cracks and impacts behind us and over us. And I'm like, fuck, I can't fire my weapon. I'm fucked up. Like I mean, I had come to find out I had gotten hit with 100 to 150 ball bearings, and
150 ball bearings.
Yeah, and I mean, I took them everywhere but my neck and my head and my knees down because of that wall. And so I was like, well, fuck, I don't want to get shot. I can't fire back. And I just knew the hole in the fence was behind me. And I tried my fucking hardest to crawl backwards towards that hole in the fence. And I kept trying to get up, couldn't get up. I don't know how fucking far I got, maybe a couple feet. And I was moving backwards, and all I could do was like put my left arm on the ground, and I kept trying to lean over onto my right, and I'm just like, fuck, like, why is my right arm not working? And I remember lifting it up, I just seeing it's there, but it's just like fucking shredded up at the elbow and bloody, and I'm just fucking red everywhere. And I was just, all that my thought in my brain, I was like, my arm's fucked up. I was like, okay, that's why it doesn't work. And like just kept fucking going. I wasn't fully processing like, hey, let me fucking put a tourniquet on my arm. I was just like, fuck, I'm fucked up, and I need to get to the hole in the fence because that's where my friends are. And finally, I couldn't move anymore, and all I could do was kind of lift my head up. And I mean, I took ball bearings into my fucking chest, and like right around the cut of my plate carrier, into my shoulder, all over my fucking arm, obviously, a ton into my abdomen, all over my stomach. I mean, they were practically, from what I've been told, just fucking dumping ball bearings out of my intestines. And all down through, shot out throughout my leg, caught shrapnel into my hand, ball bearings. I mean, they were burning so fast that ball bearings just like burned through my radius, like perfect hole through my radius, didn't even break it. That's how fast they were going. and from the force of the blast, burned through my radius, all into my arm and shoulder. And unfortunately, the Army fucking burned my kit. I didn't get to keep my kit, but I took 3 ball bearings in the lip of my Kevlar, like right above the lip of my Kevlar, right into my forehead. And that's not a fucking reason to wear your fucking gear, then I don't know what is. But,
Yeah.
I mean, that would have fucking killed me. Like, for sure would have fucking killed me.
I gotta be honest, man. I can't believe you're sitting here right now.
I can't believe it either, honestly. Some incredible individuals in my line of care, you know, and it's been a fucking journey, but thankful to be here. And you know, I'm on the ground, and I can't move. And I mean, all of this is happening. It's like 3 minutes, but to me, it feels like fucking forever. And I'm on the ground, and I'm just like, wow, I can't move. I can't even really yell. I'm like, man, I'm dead. It was like, that's it. I could feel myself starting to fade, starting to pass out. And I was just like, I knew I was fucking bad. I could see myself covered in blood. And the pain hit me probably like a minute or two afterwards. And I was just like, when it finally hit me, because I couldn't feel it for a while, and it finally hit me, I was like, I was in so much pain that I just wanted to fucking die. Like, I remember laying there on the ground, and I was just like, please fucking kill me. Like, I'm in so much pain, just please fucking put me out of my misery. That's like all I was thinking about. And then I just kept trying to move, and I couldn't. And as I'm fading, I'm like, man, yep. I was like, well, that's how it goes. And that's like all I really thought. I was just like, well, I'm dead, but I'm proud of what I've done and who I am. And I remember thinking that on the ground, and it was like, this is how it is. And I was in disbelief, but I wasn't scared. I just was like, wow. I was like, well, this is how it fucking is. Like, I'm going to die here on the dirt in Afghanistan. And I just hear Tyler, coming, buddy. And I like come to again, and I'm like, oh fuck, it's Chaz. Like, he's gonna fucking get to me. I'm not gonna die. And they were coming back from the PAX. Dalton was driving. He just pulled up to the gate, and one of the combat engineers were like, hey, like move away from the tower a little bit, turn the vehicle around. So he turns and like puts it in park. Fucking blast goes off, and him and Chaz look at each other and like, Chaz was like, that was a fucking ID. He was like, what? He's like, that was a fucking ID. And they just hop out of the car. And we had this SUV that we had fucking ripped the seats out of and tore the license plates off of, because there was the command that was just sitting back at like near the fucking Army command had all these vehicles, and none of us at the fucking gates actually operating had fucking any vehicles. And so I was asking everyone around, I'm like, oh, you guys got any extra vehicles? I'm like, oh no, I remember asking someone like, oh no, we only have one. And so me and my buddy just went and fucking acquired a vehicle from them, and ripped the license plates off, spray painted the fuck out of it, and like put Pig Pride Reaper 2 like STA on it. And we're like, all right, this is ours now. Fucking thank God we did, because we ripped the seats out of the back of that to fit our gear and our guns and shit. And but the back doors are fucking broken, and so Cooper's in the back seat fucking trying to kick the doors out, trying to get out of this fucking SUV. He gets out. Dalton's the assistant team leader, so he runs to the tower to get accountability of people and gear. And they go up there. He gets up there, and or Chaz is up there. Dalton gets up there, and fucking Chaz is like, I see Tyler. And because like I think Adam saw me like when I was still trying to stand up, like reaching my hand up. And I remember seeing someone in the tower, like one of my guys in the tower, and like that's why I was trying to get up, and I could just see him, but I didn't know who it was. I couldn't make out who it was. And turns out it was Adam. And there was so many fucking people killed that Andrew was on the gun and like on the SAS when the blast went off, and they got fucking rocked. I mean, that whole blast wave was right next to the tower, and they aimed it at us and the tower, and that's what happened. So all that overpressure from the blast ran through the fucking tower. We had 2 windows open. It was just like boom, boom, fucking instantly, just fucking, I don't know, shook their brains, instant concussion. And they were rattled. Andrew like barely held on to the SAS hanging out the window, and they thought that their fucking faces were bleeding, and it was just so much blood and guts from the people that had gotten blown up because they were fucking like at the window that it was just covering their fucking face. And I mean, the SAS was fucking caked in blood. They had to clean fucking brains off our SAS after that because of how many fucking people were killed. It coated our fucking rifle, one of our rifles. And I mean, I'm sure that fucking haunts him, you know? I mean, that's some heavy fucking shit. And so Chaz and Dalton like had the briefest engagement of like, Chaz is going out there to get me because he's the most fucking proficient medically. And like, as he saw me, he's like, hey, I'm going out there or whatever. And fucking, that's when he was yelling for me. And I was like, wow, I'm not going to fucking die. Chaz is going to get to me. And I remember hearing him run behind me along the chain link fence and hearing him yell my name. And then I remember seeing him stand over me. And he told me like he thought I was dead because I was just like looking at him. And I said something along the lines of like, take off my fucking belt, take off my fucking Kevlar. And for a little bit, I thought like I had moved really fucking far. Like I thought I had crawled really far, and I was just like kind of confused in my brain. I was like, man, how did I move so far? But I know at one point I couldn't move anymore. But I also remember moving really fast. He's like, no, motherfucker. Like I dragged you like 30 fucking feet. Like I grabbed you and dragged you. I was like, it makes a lot more sense. And then, I mean, started throwing fucking tourniquets on me right away. He fucking just disregarded, like, we had guys shooting back and he just fucking sprinted for me. I mean, I brought him up in front of Congress because he had never been acknowledged for saving my life that day. And there was other individuals involved. Now he is. I got, my girlfriend actually, when she was doing a shoot for the Secret Service, met the assistant commandant and his assistant and was like, hey, this is my fucking boyfriend. Like, this is who he is. You guys need to reach out to him. And he did. He called me. The general called me, General Smith. And since then, has brought up certain things about acknowledging him. But I acknowledged him in front of Congress, and no one... nothing came of that. And, you know, he's a humble guy. He's not going to be like, hey, I saved Tyler's life. Like any one of us would have been like, yeah, I was doing my job. Like, he's my buddy. I was doing my fucking job. But a year and a half later, and this man who fucking helped save my life is not acknowledged for doing so. It was pretty shitty. But he started throwing tourniquets on me and trying to fucking plug holes. But I mean, I had so many fucking like holes in my body that and a lot of them, those BBs from the ball bearings were so small that like my skin was just like closing right back up on top of them. And another individual, Eric Emmett, one of the platoon sergeants, got another man I looked up to. He came over, started taking control of everything at the gate, taking control of the situation. I'm sure he's not been, awarded for his actions that day either, because most people weren't.
You guys are going to be rewarded.
Yeah.
They will be.
Yeah, they will.
Somebody's going to get in there and see what they did, see what all you guys did, and you're going to be rewarded.
Yeah.
There's not a doubt in my mind. It's
Yeah.
just not going to come from these fucking assholes.
Yeah, I've been working on some things and
Good for you.
pushing on some people. So it was kind of cool. My team leader, Emmett, mentor and friend that I looked up to, and a couple other individuals who were really good buddies of mine, Mitchell Sealis and Sajun Smith, they all fucking got to me and were working on me. It was all my buddies fucking working on me and just trying to fucking stop the bleeding. I'm fucking writhing around, screaming, moaning, trying to talk, can't fucking talk because I'm in so much pain, just like mumbling and moaning, and they're trying to keep me from going into shock. And I just remember the whole time just like, I just want to fucking die. I'm in so much pain. And Chaz, right before he ran out there, he's like in the tower and he's like, give me Tyler's bolt cutters, and fucking threw my bolt cutters to him. He ran out there, got to me. When they were trying to move me, they realized they couldn't fucking like carry me how he was going to carry me because my fucking whole stomach's ripped open and how bad my injuries were. They're like, all right, I can't fucking just like, we can't just pick him up normally. So he cuts open a hole in the fence close to the tower and cuts down the casualty carrying distance by like 200 fucking yards. And Mitchell Sealis, good buddy of mine, they're looking for something to fucking carry me on, and he runs over. And kind of how I was talking about your patch, you know, with your shield or on it, they fucking threw me on a riot shield and carried me out to the CCP. And just so happened that fucking one riot shield was lying around, and they fucking dragged me out there on it and ran me back to the behind our tower to cover. And I don't remember being carried there. I've been told that I was just cussing and fucking screaming. Sounds about right. But I remember being on the ground and I'm going in and out of fucking consciousness. And I remember them like cutting open my pants. And then I remember hearing Chaz say it. And I didn't think I thought I had made it up in my brain, but then he told me he did say it. And he was like, wow. He's like, nice dick, Tyler. Like cutting open my pants. And I'm laying there and I can see our tower like up in my vision, and I'm just screaming for fucking drugs, like fucking just like someone fucking put me down or give me some fucking drugs. And I see Jorge, our team corpsman, he runs over and he's like flipping me over looking for exit wounds and stuff. And so what's crazy is he had walked out there. So I was on this side of the fence. Jorge walked out, and right in the fucking cone of fire of the blast zone and the ball bearings, he had just walked past it when the blast went off. He was walking out there to meet me, and he got fucking knocked out on his feet. All the pressure hit him. Fortunately, he didn't get hit with ball bearings or shrapnel, but he got fucking thrown on his ass, got up and forgot that he was going out there to meet me. And because he like went to the tires, like, where's Tyler at? And I'm like, oh, he's down there. And so Jorge fucking got thrown off his feet, and first thing he gets up, it's just fucking doing what he does best, and that's fucking helping people, and starts triaging Marines left and right. Like immediately gets up, people are fucking, I think he threw a tourniquet on someone's arm whose like arm was fucking just losing a lot of blood, and then immediately like sees someone else on fire from the fucking blast. And I mean, he just goes into fucking work mode. And then after like 5 or 6 patients, he's like, and I mean, he ended up you know, working on Max and Soviak, and I think Deacon Page as well, who were both killed in action and died out there. But you know, he called their fucking times of death on them, and then he was like, "Oh fuck, I was going out there for Tyler." We're like, "Where the fuck's Tyler?" And he's yelling for Chaz, and Dalton's yelling for him, trying to get accountability to the team still. And so he runs back to the base of the tower, and he's flipping me over. And I'm like coming to, and I remember seeing him. He's like, Tyler. And he was like slapping me in the face, like trying to wake me up. And I see him, and I'm like, Jorge. I was like, fucking Jorge's a doc. Jorge has drugs. Like, and I remember like I was trying to reach for him. I don't know if I grabbed him, but I was trying to. And I'm just like, Jorge, give me fucking drugs. I'm like, give me fucking drugs, Jorge. And he was like, I gotta fucking finish triaging you, Tyler. And I'm just like, fuck you, Jorge. God fucking damn it, give me some fucking drugs. And he was doing what he was supposed to. He's fucking going through, just trying to, you know, put chest seals on and make sure everything's plugged up. And they put chest tubes in me right there, and I was like barely fucking conscious for it. I was fucking bleeding out and like almost completely bled out at that point. And so he was drawing out ketamine to administer to me. And the medical officer that was there was like, nope, like we got to fucking send him. Like if we don't get him to the hospital, like he's dead. Like we got to go now. And so never got my fucking drugs. They threw me into the back of our SUV, our Pig Pride SUV, and I bled out all over the fucking back of it. And one of my buddies, I don't know who drove, but a buddy of mine, Castillo, was back there holding me down, trying to prevent me from swinging my fucked up arm around and hurting myself more. And the majority of that ride, I remember like being put into it, and I don't remember. I remember seeing like the ceiling, but I don't remember like being held onto and held down. I just remember like fucking moving around and just like, I need fucking drugs. Like, are we there? Like, I need fucking drugs. Like, please, like, give me fucking drugs. Are we there yet? And he was just trying to comfort me. And you know, it's like a 4 or 5 mile drive around back to the hospital. I get there. You know, my surgeon, he's checking on Deegan Page and at the roll 2, and you know, he passed already, and he was just going from patient to patient to patient, trying to do what he could to keep the, you know, people alive and do his job. And after he, you know, made sure Page had, you know, he confirmed that Page had passed, my like right foot was on top of his left shoulder, and or vice versa. And he was like, well, he's like, I'm going to him next because he's right here. And so just because of that, he happened to work on me next. And you know, he was in disbelief at how I was still alive, and how I was still breathing on my own, and my heart was still beating. Went into surgery for like 10 to 14 hours. Him and other nurses working on me, and another little girl. And so I know they couldn't stabilize me for forever, for hours. And they were, you know, giving me blood and warming it up, obviously, and putting it in me. And I remember, you know, they were like, can't figure out why he's not stabilizing, why he's not taking this blood, pretty much. And so he was the one who was like, well, let's get him fresh whole blood. And as soon as I did that, it was like I just fucking took a fucking jump and started climbing again, and I was doing a lot better. You know, cleaning out my intestines. He cross-clamped my aorta to stop myself from bleeding out into the rest of my body. And I know I had an artery stent put in my femoral artery. My leg was just so shredded, and there was so much to work on here that, you know, was told that they had to make the decision to let my leg go to save my life. And something that I said to them is that was the right decision to make. You know, I wouldn't be here today if he hadn't made that decision. So I'm thankful to him for that. But yeah, I got flown on like the night of the August 28th. He continued to work on me, and there was a lot more wrong, but got flown to Germany from there. Now I'm in Germany, and on August 28th, the guys pulled the casualties in from the gate. The rest, like, made sure all the casualties were in and closed up the gate. And you know, Dalton talked about just the sea of bodies that was there. And I mean, I've seen photos and videos post blast, post moving the casualties, and it's just fucking hundreds of people just taking their last breaths on the ground. And he talks about it, you know, sitting up in the tower, and after the North Window got hit, and they're searching for the shooters still. You know, one of the Marines, Christian Sanchez, he got shot through the shoulder after the blast went off, and he fucking picked up his rifle and put that fucking ISIS fuck down. He put him down, and you know, there was a lot of people, and in the Army investigation, it was said that we didn't get shot at, that no one got shot. Christian Sanchez got fucking shot through the shoulder. He fucking put one of those ISIS fucking gunmen down. My buddy David Traylor, he got shot through his fucking thigh. And I mean, it literally went through. I got hit with 100 to 150 ball bearings, and they just, you know, bore little tunnels in me. He got shot through his thigh, and the whole backside's fucking blown out. I mean, it's pretty fucking obvious what happened. He's got a cone-shaped indent in his leg from getting shot, and in that Army investigation, it was said, they were concussed and unreliable because of what happened, that these somehow 40, 50, 60 witnesses, Marines, sailors, soldiers, what they witnessed didn't happen because of the blast.
Yeah, that's Army Brigadier General Lance Curtis backed all decisions made by commanders at Abbey Gate on that day, in quotes, based on our investigation at the tactical level. This was not preventable.
And certain individuals recently testified in front of the House Foreign Affairs Committee saying that, they were asked by congressmen if they regret what happened and how the evacuation was handled. And they said, I don't regret what happened, and I don't regret the way the evacuation was handled. And that's pretty... You imagine being the family or the friend of one of those 13 service members killed in action, hearing that? I couldn't fucking imagine. I know how much it pisses me off hearing that shit. Going back to the gate, Dalton talked about watching this dude in the canal choke on his own blood. He was sucking for air, just choking on his own blood in his throat because he was continuously just bleeding into his throat from the blast. And he had to fucking sit there and watch this dude just fucking take his last gasps of air, blood into his lungs, and suffocate to death. At that point, we had closed up the gate and obviously trying to deal with the casualties and prevent a second IED blast. So they pulled out 2 days later. After that, right before that, they started going around destroying all of the equipment and all of everything they could think that would be useful, destroying and spray painting everything across HKIA, and came back from the ground force commander that the vehicles that had been flipped over and the spray paint that said "fuck you Taliban, fuck ISIS" needed to be covered up. The vehicles needed to be flipped back over. They needed to fix the damage to those vehicles and things that they had done. So after these 13 service members are killed, after they're tasked with destroying everything so the Taliban and ISIS don't have access to it, they're then told by ground force commander to fix that damage.
Are you serious?
Yeah. I wish I wasn't. So they went back, told to fucking cover it up with spray paint, told to fucking flip those vehicles back over. And, man, it's just it's one fucking thing after another post that. And I can't fathom why we can't change the fact that these 13 service members were killed. So why the fuck do you have to lie about what happened? Why do you have to lie about what happened, what we experienced, what everyone out there went through, what we saw? How can John Kirby stand and say, as the press representative from the White House, how can he stand there, and being a former admiral in the Navy, how can he stand there and say that he didn't see any fucking chaos from his perch? And that's quote, I didn't see any chaos from my perch. Who the fuck talks like that from your perch? Who talks like that? Who fucking says that? 13 Americans were killed. And you're going to speak like that and say that everything was done right, that you couldn't see any fucking chaos from your perch. It's fucking disgusting.
I'm sorry, man.
Yeah. It's not your fault.
I'm sorry.
But it's someone's.
Let's take a break. All right, Tyler. I think we left off. You're in Germany.
Yes. So I'm in Germany now. From Afghan, getting to that role 2, they sedated me, and I forgot to say this, but I got to the role 2 and I was asked, what I remembered about getting to the role 2 facility in Afghan, and I was like, I remember getting there and like being on an operating table, and the individuals working on me were saying like, we need to intubate him right now, we need to sedate him, we need to do this and that, and this whole conversation. And I told him, I remember being intubated and all of this, and I was kind of responding to it with, wow, like what's crazy is that happened, but you were not awake for that. Like, you were barely alive. You heard all of that. You heard that whole conversation. Your brain remembered that. You weren't actually awake. And so it's just pretty strange thing to fucking hear and remember being unconscious. But I'm in Germany, and right now, they're telling my mom, like, hey, like, he's been hurt, he's been hit. And it was actually my little brother who was like, Mom, like a bomb, like an explosion just went off in Afghanistan. And my mom was like, what? And they like had the TV on and pointed it out. And she got a call on like the 27th or in the States, I think. And they're like, he was hit. He's going to Germany. Don't fly here. Like the military, they called my mom and said, there's been an explosion at Abbey Gate. There was gunfight. There was gunfire. People were shot. They said this on the that phone call recording that your family gets home from a service member wounded. Like, they told my mom, like, there was gunfight. There was gunfire. They were shot at. There was an explosion, and your son is very critically injured. They told her that I was very ill, very critically ill, and not to go to Germany because she'd probably be passing my dead body in the air coming back to the States. And my mom was like, fuck that. Like, I'm going to be there. I don't give a fuck. And they're like, well, if you fly here, like, we can't. They told her this too. They're like, we can't promise that we're going to, we can reimburse your flights or pay for your flights. She's like, this is my fucking son. Do you think I care about that? She fucking bought her flights and went on her way to Germany. And she met me in Germany at Landstuhl. And so I'm there now. They still had me sedated, just operating on me. They took my leg there. They took my arm there. And my mom, she was like in the operating room the whole, like they would let her stand there as they were operating on me. And, they're working on me. And they told, like, the doctor came out and told my mom actually that they're like, yeah, the nurse almost fell over when we handed your son's leg to her. Like, that's how heavy it was. And they were like telling her how just like funny things, like trying to cheer her up a little bit. And they were telling her how, like, at the time my neck was so thick that they were struggling to get the fucking like IV, like the drains into my neck. Like, they couldn't get through like the muscle in my neck, and just like random things like that, which is pretty funny. But they told her there in Germany for the first time, like, he's not supposed to be alive. Like, we have no fucking idea how he's alive. And the only reason that he's alive, that can be because he's alive, is because of how healthy he was, how physically fit he was, is what saved his life. I just fucking happen to be able to take the entire impact of that and all of these injuries. I mean, I showed you the pictures at breakfast of how much weight I lost, but I was 208 pounds, 210 pounds when I got blown up, and pretty lean. Not a huge dude, but I was definitely a muscular dude. And for me, I've always, for as many years as I can remember in the Marine Corps, I've lived with the mantra of like, you can never train too hard for a job that can kill you. And I took that fucking seriously. I really did. And I always tried to instill that in my Marines. And that was one thing as like a young squad leader. I never had to really fucking haze anyone. I could just run them into the ground and be like, listen, just be fucking fit. And that was something that I lived by, and it fucking saved my life. And that's, that's why I when I speak now and I talk to people and I'm looking to open my gym and getting certified right now with CPT and stuff. It's important to me, and it always will be, physical fitness, because it's what saved my life. And I mean, a lot of modern day issues like physical problems and diseases can be solved with having good physical health. And to hear that, it was like I was training hard because it was important for me to be fit. One, I wanted to be able to be the one to if I need to fucking run with someone on my back for a mile, I'll fucking do it. If I need to carry the heavy rock, I'll do it. And I also had aspirations to go be a Raider. And so, I mean, it was quite a number of things that led me to that. But knowing that, there's that saying of like, everything in your life leads up to one moment. And for me, everything I had done up until getting blown up was right, because I'm here today. And not perfect by any means. I've made my mistakes in life, but I can say that I was prepared for the worst moment in my life. And that's something that I try to pass along to others, is be fit, be mentally and physically fit. Doesn't matter if you're in the military or you're a civilian. You could get hit by a car tomorrow. I mean, being prepared is important. You don't know when your bell is going to be rung. And fortunately for me, I was able to withstand that. And, I'm in Germany, and at one point I flatlined, and I did a few times, but they brought my mom in and had her say goodbye to me, because they're like, he's not going to make it. Like, he's probably not going to make it. And, I mean, I couldn't imagine being in my mom's shoes. My mom, she was like, I'm so sorry this happened to you. And my buddies all have said that to me too. And they don't feel sorry for me. I told them, like, you feel sorry for me, I want to kick your fucking ass. Like, I don't feel sorry for myself. And,
Your mom sounds like a very special woman.
Yeah, she is a fierce woman. And
From childhood to now.
Yeah,
I mean,
I've always said, my mom's my hero, and it's fucking true. I wouldn't be the man I am today without her and the way that she raised me. And I mean, seeing her go through the struggles that we did as a family, and how she lost everything and built it back up even better. It always proved to me, I was like, my mom fucking got through it, so can I. And every time I had a hard moment in my life, I'm like, my mom went through all this shit to give me a good life. Like, I'm going to be successful. I will be successful. And I'm very thankful to her for that. Yeah, she came in and said goodbye. And then the regimental commander, he was great. My mom was there, Colonel Graham, and they were like, what do you need? Like, to my mom. And she's like, you get his best friend here right now. If you want him to live, get his fucking best friend out here. And so they fucking cut Ritter orders. I got flown to Andrews Air Force Base, and he was flying. They flew him out to Walter Reed, to DC. And so he met us at Walter Reed. But I don't remember this, but another Marine was saying, in the Wounded Warrior Battalion, like the liaison who was there for my mom, was saying that they were trying to life flight me to Walter Reed. And I like woke up, and I don't know if this is true or not, but this is what he said, that they were trying to life flight me to Walter Reed, and I like woke up, and they were talking to me, or they were talking over me about like flying me and talking about putting the other Marines on the bus. And he said that I was like, I want to ride on the bus with these guys, and like turn down the fucking flight. I was like, no, I want to fucking ride on the bus with the Marines going to Walter Reed. And so they put us on the fucking bus with them and drove us to Walter Reed. And then, which I feel like would only make sense because I don't know why else I would not be life flighted over with how critical I was. So now I'm at Walter Reed. It's like 4 or 5 days post blast. And it's like August 31st or something like that, and they like wake me up. They pull me out of intubation, pull the sedation off me, and I woke up and, my mom's there. My buddy Ritter, he's there. And my mom's like, hey, sweetheart, how you doing? And my mom, she knows me really well. Like she took photos and videos the whole time from the time she got to Germany to me. She took photos and videos of all of this shit and through fucking tears. And one of the first things I said when I woke up was like, did you fucking take pictures of this or what? And she was like, yeah, I took fucking pictures, motherfucker. Like, she knew I would want pictures and videos of like my surgeries and stuff. And I mean, that's a testament to her fucking strength as well. But before I jump into this, she, on the way back to Andrews Air Force Base from Germany, they actually had put her on a plane with all of the refugees. So a few of us who were injured and like 100 and something refugees were on this plane. My mom was saying, obviously she grew up, 20s, in her 20s, when 9/11 happened, and I was like 3 or 4 years old. And I remember seeing it on TV, but she talked about, having a lot of biases, a lot of Americans did after that for Middle Easterners. And her first thought when she realized that all these refugees were on the plane, she thought, oh, fuck, is this plane going to blow up? Like, this just happened. Like, is this plane going to fucking blow up? And then she looked over at some point during the flight and saw this Afghan woman standing and holding like these three medical beds. And it was 3 of her kids, and one of them had been like in the operating room with me. And she like went over to her and like tried to converse with her, and she like pointed like, are these your kids, pretty much? And like the lady nodded, and then my mom like pointed over to me and was like, this is my son. And they just like held hands and cried. And she just like let her know that she was there for her and not alone. So that was pretty cool to hear. And she told me, she's like, being on that plane and seeing what happened and seeing all those refugees, she was like, people don't get to see this shit. That was the first time that I realized this is why this happened. This is what my son and all these men and women serving were out there doing. They were rescuing all of these families, all these thousands and thousands of families. This is why this happened. This is what they were out there doing. This is what they were there for. And it's pretty cool to hear her talk about that. So I'm at Walter Reed, and one of the first things I say when I wake up, like first words out of my mouth, I was like coming to and just really fucking high. Obviously, I'm like, fuck me. She's like, what? I'm like, fuck me. And she was like, what's wrong, sweetheart? Like, other than the obvious. And I was like, right away, I was like, those motherfuckers blew off my fucking leg. Like, said that right away. And she's like, well, no, they didn't blow off your leg, sweet. I just knew, like, I remembered, like, almost immediately when I woke up, like, I had remembered most of what happened. She said I talked for 9 hours straight, just, like, about everything that happened, like, the gunfight, the fucking bombing, the fucking interpreter going down to the gate, everything leading up to it. And, that I was awake for like 2 days. And they started bringing in, generals and like all these fucking people to do fucking photo ops and shit. And, like come meet me and stuff. And I don't know any better. I'm really fucked up and really high, and a few people came in, a few generals. I don't even remember who, honestly. And then they're like, do you want to see the president of the United States? Do you want to see the president? And I was like, what? It's like, the president? Like, the president. And I was like, the president of the United States. Like, yeah, the president of the United States. Like, it was like, the president wants to see me. And like, yeah, he wants to come see you and like thank you and meet you. And I was just like, what the fuck? And I was like, my buddy Ritter, he's a black Republican, and I'm like, yeah, I want to fucking meet the president. Who doesn't want to meet the fucking president? And he's like looking at me like, what the fuck? And it kind of makes sense a little later, but I was like, okay. And so I told him, I was like, hold all of my opioids, like hold all of my narcotics and stuff. Like, I want to be coherent when I meet him. And they're like, no, we can't do that. I'm like, you're going to hold all of my fucking drugs other than my antibiotics. Like, I want to be coherent when I meet him. So like, okay. And my mom's like, fucking listen to him. And they held all my pain meds. They're like, when is he going to be here? And like, he's going to be here in about an hour. Well, 1 hour goes by, nothing. 2 hours goes by, nothing. I keep coming in, like, do you want, it's time for your meds. You want your meds? I'm like, nope, hold them. And like 3 hours goes by. It's like 4 hours at this point. And my mom's furious. Like, she's like, what the fuck? Like, where is this guy? And, she like kind of sits up and I see her get a little anxious and she's like, okay, like the Secret Service are coming into the floor. He's probably gonna be here in a few minutes. And then this average looking white dude with brown hair comes in the room, like presidential seal on his shirt and a black mask on with a presidential seal. And I'm just like looking at this dude and he like pats down my mom, pats down my buddy. I'm like looking at this guy and I'm like looking at my mom, my buddy. And this dude's just like standing in the corner of the room. I'm like, what the fuck's going on? And he's like over there. And I'm like, Mom. And she's like sitting to my right. I'm like, Mom. She's like, what? And she's nervous, And I'm like, is that the president? And like everyone in the room starts laughing. And the Secret Service agent starts laughing. And he like pulls down his mask and he's like, no. He's like, but I work for him. And I was just like, what? I was like, well, this isn't the president. I was like, what do you mean you work for him? And I was like, oh my God, who's the fucking president? And just so much had happened, just had so much trauma on me. I had no idea who the president was. I didn't think it was Trump. I didn't think it was Biden. My brain couldn't make the connection. I had no idea who the president was. And I'm like, holy fuck, like this dude's going to be here in here any minute. I have no idea who the president is. And I look over at my mom, like, Mom. She's like, what? Like, what's up, sweetheart? And I'm like, who's the fucking president? And she's like laughing and she's like, what? I'm like, who is the fucking president? And she's like, are you serious? I'm like, I have no idea who the president is. And she's like, sweetheart, it's like, it's Joe Biden. And this is just me talking about what happened, but I just leaned back and I was like, oh my God. And I was like, oh my fucking God. And that's what I said. And the Secret Service dude just like beat red, like trying not to laugh. And I was like, fuck. And this dude, like 2 minutes later, he walks in with him and Jill Biden and their little entourage of people and like a photographer. And right away, like remember him coming up to me, trying to shake my hand. Like, try to shake my right hand. And I look at him, and I'm like, I don't have an arm. And my left arm is in this big-ass cast with this giant orange fucking foam block around it. I completely immobile. All I can do is move my head. My arm's gone. I'm like, I don't have an arm. And he says, oh, and like kind of stands up. And then like goes over to reach for my fingers because about an inch of my fingers are showing. And just like grabs my fingers. Doesn't greet me or anything, just that's what happened, just grab my fingers. And I was like, okay, that's weird. And, almost immediately starts talking, like, about how their son served in the military. Doesn't say anything about what happened, starts talking about how their son served in the military. And my mom is just like, she's furious at this point. And they're like taking pictures and stuff. And she was like, my mom said this, she was like, I don't give a fuck. I don't care what you guys fucking do. She's like, you better take care of him for the rest of his fucking life. And like she said that. And I'm sitting there and he comes over to me and he leans over me. And I have a picture of this to prove it. I'll show you this picture that I have. It's a pretty funny picture. He leans over me and he's like this close to my face and he's like, what do you want?
What do you want?
Yeah, he said, what do you want? And I said, what? He said, what do you want? And I'm just like confused. I just got blown up. Just fucking saw my friends die next to me. I'm like, I just want to be myself. And he's like, huh? And my mom's furious. And she's like, he said he just wants to be himself. He just wants to be him. He said he just wants to be me. And he goes, oh. okay. And they just continued to talk about everything but what just happened. And then they just ushered him out of the room. He didn't know what to say. They ushered him out of the room, and that was that. And my mom tried multiple times to get help from them, reaching out to the first lady and try to get some legislation passed for caretakers like herself who own businesses who don't get any financial support for helping their fucking service member that just got his whole life torn apart. And she wanted to help other caretakers in the future have, because they didn't, there's a certain amount of money that you can get as a caretaker depending on what you do and or help, but it's a process. And so she was working through that, but she wanted to pass legislation for future caretakers to help get, like, hey, if you run a business and you need to come take care of your son who fucking, served their fucking country and just got blown up, like, you can do that and not have to worry about financial shit for a little bit, you know what I mean? And so she was trying to get help with that, and they just pretended to help. They kind of just fucking brushed her off and pretended like they were connecting her with the right individuals and didn't fucking help her at all. And so obviously because of the Congress stuff now, my mom is since, going to be moving forward with some stuff with some individuals who are actually going to help. But nothing came of that. And yeah, that was 2 days after that. I'm just in bed, and I'm telling the doctors and the nurses for a couple of days, for like 2 days, I'm like, I can't breathe, like I can't fucking breathe. And a buddy of mine, a doctor who works at the hospital, he's a resident right now. He was he was in a reserve sniper platoon, and now he's in the Army as an officer, being a trauma surgeon. And as soon as it happened, he fucking came in and he connected the Recon and Sniper Foundation guys, like got them to send out a flag and like decorate my room really nice and shit and be there for my mom and family. So he was there as a friend, also like working on me and stuff too, but or like helping with that. And also put a Marine Corps flag like right on the ceiling. And so
That's the Marine Recon Sniper Foundation?
Yeah, the Recon and Sniper Foundation.
So it's a nonprofit doing good things.
Yep. Yeah, very much so. And so they sent out a flag just to cheer me up and, fucking give me something to smile about. And so I'm like, hey, I can't breathe. Like, I'm struggling to breathe. And they're like, oh, you're fine. Like, you're good. Your pulse ox, like, is 98%. Like, you got, like, 98% oxygen in your blood. Like, you're good. I'm like, I can't fucking breathe. Like, I can't breathe. And they just brush it off. And they're like, you're fine. You're good. Next thing I know, 2 days later, I'm fucking tunnel vision, staring up at this this Marine Corps flag on the ceiling, and then just blackout. And I wake up, and I'm in Inova, Virginia now, and I had double pulmonary embolisms, one in each lung. Couldn't fucking breathe. They were racing back to my heart, and didn't fucking listen to me, and passed out, flatlined between there and getting to Inova. I flatlined like 3 or 4 times. They came in, one of the Marine Corps liaisons came in when there was a doctor literally straddling my fucking chest in the room, just fucking doing chest compressions on me, trying to fucking resuscitate me. And brought me back, started moving me out to the helicopter to life flight me there because I needed ECMO to like clean out my blood. And the only place I had ECMO was over there in Virginia. For some reason, Walter Reed doesn't fucking have it. State-of-the-art facility. It's a great place, great people, but there's some things that aren't perfect. And so, of course, the one thing I needed, they didn't have. And they moved me out to the bird, and then I fucking crash again. I flatline again. They bring me back in. They resuscitate me. And now they're looking for a machine to fucking connect to me. And they take me back out to the bird and then fucking crash again. And then finally they get me stable, get me on the bird, fly me over to Inova, get me on ECMO, and I'm good. They clean out get the blood clots out, clean out my blood, and I'm awake in Virginia. And it was and they had to put in like tubes through my groin and my leg and stuff, and like straight into my heart and whatnot. So I like wake up, and on top of the 50 tubes I've already got in me, I've got these massive tubes going through my groin and stuff. And You know, I lost, obviously I lost my right arm a couple inches above the elbow, hip disarticulation, so I don't have any of my leg. I sit and I walk on my pelvis. And, you know.
A couple inches above the elbow?
Yeah.
So can you show me?
Yeah. So I'm like right here. This is about the height of my arm. So enough to be able to allow me to wear this socket and move around and use it and open it and stuff. And I mean, I work out, I fucking shoot rifles. I can still fucking clamp a rifle with this. Like I work to, like I told you at breakfast, to be as proficient as I can and do the things that I love doing now, or that I did before today. But yeah, the prosthetists at Walter Reed fucking crush it. They fucking kick ass. And
I want to ask you a question.
Yeah.
It's a tough question to ask, but I'm going to ask it. People get very uncomfortable being around amputees. They don't know how to act around you. They don't know whether to feel sorry for you. They don't know what the fuck to do, man.
Yeah.
How do you like to be treated?
Like a regular fucking person. I think it definitely benefits me, people underestimating me, because I can do my thing, you know? But I like to be treated like a regular fucking person, because I am one, you know? I've been through a lot, but there's people who've been through worse. And I mean, it's definitely the kids I love. The kids are honest. Kids, you know, they'll be like, Dad, where's his leg? Like, I mean, I've gotten that so many times. I've been in the bathroom and there'll be a little kid just like jaw drop, just taken aback. Like, I've had a little kid come up to me and they'll literally just like walk in front of me and like check me out from every angle. I'm like, what's up? And they'll be like, where's your arm? And especially like if I'm in a wheelchair, I'm not wearing my leg or something. Like, like this one little girl, I was fishing with my former team leader, and I'm passing her and she's fishing with her dad, and she was like, where's your leg? And the dad's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. And I'm like, dude, it's good. Like, it's okay. It really is. And I thought it was hilarious. And I was like, it's gone. And she's like, she was probably like 6 or 7.
That's what you said?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. And
it's gone.
She was like 6 or 7, and she goes, yeah, I know. She's like, where is it? And I was like, damn, I wasn't prepared for that one. I was like, I got hurt. I got hurt, and they cut it off of me and threw it away. And she's like, yeah, but where did they do with it? Where did they throw it away at? And I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, it's in Germany. And she's like, well, what do they do with it in Germany? And I was like, they burned it. I was like, they burned my leg. And she's like, oh. And she's like kind of nodded her head and then turned around and went back to fishing. And I was like, okay. But yeah, I mean, I'm a normal fucking dude. You know, this is just how my life is. There's no way around it. I mean, there's no way but through. And can't feel fucking sorry for myself. There's yeah.
Would it be appropriate for somebody to joke around with you?
Oh yeah.
Like, Tyler, hurry up and get up those fucking stairs. You're taking too long.
Oh, most definitely. My buddies, you know, make it very clear to me, and they know. Like, I told my friends, and they know me anyway. But I'm like, I'm still me. I'm still Tyler. You know, don't feel bad for me. I was like, if you don't fucking treat me like I'm the piece of shit that I am, then like you always have, then I'm gonna be upset. So yeah, they definitely joke with me, or they'll the whole OnlyFans thing. You know, they tell me I need to create one and make it only hands. And
Only hands?
Yeah, but funny jokes. My buddies have come up with some pretty funny jokes, and I love it. I'd be doing the same shit if it happened to them. Yeah, it's yeah. I mean, it's. I'm a normal person. I mean, maybe there's some people who would be disrespected by it, but I think coming from a service member, most service members who are wounded in action, like this, and you know, They just want to be, even other amputees in the military who, wounded in other ways, but or injured in other ways, they just want to be treated like regular fucking people because that's what they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad we had that discussion.
Yeah, definitely.
Tyler, let's take a quick break.
Yeah.
When we come back, let's hit what happened at Congress.
I want to start my comments with looking at the causation of this crisis at our southern border. It wasn't more than a couple years ago during the Democratic primary that your boss, now President Biden, said during a debate, we're a nation that says, you want to flee, you're fleeing oppression, you should come.
What's with the open borders? What are they hoping to accomplish?
Well, I don't think it's, one simple answer like a lot of things. I think it's complicated, like human beings are complicated, but I think there's a couple different buckets there, in my opinion. I think there are globalists around the world and within our own country that don't want to see, they don't want to see borders anymore.
This is an historic moment. We have in this past year made great progress in ending the long era of conflict and Cold War. We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations.
All right, Tyler, we're back from the break. What is that, like 6 breaks?
Yeah, I think so.
Something like that. But, all right, so let's get into Congress. How did this all come about, you testifying or giving your testimony in front of Congress?
So, had an individual at the good friend and someone who's helped me along through my recovery journey at Walter Reed, connected me with a former patient of theirs who's Congressman Brian Mast, double amputee.
He's from Florida, right?
Yeah, he's a EOD and really great guy from what I've gotten to know of him, genuine, and
I've heard great things about him.
Yeah, he's a phenomenal individual, and I got the awesome opportunity to meet him in person as well. But probably about 3 or 4 weeks before these first hearings in front of the House Foreign Affairs Committee on the evacuation, he reached out to people at Walter Reed, like, hey, is there anyone from the evacuation there who's wounded? I want to present them with kind of what's going on, these hearings and stuff, and just give them a heads up so they know. And obviously I was the only one there, and connected with me, gave me a call same day, gave me a heads up that they were doing these hearings because not a single hearing had been held on the evacuation of Afghanistan and how we pulled out. But as soon as it was a Republican majority, as soon as Chairman McCall became the chairman, Congressman McCall became the chairman, he called for these hearings, he called for some answers, and started getting the ball rolling. And so Congressman Mast, kind of...
Hold on. Nobody gave a shit until the Republicans took control of the House?
Yep.
Democrats didn't give 2 shits about what happened.
There weren't any hearings held, nothing. No answers asked for, searched for, when it was a Democratic majority. So
I fucking hate hearing that. I really hate hearing that, but I know that's par for the course.
Yeah. So those, he kind of, shared his story with me, told me about a little who he was. Obviously, I shared my story with him, and a little bit about who I was, and just gave me kind of a heads up, like, hey, these hearings are happening. I wanted to make you aware because no one's probably going to tell you, which is pretty cool. And he's like, you can testify if you want, but I want to, recommend that at least, coming from a former service member, I want to recommend that you wait He's like, not coming from a politician. I want you to think about maybe waiting on doing that just so you don't get any backlash for it. But he's like, you know, if you want to do anything, let me know. And, you know, we'll help you out. And so nothing really came of it. I just kind of kept that in the back of my mind.
Let's rewind a minute.
Yeah.
Did he talk about what implications might happen if you testify?
He didn't.
Or why would you?
More so implying that the government, the military might not like me speaking out against the way we pulled out. He alluded to that, you know, no specifics, but alluded to, you know, trying to protect myself and, you know, by, you know, what I'm processing out of the military so that they don't try and screw me over. Fortunately, come to find out that there are whistleblower protections in Congress that I never fucking knew about. None of my buddies ever knew about, but there's protections against testifying in front of Congress and telling your truth, telling your story. You can't get in trouble for it as a service member. If you come on the record and you tell what happened, obviously I can't say, you know, can't go on and say all these negative things about the administration and the government, but coming on and telling your story and about what happened to you, you can't get in trouble for testifying in front of Congress like that. And that was news to me. But a couple days before, maybe the week before that hearing, I had an individual reach out from the House Foreign Affairs Committee to me directly saying, hey, these hearings are going on. We'd really love to hear from you if you have some time. You know, you can maybe have a phone call with us or an interview or something. And I had a really busy schedule at that time, so I got on a phone call on the Saturday. So Wednesday, March 8th was when that hearing was. Got on a phone call that Saturday and shared my story with them, with a few individuals from the House Foreign Affairs Committee, and let them know, you know, my story and what happened, you know, what actually happened out there and how things were handled. And I mean, they were awed, they were blown away, and it's just another testament to like how much the truth has been fucking kept from all of America and the world, the truth of what happened out there. And, you know, to hear these people who are working in Congress not have any idea, to be told, shake my hand by a congressman and congresswoman, and them to tell me, the people who are in charge of the State Department, and tell me I had no fucking idea any of this happened. That's pretty fucking telling. And, you know, I shared my story, and, you know, they said, you know, we'd really love to have you testify if you want. You know, no one wants to push you to do anything, but, you know, you probably have the most unique, and I know this just because of what happened. You know, they're like, you have probably the most powerful story that's been said in front of Congress for this, that's going to be told in front of Congress for this. And, you know, if you want to testify, let us know. We'd love to have you. You can come and testify orally, or you can just do a written testimony, or you can do both. Well, you have to do a written if you do an oral in front of them. And the written can be as long as you want. So I wrote like 9 or 10 pages for that. But yeah, that Sunday night, I really sat down and thought about it, and I was like, well, this is Wednesday morning. Not a single fucking person has come forward about what's happened. And the 4 individuals that are testifying, you know, they were not at Abbey Gate like I was. You know, 3 of them were individuals who went out of their own way and used their own money and funding to, I think you had Lieutenant Colonel Scott Mann on here.
I did.
Yeah, he was one of those individuals who testified.
Did you meet Scott?
I did.
Good.
Yeah. And the other individuals, they all, you know, worked through Operation Pineapple Express and went out of their way to pull these Afghans out and help our allies like we should have. They shouldn't have had to do it the way that they did. And, you know, continuing to help and helping the National Resistance Front. But I Sunday night, I was like, well, if I don't fucking do this, no one else will. And I owe it to my, a buddy of mine, Hoover. He died in arms fucking reach away from me. And, I had another buddy, Hunter Lopez, who was also killed in action out of the 13. And fucking owe it to them. I owe everything that I do today, everything that I've done up till today, I do it for fucking them. And, it's a cheesy mantra of the whole, if not me, then who? But I really took that to heart, and I was like, if I don't do this, no one will. And I was at the point where I don't care about I didn't care about the repercussions of that. It was something that needed to be done and needed to be said. Fortunately, had to vet it through the Marine Corps all of Monday and Tuesday, and working on what I wanted to say Wednesday. And so
you had to vet it through the Marine Corps?
Yeah, like going in front of them. There's a proper way to
Did you have to talk to them about what you were going to say?
No. So I did give them my first brief summary of my oral statement.
Was there any pushback?
No. They were supportive.
They were supportive.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. All the way up to the commandant himself, they were supportive.
Wow.
Yeah. And obviously I was like, well, we'll see what happens. But, they sent out reps from the Pentagon. They sent out a Master Sergeant and a gunny to come help me out. And those two individuals who kind of bridged the gap between Congress and the Pentagon and work with some congressmen. And so they were really looking out for me. But yeah, they ran it up through there. They were good with obviously stressing out about it. I know the Marines, the Wounded Warrior Battalion, the staff was getting calls from the Pentagon nonstop, like, what the fuck's going on? But they never once said no. They didn't say you can't talk about this, you can't do this, you can't do that. They just offered for me to protect myself, and really wanted to make sure that I had help. It's definitely something that I'm thankful for, because I've been very, very wary of, obviously what might happen through the military. But regardless of the politics in any branch, the Marine leadership at the top has helped me, and I'm thankful for that. It's good to know that there's fucking good leaders at the top. Regardless of everything else, with the one fucking thing that mattered, they helped with. And so obviously, testified, and kind of told, there's a point where the House Foreign Affairs Committee said, all right, your testimony is too long. And, my legal aid kind of came back, and my oral testimony was too long. And I told her, I was like, listen, I've known what I needed to say since the day I fucking woke up at Walter Reed. I was like, you tell them if they want me to testify, then they're going to have to let me say what I need to say, and I can do my best to get through it quicker. She's like, roger that. And so didn't hear anything after that, and all right, you're good to go for Wednesday. And come to find out, here I am with a 2-day prep of this, and meeting an influx of people. And they're like, yeah, typically the Marines that I had helping me out, they were like, yeah, typically you have quite a few weeks or a month or so to prepare for these things. So this is the fastest turnaround that we've ever seen. And obviously that's why the Marine Corps was stressing about everything going on. But I just like I enlisted to serve my country and my brothers and sisters in arms. Those congressmen are there to fucking serve us and serve the American people. And I was going to make sure they heard what I had to say, and they did.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Let's so have your entire testimony right here in this folder, and I'm going to put this in a downloadable file in the description next to all the links, your knife company, and everything that's going on, everything that you're doing. Also, let's just go ahead and roll the entire testimony.
Good morning, Chairman, Ranking Member Meeks, and members of Congress. Thank you for inviting me to speak to you all about my Marine Corps Scout Sniper Team's experience during the evacuation in Kabul, Afghanistan. This is my perspective, this is my account, and not the DOD's. I'm Sergeant Tyler Justin Vargas-Andrews. I'm 25 years old and from Northern California, a professionally instructed gunman and radio operator for my team. My sniper team was Reaper 2, part of Victor 2-1 Weapons Company, attached to Echo Company, 2nd Battalion, 1st Marines from Camp Pendleton, California. In June of 2021, after having just left Kuwait, we were deployed to Saudi Arabia as a show of force. We practiced a few small-scale non-combatant evacuation operations in the event we were needed in Afghanistan. August came, and 2 weeks later, we left for Kabul. Reaper 2 and Echo Company had a close relationship with the colonel of the Special Purpose Marine Air Ground Task Force. He kept us informed of the situation on the ground in Afghanistan, and we were ready to go, so we thought. An infantry platoon of roughly 40 Marines and my assistant team leader left for Kabul on August 15th. They eventually faced the Afghan civilian crowd that overran the Hamid Karzai International Airport. The rest of us arrived on August 16th. All the Marines linked up and staged inside a gym in HKIA, not far from the airfield. We connected with our command and received our first mission later that night. From August 17th to the 18th, we surveilled and reported on Taliban activity from the top platform of satellite tower near the civilian airport terminals in HKIA. We reconnected with another sniper team and moved back towards our staging area that night. Our team traveled to Abbey Gate Forward in the afternoon of the 19th and set up a position in the tower as Marines in riot gear were sent through the crowd to cordon off a couple hundred people as we tried to begin some form of processing. Hundreds of people came in waves surging through the gate multiple times, physically fighting us. Living out of our tower, we conducted 24/7 operations at the gate. The next 7 days were surreal. Nothing prepared us for the ground experience we were about to encounter. It was chaos, but we worked together to figure out the next best steps. Tens of thousands of people descended upon Abbey Gate. We were looking for anyone with a blue passport first and foremost. People were suffering from extreme malnutrition, dehydration, heat casualties, and infants were dying. Afghans were brutalized and tortured by the Taliban, flocked to us pleading for help. Some Afghans turned away from HKIA, tried to kill themselves on the razor wire in front of us that we used as a deterrent. They thought this was merciful compared to the Taliban torture that they faced. They thought countless Afghans were murdered by the Taliban 155 yards in front of our position day and night. With only shipping containers between us, the Taliban would routinely murder people under our observation at their checkpoint. We communicated the atrocities to our chain of command and intel assets, but nothing came of it. The troops on the ground had to tirelessly work to control the crowds day and night. Department of State staff in HKIA would completely shut down processing Afghans every evening and into the morning, leaving ground forces with a nightmare. They did not work in reasonable rotations and very much presented an unwillingness to work in other situations as well. No matter our health or condition, the Marines stood watch and engaged in disorderly and dangerous crowds. State was not prepared to be in HKIA. In fact, State would not want to deal with the Afghans unable to be processed. Weakening the security of the perimeter, State would take us away from our mission to walk Afghans out to meet the fate of the Taliban, condemning them to death. The Taliban grew in numbers and strengthened their position around HKIA with gun trucks while having occasional visits by Taliban leadership. On August 22nd, an improvised explosive device, IED, probe took place down the canal running along the perimeter of HKIA. This was ISIS or the Taliban performing an IED test run. We reported this to our chain of command. Days later, we received word to be on the lookout for 2 vehicle-borne IEDs, described as a gold or white Corolla and a green Mazda convertible. Around 2 a.m. on August 26th, intel guys confirmed the suicide bomber in the vicinity of and nearing Abbey Gate, described as clean-shaven, brown-dressed, black vest, and traveling with an older companion. I asked the intel guys why he wasn't apprehended sooner since we had a full description. I was told the asset could not be compromised. Throughout the entirety of the day on August 26, 2021, we disseminated the suicide bomber information to ground forces at Abbey Gate. He was spotted somewhere from noon to 1 p.m. by myself, then Sergeant Charles Schilling, and another. The anomaly in the crowd, who was clean-shaven and fit the description exactly, traveling with an older gentleman. The individual was consistently and nervously looking up at our position through the crowd. The older of the two wore a black silky hijab that was covering his face most of the time. They both had obvious mannerisms that go along with who we believed him to be. They handed out small cards to the crowd periodically, and the older man sat calmly and seemingly coached the bomber. Over the communication network, we passed that there was a potential threat and an IED attack imminent. This was as serious as it could get. I requested engagement authority while my team leader was ready on the M110 semi-automatic sniper system. The response, leadership did not have the engagement authority for us. Do not engage. I requested for the battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel Brad Whited, to come to the tower to see what we did. While we waited for him, psychological operations individuals came to our tower immediately and confirmed the suspect met the suicide bomber description. He eventually arrived and we showed him our evidence, the photos we had of the two men. We reassured him of the ease of fire on the suicide bomber. Pointedly, we asked him for engagement authority and permission. We asked him if we could shoot. Our battalion commander said, and I quote, "I don't know," end quote. Myself and my team leader asked very harshly, "Well, who does? Because this is your responsibility, sir." He again replied he did not know, but would find out. We received no update and never got our answer. Eventually, the individual disappeared. To this day, we believe he was a suicide bomber. We made everyone on the ground aware. Operations had briefly halted, but then started again. Plain and simple, we were ignored. Our expertise was disregarded. No one was held accountable for our safety. About 1730, Staff Sergeant Darren Hoover, friend and mentor, came to get me from the tower to go help find an Afghan interpreter in the crowd. We found the interpreter and his brother, born with American passports. They told us of 5 family members still in the canal. I stayed there waiting for the family members standing against a 2-foot canal wall. 10 minutes passed. Then a flash and a massive wave of pressure. I'm thrown 12 feet onto the ground, but instantly knew what had happened. I opened my eyes to Marines dead or unconscious lying around me. A crowd of hundreds immediately vanished in front of me, and my body was catastrophically wounded with 100 to 150 ball bearings now in it. Almost immediately, we started taking fire from the neighborhood, and I saw how injured I was with my right arm, completely shredded and unusable. I saw my lower abdomen soaked in blood. I crawled backwards roughly 7 feet because I thought I was still in harm's way. My body was overwhelmed from the trauma of the blast. My abdomen had been ripped open. Every inch of my exposed body, except for my face, took ball bearings and shrapnel. I tried to get up, but could not. Laying there for a few minutes, I started to lose consciousness when I heard Chaz, my team leader, screaming my name as he ran to me. His voice calling to me kept me awake. When he got to me, he dragged me to safety and immediately started triaging me, tying tourniquets on my limbs and doing anything he could to stop the bleeding and start plugging wounds with the help of the other Marines. I was awake through most of it, screaming, moaning, and cursing. I ask you to please ask me about getting shot at the tower in Abbey Gate and how no one wanted my report post-blast. Even NCIS and the FBI failed to interview me. Ask me to elaborate on my ordeal post-blast, and ask me about this one little girl and her family that I reunited. Our military members and veterans deserve our best because that is what we give to America. The withdrawal was a catastrophe in my opinion, and there was an inexcusable lack of accountability and negligence. The 11 Marines, 1 sailor, and 1 soldier that were murdered that day have not been answered for. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Sergeant, for that very powerful and courageous testimony. I want to turn to you, Mr. Sergeant Vargas-Andrews. You described the scene as chaotic, that the State Department was not prepared, that they would completely shut down processing every evening and into the morning, leaving you and your colleagues with a nightmare, you called it. Could you describe that?
Yes, I can, Chairman. So for us, obviously, ground forces at Abbey Gate were routine, and I'm sure it was like this at other gates as well, but at Abbey, helping process between, 7 of us in our sniper team, we would go down, and if we weren't on the gun or we weren't catching a few winks, we would be down processing nationals and civilians and, talking with everyone down there. And from us, we were passed from our chain of command, throughout the evening to halt processing Afghans, to stop searching them. We kind of had to keep control of the crowd that was left over in the evening throughout, I would say, sundown to sun up. There was no plan in place throughout the evening, and the State Department would not take Afghans that we processed or searched, so eventually we just stopped throughout the evening. I'll go back to you.
Yeah, and I think, because you're correct, there was no plan. There was no plan, and the plan was to leave the Taliban in charge of this evacuation, which led to the chaos and the bloodshed that ensued after that. I want to focus specifically on what you saw on August 26th. I know be on the lookout, an intelligence bulletin went out identifying 2 individuals as a potential IED threat.
That is correct.
To the Abbey Gate.
Yes, we routinely would send 2 or 3 guys back to collect intel from our intel assets over in the Joint Operations Command. And that morning around 2 a.m., we were passed that a suicide bomber was in the vicinity and in the surrounding neighborhoods, potentially moving towards the gate. We were told that he was wearing a brown man dress, a black vest. He would look clean shaven and be younger, with an older man traveling as his companion. And we saw just that on the 26th, around 12:30 in the afternoon.
And in fact, you said you passed along the communications network that there was a potential threat, an IED attack imminent. And in your words, this was as serious as it gets.
That is correct. We had eyes on these 2 individuals that fit the exact description that we were given from our intel assets. And we had pictures. We had them clear as day to be able to see through our scope with ease of fire on both individuals, as well as through our spotting scope. We have high-powered optics with quality lenses on our cameras to take clear-cut pictures of everything that we see. That is an enormous part of our job.
Do you still have those photos?
They were taken on an SD card when we turned them over to intelligence.
Then you said you requested from your commander, Lieutenant Colonel Brad Whitted, to come to the tower to see what you saw. And the psychological operations came to the tower and confirmed that the suspect met the suicide bomber description. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
So you had him.
We did.
And then you showed this evidence and you asked your commander if you could shoot.
We did, Chairman. Both myself and my team leader asked for engagement authority, and he responded with he did not have that authority. So we asked who did. He told us he did not know and would go find out. In that time, in the time of talking with him and keeping eyes on this individual over the course of 30 minutes, the 2 individuals both disappeared into the crowd of thousands, as shown on the slides as I was talking. I mean, I think everyone can understand by looking at some of those pictures that I had up there how enormous the crowd was. I mean, it was unfathomable. Very easy to move through and conceal yourself, and that's what happened.
So you asked for engagement permission, and your commanding officer says, I don't know.
That is correct.
He doesn't know if you have permission to take out the threat.
Yes.
There are no rules of engagement on the ground.
We were told to pass to our command if we saw any suspicious activity or hostile intent, and that's exactly what we did. We were not returned with an answer.
And then you ask, well, who does
Yes.
know? And he says he doesn't know, but would find out, and he never got an answer to you.
He never did.
And the individual disappeared.
That he did.
And you believe that that was a suicide bomber.
We do.
And then you said, we made everyone on the ground aware. Operations had halted, started again. Plain and simple, we were ignored. Our expertise was disregarded. And then lastly, no one was accountable for our safety that day.
That is correct, Chairman.
No one was no one was held accountable.
No one was, and no one is to this day.
Did your battalion commander run that request up the chain of command?
He should have. That was his responsibility to. I don't know if he did.
Wouldn't
I
that be
can't
the
answer to
normal
that.
protocol?
That would be the normal protocol, Chairman.
But we don't know. And as a result, we have 13 dead servicemen, women. We have 170 Afghans killed, and 45, including yourself, sir, injured.
That is correct.
Because that threat could not be taken out because your commanding officer couldn't give you the order.
That is correct.
Amazing.
So that testimony was about 10 minutes long.
Mm-hmm.
How did you fit? We just talked about this incident. It took about 2 hours, I believe.
Yeah.
How did you fit that into 10 minutes?
It was hard. It was really hard. Because I didn't want to take away from what I had to say. I didn't want to take away from the important details about what I, what I did say. And I had some congressmen kind of let me know that I could word things towards the end of my testimony, asking the committee to ask me questions. So that helped a little bit. I think I put in like 3 things for the congressmen and women to ask me about, and fortunately they did. I picked out the most important things, our PID on the suicide bomber, us being told no by our battalion, or us not being given an answer from our battalion commander or anyone above him, and the absolute fucking chaos that was the Afghanistan evacuation.
How do you think it was received by Congress?
I mean, there was quite a few congressmen and women in tears. I think there's some of them who probably just are there to be a fucking puppet, like a lot of politicians are. But and you could kind of see who they were by the way they spoke when they had the opportunity to speak. But
is there any specific congressman in particular that stands out to you? Good or bad?
I'd have to go. Good would definitely be Congressman Mast and Congressman Mills.
Where is Mills from?
Oh man, Tennessee maybe. Might be wrong. He might be from Tennessee. I could be wrong, but I'm not too sure. And then, the last congresswoman, and the last out of any of the Congress members there to ask me a question, to ask me anything. She came on. She came. She was the last one in there, and came on her time slot, her 5 minutes to speak, and spoke directly to me. I can't remember her name, but she wears a starfish lapel pin almost. It's pretty big, and she's on the Democratic side, and she gave me her time to speak about a little girl that I reunited with her family, and on the first chaotic day at Abbey Gate, and helping resuscitate a little baby. So she gave me her entire time to speak about that day, and that was pretty fucking cool.
This is painful, powerful testimony that is important for us to hear. So I'm glad you're here. I thank you for being willing to go through this repeated pain. We owe a tremendous debt to all of you. We owe a tremendous debt to the more than 800,000 servicemen and women who served our country over the course of 20 years. More than 2,400 lost their lives, more than 20,000 wounded, and I'm not even beginning to touch those who will never be the same in spirit and following post-traumatic stress. We've lost so many, as you've cited, to death by suicide. I come to this hearing awash with awe in all of you, sadness with the reality of this war and other wars, of course. But I also come to it with great humility, knowing that I can't get near what you do, what you've done, what you've sacrificed. I can't get near it. But I do think this is important to bring out the facts, the truth of the end of this war. As some have cited, it is not over. So I'll start with Sergeant Vargas-Andrews. Thank you for your service, your sacrifice. It's inadequate to say I'm sorry. But man, oh man, we are proud of you. I wanted to follow up on two of the questions you wrote in your testimony that I had read, and then you also mentioned it again. You said, ask me about one little girl that I reunited with her family. Would you tell us that story?
I would. Thank you, ma'am. I think what I can say is for a lot of people out there, the actions that they had, specifically at Abbey Gate and around the airport, there were a lot of moments to them that were worth the mental strain to the service members. For myself, that first day at Abbey Gate, after we were working to push back the crowds, I was on the ground, and a little girl had squeezed her way through the crowd of about 7 or 8 years old, holding a 4-month-old, I would estimate, 4 or 5-month-old baby in her arms, and holding the hand of who I assumed to be her little brother, who was about 4 or 5 years old. And they were all dirty and bruised, tear-streaked faces. And kind of in this chaos, it was just like, I had tunnel vision and saw her, and I was like, I need to help them. It was just a very odd sight to see. And I picked up the baby and the little boy, and she followed me, like motioned for her to follow me. And to get to a safe area away from the crowd, I noticed the baby's face was blue and purple. And so I went to the nearest person that resembled a medic and started asking if they had a small breathing bag, a BVM, to conduct CPR, because I didn't know if the baby had already passed, but assumed it wasn't breathing, and didn't want to injure the baby by trying to perform CPR on it myself. And the individual, I don't know who it was, I sat there and watched them help resuscitate this baby, and face flushed pink, started crying, and then the little girl started asking for her dad, just crying and tugging on my uniform. I took her back to the gate and could tell that she was asking for her father, and climbed up on the SUVs overlooking the razor wire and held her up, and was just trying to ask her, do you see your dad, like Abba, like trying to, make her understand what I was saying, and she understood, and we sat up there for a minute or two, and in this crowd of hundreds of people below us, she just pointed in the direction, maybe 30, 40 people back, and there's all these hundreds of people holding up papers, documents, whatnot, and there's this one individual just holding a bunch of family's luggage with his hands on his head, just crying and looking at her, and I was like, that is her dad. And I let the troops down right there at the opening of the gate know to help get this guy through, pulled him through, and the little girl hopped off the SUV and ran to him and hugged him, and he hugged her. Both cried, took and reunited them with the other 2 children, and he had paperwork for all of those families, showing their pictures and whatnot. And so for me, that was a moment that my personal injury was worth it. And I know those 3 little kids will have a life of freedom and opportunity now because of that. Thank you.
There's an expression in the Jewish tradition that I always lean on, even though I'm a person of Catholic faith, and it is, to have saved a single life is to have saved the whole universe. Right. So many of you have done that. You're in the process of it. Help us make sure we live up to our obligation to the remaining people whom we must save, rescue, get on with their lives.
A majority of the Democrats, they came on and were like, well, we don't want to make this about the Trump administration, but let me make it about the Trump administration, and would proceed to talk about that. And like I said, earlier at breakfast, I don't give a fuck who's in office, but whoever is in office, it's their responsibility to make those sound and right decisions. It's their responsibility to take action and be a good and strong leader. That's what matters. It doesn't matter what your party is. It matters that you take care of the American people.
Politicians are getting real good at passing the blame.
Mm-hmm.
It's pathetic.
Yeah. The most important thing besides Congress and the nation hearing what happened out there and making them aware of what happened, for me coming out of that, was asking for accountability. And, Congressman Mills, accountability for the lack of decision making in Afghanistan, the lack of leadership out there. And, I know the chairman, he said he's going to subpoena, spent some time with him afterwards, said he's going to subpoena our battalion commander to get some answers on who he passed that intel and that PID to after him. So I'm going to keep riding these congressmen about these answers. Congressman Mills just drafted recently articles of impeachment for the Secretary of Defense. I won't say too much more on that, but yeah, he did that. And quite a few congressmen came up to me and said that I don't care about getting reelected. They looked me in the eye and said, I don't care about getting reelected. I care about getting you some fucking answers and holding people accountable. And I'm going to do everything in my power to ensure that they hold true to that, because it's easy to say bullshit, but it's the actions that matter.
Do you think anybody's going to be held accountable?
I don't know. I would like to say yes.
Are these guys keeping in contact with you?
Yeah, I will say that a few of the congressmen that have made some promises have left me with some genuine hope.
Good.
And dare I say, trustworthy politicians, but have, there are quite a few of them are veterans as well, and are trying to make a change. And I mean, that's what I'm trying to do too.
That's what we're trying to do.
Yeah, and you do
That's
that.
why
With,
we're doing
you do
this
that with
interview.
every episode. You definitely do.
That gives me hope.
Yeah.
I think that's going to give everybody that's watching some hope. Let's hope that these motherfuckers are held accountable.
Yeah.
For what they did.
Yeah. It was an opportunity I was very grateful for. I mean, I never, when I woke up and I was in the hospital, I told myself, I was like, everything I do from here on out is going to be for those killed in action, to advocate for what happened. And man, I never thought I would be in front of Congress. I never thought I'd be sitting in front of you here today. And so I want to say thank you for giving me that opportunity to do so. It's an important message, and what happened out there is important. And I thank you for the platform.
You're welcome. Tyler, it's a real honor, man. Really. It is a real honor to have you here.
I appreciate that.
I mean that.
Thank you.
Let's talk about what happened after your testimony at Congress.
Mm-hmm.
How many media outlets picked this up?
A lot. I mean, we went on our first break in Congress after like 4 or 5 hours, and I had already had like 12 media requests to do things. I've since been on CNN with Jake Tapper, and I was kind of skeptical about going on CNN for obvious reasons, but the Chairman McCall, he's the one who reached out to me about doing so and kind of let me know that Jake Tapper, cares about veterans and the service members. And it was actually very, he even told me himself, he's like, yeah, some of our viewers have some issues with us covering the Afghanistan hearings, but it's what needs to be done. And when they covered the Afghanistan evacuation itself, he's like, but it's what needs to be done. So I was very thankful for that. I think I'll at some point in the future I'll be going on with Chairman McCall to talk about on like Fox and Friends as well. But it's working through right now with my my kind of team on keeping this message relevant and finding, continuing to work on ways to actually have action taken, not just repeat the same stuff over and over, and keeping close eyes on and in close contact with some of these congressmen and women is the first step in that. And ensuring that what they promised me on record in front of Congress, in front of the nation, that is what they will do. So there was another congressman, a couple seats to the left of Chairman McCall in the committee that put in for an official inquiry on why our request was not dealt with. So he put that on record. So I'll be following up about that as well.
At breakfast, we'd talked about Good Morning America, I believe. How did that go?
So, ABC News, Good Morning America, obviously they reached out, and that was sometime in 2022. I don't remember exactly when. I think it was like right around the year mark.
Who was the interviewer?
It was a lady. I don't remember her name. It kind of goes to show how important it turned out to be. But they sat me there for like 7 hours, and my mom included, and spoke with us. And I think 5 seconds to 10 seconds of what I had to say was broadcasted.
So they interviewed you for 7 hours?
Yeah.
And they rolled 5 to 10 seconds of what you had to say, and that's 7 hours.
Yep.
Just goes to show you, it just goes to show everybody how censored and controlled the news is.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about right and left. I'm talking about all of it.
Oh yeah.
All of it.
I was looking at a diagram, like a Venn diagram of how every news, no matter if it's left or right, how every news, majority of every news outlet or news media is like leads back to like 2 or 3 like organizations that control them all.
It's all bullshit.
Yeah, it is.
All of it.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you've seen it, the videos of them linking like 100 news stations together saying the same exact thing.
Yeah.
And shit most Americans don't realize. I don't even watch the fucking news.
I don't either.
Like
it's completely irrelevant at this point.
It is.
It's just inviting yourself to be brainwashed.
Yep, that it is. I will say I did the Washington Post the next day with Dan Lamoth and another lady on his team, and they kind of did a podcast / production of it, and that was good. Dan really, it was heartfelt. I mean, they had tears in their eyes listening to my story. You could tell that they really cared and were serious about it. I'm actually going to be going to the Marine Corps Heritage Foundation Gala with them, and he digs for the truth, and he put it front page Washington Post, and then recently after this Congress hearing, same thing, front page. He's getting an award for front page like news on his reporting and stuff, and he's a genuine guy who just wants the fucking truth to be heard, and he's been covering the war in Afghanistan since like 2003, something like that, 2003 or 2004. It's a long time, and he fucking cares about the service members and about America. So that was cool to see that he he took everything I had to say down and listened.
Good.
Yeah.
That's good to hear. Do you have anything else you want to say about your experience with Congress, the press? August 26th.
I don't think so. I think just that I'm thankful for the team of individuals that have helped me, through this, and the individuals I've met through Congress, my legal aid, who I'll leave unnamed, but big thank you to them for the help that they've given me up to this point. And same goes for my mom, my uncle, and my entertainment lawyer. They've really done guided me where I've just lacked some knowledge in some areas, so it's been nice.
How are you doing? How are you doing getting through all this, dealing with the trauma?
I think I'm doing pretty well. I've said it before, and I have my hard days. What's happened has happened, and I think.
What does a hard day look like?
Man, I have an ostomy, so I had my intestines rerouted through my stomach. So I have like a bag that I shit into, and there's days where I'll get out of the shower or whatever and go to fucking change my medical supplies, and I just fucking poop all over myself and shit like that. And that'll definitely do it in for me. But I'd say a hard day would be, or hard moments would be, sometimes just struggling to do certain tasks because I'm missing a leg and an arm. And even with prosthetics, some things are hard, some things are hard. And it's just like, God fucking damn it. Like, not why did this happen, but it's just like fucking, it just sucks, honestly, I guess. There's some days it just sucks, but every single time I have a moment or a time I want to cry, or I want to just, where I almost feel sorry for myself, I remind myself that there's 13 service members killed in action, and I should have been number 14, and I'm here today, and they're not, and their families and their loved ones have to live without them. And I've said it before, but I get to struggle through the things that I do, and I'm thankful for that. Yeah.
What are you doing to get better?
Finally getting back to my roots, I would say. Getting back to fishing, getting back to hunting, getting into the outdoors. Again, spending time with family and friends. Working on knives has been great. Being with my two buddies and working on that small business. It'll be nice to dedicate a lot more time, but we each have our own design, and for me, it's nice. Like, it's nice to be able to make something with my own hand again, and make something of value and worth. And that, it's I don't know. It's kind of like cleaning your weapon. It's just kind of brings me a little bit of peace being able to do that, and just know like I'm putting my sweat into something again. And it's not perfect because I'm making it with one hand, but it works, and it's a really therapeutic thing, honestly. That and the gym, getting back into trying to be physically fit. My body wears down a lot quicker now just because of my injuries. Obviously, people really only see the leg and the arm, but I've got countless injuries. My rotator cuffs are fucking fried and just damaged to everything. It definitely takes a toll, but yeah, doing those things.
Are you doing any therapy?
No, I had the behavioral health individuals bug me a lot in the hospital, the mental health team, and finally got to the point where I was like, please just leave me the fuck alone. I was like, I told him this. I was like, told the therapist, like, I'm not going to fucking kill myself. Like, just leave me alone. I'm all right. Like for me, and that's not to knock on physical therapist, or mental health therapists and whatnot. But for me, my occupational therapist, like, she's been with me since I got to inpatient in the hospital. And she would come and literally just like bend my fingers and move them herself because I couldn't, and just like excruciating pain, like bend my hand backwards and stuff to get my tendons to stretch out again. And she'd be in there for an hour or two, and I would just sit and talk with her. And when my physical therapist, I'm there, doing physical therapy, I'd sit and talk with her. And my prosthetist, I sit and talk with them. And my TBI therapist, sit and talk with her. And talking with, for me, talking with people, like my friends, that's a big one. Talking with people that are close to me and people that really genuinely care. Not that therapists don't, but like the people who are in my direct, line of care, like PTs and OTs and whatnot, my prosthetists and my buddies, that they're people I know that care, and people's opinions that I value, and they see me for who I really am, I think. And that's been really helpful to talk with them, because it's like my physical therapist, I mean, she's been at Walter Reed, I think, for like 13 years or something. And so she's seen the war, she's seen the guys, the men and women come through there, some worse off than me. And that's definitely how I go about, talking about things, is talking with those closest to me. So that's kind of my therapy.
Have you ever thought about psychedelics?
I have. Yeah, I would love to hear some about your personal journey. Something I would love to look into post-military.
Well, I'll tell you this much. We can talk offline about it, but and Tyler, I'm reluctant to talk about it because I've not experienced what you've experienced. But I will tell you that post-psychedelics, it changed my life in a lot of ways. Mm-hmm. And they were all very profound and all good. And I came to peace with a lot of things, and maybe you will too. And if you want, I'd love to connect you with some people that can help.
That'd be awesome. I really appreciate that.
Trevor Miller runs Ambia Life, and that guy's changing lives every single day.
That's phenomenal.
And that's who I want to, and I'd love to connect you. I'd also love to connect you with, do you know who Nick Lavery is?
Yes, actually, it's kind of funny. I had not ever heard of him until maybe like 6 months ago, and I'm glad I did hear about him. But yeah, it was probably about 6 months ago is the first time that I had heard of him, and his story, which is an incredible one.
I'd love to connect you with him. Yeah, that guy's he's done extremely well for himself, mm-hmm. Post-military career, fellow amputee, and I just think you guys need to connect.
Yeah, I would very much appreciate that.
Yeah, it would be my honor to do that.
Thank you very much.
There's another thing I want to talk about.
Yeah.
And there's a reason I want to talk to you about it. Let's talk about the movie deal.
All right. So I got the offer to be a part of a documentary on the war in Afghanistan, and through Steven Spielberg's production team, and Paramount Pictures, and I kind of talked about it with my entertainment lawyer a little bit, and my family and those closest to me, and I was like, yeah, I think I'm going to do this. This would be cool. And I'm not naive to the fact that the more I share my story, potentially putting it out there, can devalue it, and but also good things can come of it. And that's why I chose to sat here in front of you today when you asked me to be on the show. And I think you have a phenomenal platform, and
thank you.
You always put out a great message.
Thank you.
Of course. And so I think a lot of positive things will come of this. But when I said yes to doing it, and we even got up to scheduling a date, and really close to that date. And just I sat on it more and more and more, and you know, they weren't. It's just like, you know, Paramount Pictures and all of these people. It's a millions and billions of dollar industry, and you know, I asked about, were they giving, you know, were they paying these veterans, because they had a lot of veterans coming on to be a part of this documentary. I was like, are you paying these veterans to, you know, talk and share their story, because you're making way more money off of this than they are going to ever make? And the answer was no. You know, are you giving back to any foundations or anything like that? The answer was no. And I mean, like, nonprofits that are doing good work for, you know, for veterans and active duty, you know, service members and wounded warriors. And not that I'm someone out for money, but if you're gonna come to me the way that they did and saying, we got all these, you know, Steven Spielberg's production team and Paramount Pictures. Well, why would you not pay these individuals to do that? You know, that they're sharing their trauma and their story and everything that they've been through. And that's all that's probably going to get done out of it, because the only other thing that's going to come out of this is the money that you're going to gain. And I'm all for speaking about my things. I look forward to continuing my speaking platform, you know, whether it's motivational speaking or it's sharing my story in positive ways to better people's lives. You know, I don't need money for that. That's not what I'm here to do. But when you're throwing out all these big names and you're kind of showing your ass saying, hey, we've got a lot of money, we've got a lot of big people behind this, but you're not doing anything to give back. It was probably, and they probably think I'm an asshole for it, but it was like the day before I was like, sorry, I'm not doing this. Like, sorry, not sorry, but I can't get behind that. And like I said, you know, the more I share it with them, it's the more I share it in my story in improper ways and my message in improper ways, the more it will devalue that. And I want people to listen to, you know, what I have to say. And for right now, people care about, you know, the things that I've experienced and the men and women that I've served with and what happened in Afghanistan and the evacuation. And I hope it continues that way until I get some answers, until we all get some answers, until those 13 service members are accounted for, until someone's held accountable for the 13 Americans that were murdered that day, for the 13 families that have to live without their sons and daughters.
I want to talk to you about something, and this is veteran to veteran, and it's my opinion. Mm-hmm. Can I share it with you?
Of course.
I think you made an awesome judgment call with that movie deal, because those pieces of shit, that's why that movie should have been fucking made. None of those people probably served. They're only there to make money.
Yeah.
They're selfish fucking pieces of shit. That's Hollywood.
That it is.
At breakfast, we were talking about all the things you're wanting to get into with the speaking, maybe doing a documentary, all these things, and it sounded like you want to donate all of that to these foundations and the families. And I want to tell you something. You've fucking given a lot. You've given your leg, you've given your fucking arm, you've given your time, all the mental trauma, all your other injuries. It's somebody else's turn to fucking donate. And it took me a long time to figure that out, because here's what's going to happen. This is how it works. If you don't fucking take care of yourself, nobody's going to take care of you. And it's good to give back. And I spent probably the first 5 years of my business, and I've only been in business for 8 years. I spent the first 5 years giving every fucking thing I made away. To nonprofits, to families. A lot of it is to people that don't even give a fuck about it. Mm-hmm. Because it wasn't maybe as significant as a big donation. Take care of you. Always give back. Always give to the little guy. Always fucking give to the guys that are coming out. I mean, that's why I started this show, was to give people that don't have a fucking voice, that should have a voice like you, a voice. That's what I do here. I do consulting, but at the beginning, it was donating all the money I made off of apparel to some organization that doesn't even give a shit. Or it was wasting my fucking time donating tactics courses and all these things to nonprofits that didn't give a fuck. All they care about is the money. And I'm not saying all of them are like that, and I'm not saying everybody doesn't appreciate it. But what I am saying, Tyler, is make sure you fucking take care of you, because nobody else is going to do that. And look at everything you've given. Look at everything you've given this country.
I really appreciate that. And I'll
Take care of you, man. You've given enough. It's somebody else's fucking turn to pick up the ball. Set your ruck down and set your life up, man, because nobody's gonna fucking do it for you. And if you give everything away, there's not gonna be anything left for you.
Yeah. I'll definitely heed those words.
Please do, because that shit can build a lot of resentment and take you into an extremely fucking toxic place, man. And you're probably skirting that line right now.
Yeah. I appreciate that advice.
Take care of yourself, please.
I will. I think my mom would agree with you.
Good. It's okay to be a little selfish.
Yeah.
Especially after everything.
She said that as well.
Good.
I really appreciate that.
Good. So what are you getting into? We got the knife business.
Yeah.
You're trying to get into public speaking. Who do you want to speak to?
Man, I think the younger generation, honestly,
they need it.
There's a lot of bad in society today, a lot, and I'm very much the way I grew up. Looking at my mom, it's like, well, if she can do it, so can I. And not to be Mr. High and Mighty on my horse, but showing some of these people what you go through, it's not that bad. And I look at my situation, I'm like, this fucking sucks. My buddies are dead. It's not that bad. Sucks, but I'll get the fuck over it. And helping people who feel fucking sorry for themselves. It's I've maintained the mantra since I think I got to inpatient in the hospital out of the ICU, and I really kind of got a clear head off of the drugs and stuff. I told them to take me off of my opioids and narcotics. I told myself that I would never be a victim. I would never be a victim of what happened to me, and I try to show others that it's a choice. I think weakness is a choice, and you have to go through hard things to become strong. You have to struggle, and you have to deal with pain and go through the pain and struggle and strife in life to become strong. And no matter what happens in your life, it's your choice. No matter how fucking hard it is, it's your choice if you want to be a victim or not. And for me, I choose to never be a victim. And that's the message I want to put out to people. It's your choice to, as bad as things can get, someone has it worse. And it's not to diminish anyone's pain or what they go through, because everyone's own pain and experiences is relevant to themselves. And that should not be overlooked. But it does come to a point where feeling sorry for yourself is not going to get you anywhere in life. You're not going to be successful if you feel sorry for yourself. I know that. I'm missing 2 of my limbs. I'm not going to get anywhere in life if I feel bad for what's happened to me, and I don't choose to be strong.
Good for you, man.
Thank you.
You are never going to understand how many people you've impacted, how many lives you've saved, how many people you've walked off the edge, how many lives you've turned around. You're never going to feel it. You're never going to understand it. You're never going to comprehend it. And it gets frustrating. But you're going to help hundreds of thousands of people, maybe millions. And I'm fucking proud to know you, man.
I appreciate that.
Real
That
proud
really
to
means a
know
lot.
you.
Likewise.
Keep after it
I will.
and take care of yourself.
Thank you. You do the
Don't
same.
forget that.
I appreciate that. Keep putting out a great message.
I will.
Yeah, I hope that you don't get censored by anyone. I saw the episode with Dallas Alexander, so good for you.
Thank you.
Good for him.
Thank you.
Yeah,
It'll happen,
Yeah.
but we'll keep going.
yeah. That's
You
all you
know?
can do.
It's an honor, man.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it means a lot. It really does. It means a lot to a lot of the people that I've spoken with as well.
Hey everybody, I'm Shawn Ryan. Click here to subscribe to the Shawn Ryan Show YouTube channel for the hottest and most compelling interviews that you will not see anywhere else. I've also made a playlist of all the previous SRS episodes so they're easy to find. You can find that right here.